I actually traveled through time and space and became a 5 Elder Star. Satan? Looking in the mirror, Satan's eyes throbbed, and he looked at his current appearance with surprise. He was burly, with a scar on his left eye, a big nose, and a head full of thick hair, which was curled like a stick, and his beard was even whiter. He was one of the top 5 Elder Stars in One Piece, the god of scientific defense, Satan. However, he couldn't be happy, because according to his memory, the current timeline is 2 years after the end of the war on the top. According to the plot, after the Egghead incident, I will be wiped out by him and become the first 5 Elder Star to sacrifice. Satan was speechless for a while. This identity has a high starting point, but the death line is also very close. Him controls the lives of the 5 Elder Stars, and he doesn't even need to meet. He can take them away with a thought from a distance. Or, let's kill Luffy, who is making trouble first. Accepting the identity, Satan sat back on the sofa and turned his head to save his life. At this time, there's a chance to kill Luffy. Before he awakens the Nika form and his wings are not fully grown, he can kill him directly. However, this guy's father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His grandfather is a legendary hero of the Navy. His old friend is the strongest 4 Emperors red hair, and he himself is the Nika sun god, the son of luck. It could be said to be the ultimate relationship. If we really fight, Luffy will be fine, but he will be in trouble first. Not only that, even if he is really killed, what will happen? He still has to be a dog for him, and continue to be her cow and horse, with no control over his life and death? Unacceptable. The ability of the Ushio form and this immortality are all given by him. Looking at the wrinkles on the back of his hand that only the elderly have, Satan couldn't help but feel irritated. According to Satan's own memory, him has been invincible since he met I'm 800 years ago. She is the real world's top, the king of the world behind the scenes. It is very difficult to get rid of her. Even her real strength and means are not clear. I can't think of anything. Imu has already strangled the lifeblood of the 5 Elders. Satan sighed helplessly. Just then, suddenly, Ding the host is detected to be in anxiety and internal consumption, and the plundering entry system is online. Binding. Binding successful. Host. Transmigrator. Satan. Entries plundered. None. After binding, Satan showed a magical 3-dimensional panel in front of him. Is this a system? Satan looked up with surprise. Having a system means that there is a great chance to solve his current dilemma. After all, the system is unreasonable. It helps the host achieve the great way, and it doesn't matter what Imu is. Quick, system, introduce your function. Satan couldn't wait to ask. Plundering entry system, current function. Defeating the target can plunder 1 entry from the other party, and killing the target will randomly plunder 2 entries from the other party. Note, each person can only plunder 2 entries at most. Plundering entries. Satan certainly understood what it meant. It is to take the characteristics of others for yourself. After thinking for a while, he immediately stood up and shouted, "Come here." The door was quickly opened. The guard wearing a steel helmet half knelt at the door respectfully, not daring to look up. Saint Satan. Satan did not speak, and the guard could not help but be nervous. He did not dare to look directly at the 5 Elders, and sweated nervously. Little did he know that, at this time, Satan was looking at the top of his head in surprise, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sure enough, he saw a lot of entries floating over the guard's head. 6 Navy styles, shave, strong constitution, accurate gunmanship, superb swordsmanship, guardian will. So the entries are in this form. Satan immediately understood. Many entries can be read, including many types, including military strength, thought, and physical fitness. And the entries read are all beneficial, without defective entries. The entries that you can plunder are all beneficial. In that case, Satan stared at the guards, and his eyes changed dramatically. Evil eyes. A light shone from his eyes. The next second, a heavy blow hit the guard under the helmet out of thin air. Ding! The guard lowered his head and instinctively hit himself on the head with an attack that he could not resist. His head hurt so much, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices. He fell down and could not move, and lost his ability to fight on the spot. There was a lot of noise, but no one outside the door dared to make a fuss, and the team of guards was very nervous. Of course, Satan did not kill him, but waited after defeating him. Then, an entry really disappeared from the guards and came towards him. Looking at the strange scene, Satan was overjoyed in his heart. Randomly plundered entry, strong physique. Satan, who is now a top strong man, can clearly feel that he has actually strengthened a little. And the strong body of the guard who fell to the ground actually began to slowly lose weight, and finally became extremely shriveled. Even the originally fitted guard helmet made a clacking sound because of the gap. Plundering entries. So that's what it means. Satan was overjoyed, and he couldn't control his excitement. Is this the beauty of having a system? It's really unreasonable. Then, Satan thought about what would happen if he plundered those ability users. Devil Fruit abilities should also be displayed as entries. In this case, wouldn't I have unlimited abilities? Isn't this more exaggerated than Blackbeard? That guy needs to kill people to plunder abilities, and he can have a chance to take it if he defeats them directly. Thinking of this, Satan laughed, and the louder he laughed. Unlimited abilities. Not only does it mean that he can get rid of him, but he can even replace him. The guard was so weak that he didn't know what happened to him, but didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he struggled to get up and knelt down to kowtow to Satan. "Sir, spare me. Sir, spare me." Satan waved his hand casually and ordered, "Send a capable guard over." "Yes, yes." The guard knelt and retreated in fear. Soon, a steel helmet guard arrived and half-knelt to salute. Cat Fruit. Manga Tiger form, strong physique, armament hockey, Navy 6 styles. Shave, Navy 6 styles. Iron block mastery, spear skilled. A series of entries floated, all in Satan's eyes. Sure enough, the entries for the fruit ability will also appear. Then I must try it. The plundering ability entry is related to whether you can have unlimited ability, and now you can reveal it. Chapter 2, the first target of plunder, the World Destroyer, Bondi. The fierce eye. Satan once again activated his abilities, his gaze shining with intensity. The armored guard immediately suffered a tremendous blow, collapsing to the ground with a cry. In Satan and Amp, Oppos, S view, a multitude of entries rapidly flowed above the guard and Amp, Oppos, S head, eventually leading to one vanishing. Randomly plundered entry, Navy 6 styles. Mastery of iron blocks. This was something Satan had never learned. A plethora of information and skills integrated into his mind, instantly grasped. However, it proved to be of little use. What he possessed was top-tier armed color. How could it compare to the Navy and Oppos, S6 styles of iron blocks? Down with him, bring in 2 more ability-wielding guards. With a mere gesture, others promptly removed the fallen guard without uttering a single word, only obeying. This exemplified the pinnacle of the 5 Elder Stars and Amp, Oppos, authority. Life and death were determined by a mere utterance. No one dared to resist. He could act as he pleased. Soon, 2 armored guards stepped forward. Kneeling before Satan in reverence, Saint Satan. Satan glanced at the entries above their heads, noting they were both Zoan-type users. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce eye attack at each of them. The invisible assault bypassed their armored protection. Thud, thud. The guards screamed in agony, their bodies propelled backward, severely injured and wailing in weakness. Randomly plundered entry, agility of movement. Randomly plundered entry, mastery of swordsmanship. Satan immediately felt a slight enhancement in his legs, albeit minuscule, while the mastery of swordsmanship flooded his mind with extensive information and techniques. Drag him away, bring in more. After 3 consecutive attempts yielding no devil fruit entries, Satan furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed extracting various abilities was no simple task. After all, the number of displayed entries above each person was considerable. The randomness was too pronounced. The chance of extraction rarely exceeded 30. Nevertheless, it mattered not. If 3 were insufficient, then let it be 30. If 30 fell short, then 300. The identity of the 5 Elder Stars was that domineering. Orders were issued once more, executed without hesitation and swiftly. 2 guards possessing devil fruit abilities rushed in. Observing their injured comrade being carried away, these 2 felt immense anxiety, swallowing hard, yet dared not harbor any thoughts of defiance. Satan wasted no time, directly unleashing his fierce eye. The 4th guard screamed, collapsing to the ground. Randomly plundered entry, enhanced physical recovery. This held little significance for Satan and Amp, Oppos, S body. After all, his form was immortal. The recovery ability seemed trivial. The 5th guard approached. The fierce eye flickered once more. The guard was struck down heavily, spitting blood and wailing. Randomly plundered entry, dog fruit, mastiff form. Fortune seemed to smile upon him at last. He had finally extracted a devil fruit entry from the 5th guard. The downed guard cried out in despair, his abilities stripped away, rendering him exceedingly frail. Success. Regardless of the quality of the ability, as long as he succeeded, He could experiment with multiple powers. Satan felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, at that moment, the entry system emitted a notification. Ding! This devil fruit ability entry overlaps with the host and amp, Oppos, existing abilities. The host may choose from the following options. 1. Replace existing ability. 2. Use this entry to enhance existing ability. Overlap? Does that mean two abilities cannot coexist? It was indeed not that simple. Satan frowned slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment at this outcome. However, upon reflection, infinite ability seemed implausible. The first option to replace it with the Mastiff form was out of the question. He could only reluctantly select the second option, enhancing his own Oni form. Entry enhancement. Oni form strengthened, current increase, 1%. It was indeed minimal. Yet, as long as the baseline was sufficiently substantial and the quantity abundant, the Oni form could potentially be enhanced by 100, 200, or even more. Thus, it equated to a means of continuous enhancement. Devil fruit abilities were categorized into 3 major systems, allowing for 3 distinct powers, coupled with the capacity to absorb entries for enhancement. It appeared quite promising. Although infinite abilities were dashed, this path still permitted ongoing augmentation of himself. Elevating the 3 abilities to a certain strength might even enable him to escape him and amp, Oppos, as control. No longer subject to slaughter. With a glimmer of hope for survival, Satan reignited his confidence, gesturing for everyone to exit the room. Then plopped down on the sofa to contemplate. The natural and paramecia types had yet to be plundered. He needed to target the most formidable ones. How to choose? Gravity fruit, forest fruit, spark fruit, magma fruit, all that came to Satan and amp, Oppos, mind were from the Navy. Although he was now one of the 5 Elder Stars. Wielding considerable power, he knew he could not touch the Navy personnel. It would disrupt the larger scheme and draw attention, potentially alerting him. However, outside the world government, there were no sufficiently potent devil fruits available for selection. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates offered no suitable options. Attempting to seize Blackbeard and amp, Oppos, dark fruit and tremor fruit would not be an easy feat either. Other pirate crews scarcely had high-caliber ability users to choose from. They were generally too weak. In a moment of frustration, Satan found it challenging to conceive of suitable candidates. He sighed deeply, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation arose from the depths of his heart. It felt as though another presence appeared beside him. It was the other 5 Elder Stars establishing a mental connection with him. Luffy and his crew had still not been halted in Sabaody Archipelago. They were heading to the New World. That experiment subject, the Tyrant Bear, had been guarding their ship. It was time to reclaim. The voice of St. Nasuzio Khan rang in his ears, relaying a series of the latest updates to Satan. Satan calmly responded, with his own memories intact. He would not reveal any discrepancies. Yet, in truth, he could feel beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Luffy had set sail again after 2 years of training. Fishman Island, Dressrosa, Big Mom, followed by Kaido, the Egghead Island incident would mark the beginning of death. Time was growing ever more pressing. Satan understood that his lifespan was directly tied to the adventures of Luffy and his crew. By the time they reached Egghead Island, he would be left with little time. At that moment, within the mental communication, Saint Walichu and amp, Oppos' voice also emerged. The pacifists must act swiftly. The inmates released by Blackbeard were growing increasingly rampant. Their influence was undermining authority in their territories. This was the duty of the Scientific Defense War God, the other 5 Elder Stars informed him. Serving as a reminder to Satan, the mental communication concluded. Indeed, it was a tumultuous period. Suddenly, Satan lifted his head sharply, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Impelled down? Yes. Within were captured prisoners. Bondi, the Momo fruit user. The user of the Momo fruit, Bondi Walder, had attempted revenge upon his release, only to be defeated and recaptured by Luffy and his crew. Among the paramecia types, the Momo fruit was undoubtedly at the pinnacle. If he could acquire the Momo fruit, his strength would amplify 100-fold. How formidable! 100-fold. That would be 100 times the enhancement. The crucial point was that even if he eliminated this individual, it would bear no consequence for him. It was settled. With this thought, Satan rose decisively, grasping his cane and striding towards the exit. Immediately, off to Impel Down. Chapter 3. The Frantic Slaughter in Impel Down. Unlimited enhancement of attributes. Within the confines of Impel Down, Hannibal had ascended to the long-coveted position of warden and was meticulously orchestrating his management plan with Chief Guard Suddy and others. At that moment, Magellan rushed in, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious. "Hannibal, call the warden." Forget everything else. The five elders and Saint Satan are on their way. Instantly, the triumphant Hannibal sprang to his feet, hastily exiting his office while exclaiming, quickly, prepare to receive them. They are the five elders, far more esteemed than ordinary celestial dragons. Hannibal and Magellan convened with the higher-ups to await the arrival of the world government and Apos' warship at the entrance to Impel Down. As the vessel docked, everyone immediately knelt to welcome Saint Satan as he disembarked. Those below the rank of Commodore were forbidden to gaze upon the five elders. Surrounded by guards, Satan strolled into Impel Down, and all heads bowed in deference. Hannibal, daring only to cautiously lift his gaze, respectfully stammered, Saint Satan, you mentioned you wish to go to the 6th floor, where there is a dedicated lift. Upon learning that Satan intended to descend to the 6th level, preparations had already been made and Impel Down. However, to Hannibal and Apos' astonishment, Satan walked straight through the entrance, coldly stating, I shall descend layer by layer. What? Cold sweat erupted from Hannibal as he remained oblivious to Satan's intentions, yet dared not inquire further, hastily following after him alongside Magellan. Those of lower rank were not even afforded the opportunity to accompany them. In Impel Down's 6th level, each floor housed criminals of varying degrees of severity. As Satan descended to the 1st level, his gaze swept across the prisoners, and numerous attributes materialized above their heads: exceptional physique, incredible leg strength, precision with explosive projectiles, observation hockey, prediction, armament hockey, hardening, marksmanship, superhuman abilities, tile fruit. Conqueror and Apos' hockey, latent potential indeed. Impel Down was replete with attributes. A gleam of excitement flickered in Satan and Apos' eyes. His decision to come here was undeniably correct. Astonishingly, within this 1st level, he had even discovered a prisoner possessing the qualities of a king. By seizing beneficial attributes, his strength could be significantly enhanced. Who is that old man? Hey, old man. Come over here and speak with me. What in Apos' going on? The prisoners murmured in confusion. The name of the five elders was shrouded in mystery. They only knew the title, having never encountered them in person. Thus, they were unaware that the figure before them was one of the 5 most powerful decision-makers in the world. Hannibal and Magellan attempted to prevent the prisoners from causing a ruckus, but Satan swiftly took action. He approached the center of the 1st level and commenced his assault. Awaken. Conqueror and Apos' hockey. Boom. The head of a prisoner with Conqueror and Apos' hockey exploded on the spot. In an instant, the other prisoners stood frozen in shock, and before they could react, another head shattered nearby. Blood splattered everywhere. The prisoners were engulfed in terror. Cries of horror erupted as prisoner after prisoner met their demise. Satan strode toward the lower levels, his internal prompts ringing incessantly. Randomly seized attribute, Conqueror and Apos' hockey, potential, robust physique. Randomly seized attribute, mastery of dual wielding, agile legs. Randomly seized attribute, mastery of observation hockey, skilled in martial arts. Satan exhibited no mercy towards the incarcerated criminals, and each kill allowed for the random acquisition of 2 attributes. The main panel immediately displayed the enhancements gained. Armament hockey, increased by 1. Observation hockey, increased by 1. Strength, increased by 0.5. Agility, increased by 2. Stamina, increased by 1. His power surged with every execution. Satan meticulously selected targets with valuable attributes. Meanwhile, Hannibal and Magellan observed the gruesome scene unfolding in the adjacent cells, horrified by the carnage. Saint Satan is on a killing spree. As the warden, Hannibal hurriedly pursued him. Magellan, fearing that Hannibal might provoke Satan with his words, also quickened his pace to catch up. Saint Satan, this cannot continue. We cannot allow such slaughter. Hannibal, hunched over and trembling, mustered the courage to advise as he approached Satan. This figure, a pinnacle of power who existed only in newspaper headlines, was truly terrifying. Indeed, Saint Satan, a mass slaughter on the 1st level could lead to undesirable repercussions. Magellan, drenched in cold sweat, hastily joined in the council. In reality, they had no authority to obstruct Satan and Apos' actions. A chilling silence enveloped them as Satan cast a fleeting glance back, his fierce eyes sending shivers down the spines of Hannibal and Magellan, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. The intensity of his gaze was far too fearsome. Instinctively, the two halted in their tracks, and by the time they regained their composure, Satan had already entered the second level with his guards. The first level lay strewn with corpses and a few prisoners who had not been killed, paralyzed with fear and screaming in terror. This could not stand. Though the 5 elders were supreme, such relentless slaughter would result in the loss of at least half the inmates in Impel Down. Magellan was not driven by compassion, but rather by a commitment to the law. If they continued to indiscriminately execute prisoners, future pirates would no longer surrender meekly, but fight to the death. This would only lead to further bloodshed. Deputy Warden, but he is a 5 elder. Without saying more, the 6th level is filled with the most vicious criminals. Hannibal vehemently condemned, panicking as if he were an ant on a hot stove. If even a single hair on the 5 elder were harmed here, everyone would perish, including themselves. With that, Magellan had already tuned out Hannibal and Oppos' incessant chatter, pulling out a din mushy and dialing out in haste. At that moment, at the Navy headquarters, former G1 base, Admiral Aquina sat in the Marshal and Oppos' seat, flanked by the new trio of admirals. Why did you allow the Straw Hat crew to set sail? What on earth are you all doing? Aquina bellowed at the reporting officer, Vice Admiral Bogart, who lowered his head in fear of reproach. Fortunately, the ringing of the din mushy interrupted Aquina. Upon answering, he was surprised to find it was Magellan from Impel Down calling. Admiral Aquina, Saint Satan has arrived at Impel Down. He intends to go to the 6th level, but has begun slaughtering prisoners from the 1st level. What should we do? Magellan and Oppos' anxious voice echoed. In the office, Aquina, Fujitora, Green Bull, Kizaru, and other vice admirals exchanged bewildered glances, furrowing their brows. Why were the 5 elders there? And why were they slaughtering prisoners? Aquina was equally perplexed, but the fate of the prisoners was inconsequential. They could not afford to be negligent regarding the 5 elders. Recognizing the urgency, Aquina immediately commanded, ensure Saint Satan and Oppos' safety. Our personnel will head there at once. After hanging up, he turned to Kizaru and instructed. The prisoners on the 6th level are all highly dangerous. Borsellino, you are swift. Go and assist. Try your best to persuade Saint Satan to cease the killings. Admiral, this task is truly troublesome. Kizaru replied, visibly troubled. The others remained unconcerned, but they were dealing with the 5 elders, an authority beyond reckoning. Why should he bear such a burden? Borsellino, you are the only one capable of handling this. All right, Kizaru conceded, slipping his hands into his pockets and departing. Meanwhile, in Impel Down, Satan continued his descent, mercilessly annihilating prisoners with valuable attributes. Finally, he stepped into the 6th level. After a series of plunders, absorbing attributes had significantly bolstered his power. His 3 types of hockey, physical strength, and overall capabilities had all reached an impressive 5. As he arrived at the 6th level, Satan beheld prisoners with attributes even more formidable. Armament hockey, advanced level. Observation hockey, advanced level. Mastery of martial arts at its pinnacle. Satan did not strike immediately. Instead, he cast his gaze upon the suspended prisoner. It was none other than the world destroyer, Bondi Waldo. The first entry above his head read, Momo Fruit Ability. Chapter 4, The Destruction of the World Destroyer, Bondi, and the Acquisition of the Momo Fruit, Attribute. Having endured the chaos unleashed by Blackbeard and Luffy and Oppos' audacious escape, the 6th level housed only a handful of inmates. The armored guard stood resolutely several meters away, while Satan approached Bondi Waldo with purpose. The 5 elders, as the prisoners on the 6th level scrutinized the newcomer, recognition dawned upon them. The presence that had entered this infernal realm was none other than one of the celestial dragons, perched atop the apex of power. Their arrival incited profound astonishment among the inmates. After a brief silence, the prison erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. The 5 elders, those who dwelled in the clouds, had descended to the mortal realm. I know him. Saint Satan, he is indeed Saint Satan. The notorious prisoners of the 6th level, with vast experiences, were now utterly frenzied, banging on their cell doors. Suspended from a rack, Bondi Waldo opened his weary eyes, regarding Satan with a sardonic smile. The world government. The 5 elders. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for those who wielded power over the world. Yet, Satan remained unperturbed, his eyes glinting ominously. In an instant, the raucous mockery of the prisoners was silenced as their heads exploded, blood spraying forth. Their attributes vanished into thin air. Dual hockey, increased by 1. 9. Strength, increased by 2. Agility, increased by 2. 2. Stamina, increased by 3. 5. A series of enhancements materialized. evidently surpassing the meager increments provided by the upper levels. The sudden brutality left Bondi Waldo and Amp, Oppos' countenance in stark disbelief. Hannibal and Magellan trembled, their faces contorted in despair. The massacre had nearly eradicated all inmates within Impel Down. Satan fixed his gaze on Bondi Waldo and commanded with authority, "Lower him down." This directive was aimed at the warden. Hannibal and Magellan, who had accompanied him, dared not utter a word in defiance. The command of the 5 elders was absolute, and they complied without hesitation. "Yes, Saint Satan," Hannibal stammered, trembling as he released Bondi Waldo from his bindings. He unfastened the sea prism stone. Satan issued another instruction. "This." Hannibal hesitated, feeling the gravity of the situation, but the chilling glare from Satan silenced him. "Ha ha, Saint Satan. Do you wish to engage me in combat?" Bondi Waldo regained his composure, his expression rife with animosity and defiance. "Combat? You are not worthy." Satan's murderous intent was palpable. His objective was to seize the attributes. Bondi Waldo contemplated fleeing, yet unexpectedly, Satan transformed decisively. Black flames ignited upon the ground. Resembling a mystical array, Satan and Amp, Oppos' entire form rapidly morphed, and before the horrified eyes of Hannibal, Magellan, and Bondi Waldo, he fully embraced his beastly transformation. With horns protruding from his head and a 6-legged demon form towering over 6 meters, dark clouds coiled around his shoulders, crackling with an intimidating aura. Monster. Bondi, who had previously displayed defiance, now wore a mask of terror. The sheer strength of the 5 elders surpassed all speculation, and witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astonished. At that moment, Satan and Amp, Oppos' eyes gleamed with intensity. Suppress. Instantly, Bondi Waldo felt the air around him solidify. He attempted to react, but discovered he was immobilized. What arcane power is this? Bondi was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a piercing agony surged through him, as if his heart were being pierced. Blood surged up his throat, and his eyes were bloodshot, uttering gasps of despair. Kill him. Hannibal and Magellan were paralyzed with dread. They could not fathom why the exalted 5 elders would target a notorious inmate of the 6th level. What could possibly be the reason? Satan's gaze remained fixed on Bondi Waldo, observing the flowing attributes. Random attribute acquisition, Momo fruit ability, advanced armament hockey. Armament hockey, increased by 10. Current, 26. Success. He had genuinely acquired the Momo fruit ability. Furthermore, the armament hockey had surged by 10 in an instant. Satan was overwhelmed with exhilaration, barely able to contain his joy. The enhancement of armament hockey was significant, but obtaining the desired ability was paramount. This time, the system did not indicate overlapping prompts. Instead, the main panel revealed not only the Zoan-type bull demon form but also the Paramecia-type Momo fruit ability. The simultaneous activation of dual abilities heralded a substantial increase in Satan and Oppos' power. Just then, a brilliant light illuminated the entrance, and in the next moment, the tall figure of Kizaru appeared. Saint Satan. Kizaru was taken aback upon arrival. The journey through Impel Down had been akin to traversing a hellscape. Littered with corpses, with only a scant few prisoners still alive. The sight of Bondi's lifeless body and the half-beast Satan sent shivers down his spine. How could the war god of Saturn engage in such a slaughter? Upon seeing Kizaru, Satan smirked and casually remarked, "Lightspeed should be swift, correct?" Hannibal, Magellan, and Kizaru exchanged puzzled glances, perplexed by Satan and Oppos' meaning. Before they could comprehend, Satan struck with ferocity. Painful stab. 100-fold amplification. In an instant. The sheer velocity and piercing power of the attack, adorned with demonic patterns, penetrated Kizaru's chest. The air erupted violently as the impact reverberated, causing debris and rubble to rain down as the 6th level crumbled. Kizaru, shocked and stricken with fear, gazed down at the piercing spike that had pierced through him. Fortunately, Satan had refrained from employing armament hockey. The painful stab merely traversed through elemental transformation, manipulating the air. Otherwise, that attack could have claimed Kizaru and Oppos' life. Hannibal, Magellan, and even the armored guards were left aghast, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces. Who could have predicted that a member of the 5 elders would dare to strike a marine admiral, rendering Kizaru, the swiftest of all, unable to evade, and effectively obliterating him in an instant? Light speed should indeed be swift, yet Kizaru had not dodged, or perhaps he simply could not. The strength of Saint Satan was unfathomably formidable. Magellan swallowed hard, exchanging a glance with Hannibal, both equally astounded by Satan and Apos' power. The title of Marine Admiral, the pinnacle of combat prowess, was not to be taken lightly. Saint Satan, what is the meaning of this? Kizaru, shaken and bewildered, was at a loss. He had never expected Satan to turn against him, more so to witness the overwhelming might of his five elder. Kizaru understood the extent of Satan and Apos' capabilities. In a typical confrontation, he might not have been able to best him, yet one could not dismiss the potential of infinite regeneration, which would indeed pose a challenge. However, the power exhibited now was far superior to his previous understanding. Could it be that the five elders had been secretly honing their strengths? Yet the disparity was staggering. Satan paid Kizaru no mind, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. It truly worked. The simultaneous deployment of the bull demon form and the Momo fruit ability, with 100-fold amplification, could annihilate an admiral. Impressively strong indeed. How many could withstand such an unexpected strike? Yet, beads of sweat formed on Satan's brow. The magnitude of the technique was immense, and the toll on his stamina was equally significant. Even with his current strength, he could not sustain the use of dual abilities consecutively. He needed to enhance his endurance. Realizing that further acquisitions in that regard were essential, Satan contemplated silently. Even with ample stamina, the 100-fold amplification could not be utilized lightly under ordinary circumstances. A 10-fold increase was already astonishing. Chapter 5. The Confusion of the Five Elders. Satan arrives on the moon, and Enel exclaims, "Who are you?" With the powers of the Superman type now in his possession, only the natural type remained for him to attain mastery over all three abilities. Satan cast a scrutinizing glance at the astonished Kizaru, retracting his sharp spikes and pondering deeply. "Satan, you have cleared the advanced city, which affirms our work. But the damp and dark atmosphere does not suit your stature," Kizaru remarked with high emotional intelligence. The five elders wield considerable influence over the entire world government, and the massacre in Advanced City always unsettled the Navy as a whole. Having achieved his objective in Advanced City, Satan gradually reverted to his imposing humanoid form. In truth, having just effortlessly dispatched Kizaru at close range, Satan felt an overwhelming urge to truly vanquish him. The title of this Marine Admiral was undeniably enticing. The power of the glint fruit, mastery over armament hockey, top-tier observation hockey, and peak-kicking techniques. Thoughts raced through Satan's mind, yet he ultimately refrained from acting against Kizaru. The implications would be significant if the Admiral's title were to be usurped and appear on me. No matter how I tried to conceal it, I could never hide the truth, making it impossible to explain later. If the commotion were too great, my elevated status also brought concerns, as each action would draw the attention of those higher up. Casting a casual glance at Kizaru, Satan, staff in hand, strode towards the exit. "Let us go." The gaze he cast made Kizaru feel an inexplicable sensation stir within him. However, since Satan left as he wished, Kizaru did not dwell on it further. Before long, utilizing the ocean currents, Satan swiftly arrived at Mariewa. Upon returning to Panga City and settling into his quarters, a familiar sensation washed over him. Mental communication was established with the other four warlords. "Satan, what prompted you to kill so many in Advanced City?" inquired the Justice Warlord. Topman, Wallachie, with an easy tone akin to a friend's casual inquiry, as if asking, "Have you eaten today?" "It had been too long. I needed a distraction. So I dealt with those pests," Satan replied nonchalantly. To them, those prisoners were nothing but insignificant vermin. Killing them was inconsequential. The other five elders were indifferent as well. Indeed, it had been far too long, and this had been the norm for many years. The environment warlord, Matsi, couldn't help but lament. "Perhaps we too should seek some diversion elsewhere." Nasu Shuru seemed to have had this idea for a while, and upon raising it, the other five elders readily agreed. "Let's wait until after the World Conference. For now, we must remain cautious," sighed Peter, conveying the message. Satan seized the opportunity to engage in conversation, discussing matters that had already been arranged. Essentially, the five elders made decisions based on reports from their subordinates, while other times, they fulfilled their respective duties. However, when the World Conference was mentioned, Satan and Apos' thoughts turned to the one who loomed above them all, the ruler of the shadows for 8 centuries, Surely, he would be present, and one wondered how many titles he possessed. The mental exchange concluded swiftly, as everyone was preoccupied. Satan exhaled in relief, discarding his staff and reclining against the sofa. With the Superman abilities secured, the next objective was to acquire the natural type. Currently, the best options were Enel or Blackbeard. The rumble fruit and the dark fruit represented the apex of powers. Remaining in the sea, there were scarcely any abilities worth his consideration. For instance, the flame fruit, already in the possession of Doflamingo, was formidable, yet it remained inferior, overshadowed by the superior magma fruit. This alone was enough for Satan to dismiss it. To find Enel, he merely needed to create a flying vessel. As the science defense warlord, Satan possessed remarkable scientific prowess and could even enlist Vegapunk's aid. Constructing a flying machine would be straightforward. Blackbeard, however, posed a challenge. His crew was on the verge of ascending to the ranks of the four emperors, wielding both the dark and quake powers. They were formidable adversaries, and even contemplating confrontation required consultation with the other warlords. After much deliberation, Satan resolved to seek out Enel first. Conveniently, in the sky above the moon, any commotion could be easily concealed from prying eyes. Successfully seizing the three great powers would allow for more suitable ability titles to be substituted later. Having made his decision, Satan rose with renewed determination. The science defense warlord had laboratories in both Mariewa and the sea. He intended to personally craft a vessel and immediately set off. Time was of the essence. The destined child, Luffy, was perpetually on an adventurous path. Thus, Satan immersed himself in the laboratory, mobilizing resources to construct a spacecraft destined for the moon. A few days later, drawing upon modern knowledge and his own memories, a rocket-like flying machine was completed, reinforced with sea prism stone for added safety. Satan was exceedingly pleased with his creation, for the testing process had been remarkably flawless. Just then, the other 5 elders initiated another round of mental communication to relay news. That monkey D. Luffy has caused quite the ruckus at Fishman Island, even publicly declaring war on Big Mom. Truly disruptive. How does this family manage to create such chaos? Peter transmitted the message, to which Motsi, Nasu Shuru, and Wallaki responded in succession. Let us continue to monitor the situation. Satan echoed the sentiment, but felt a sinking sensation within. Time was becoming increasingly pressing. After Fishman Island, Luffy would enter a period of rapid development, his influence and strength surging. The Egghead Island incident was not far off, was it? Departure was necessary to quickly bolster his own power. Satan exhaled, his expression grave as he entered the cockpit and decisively initiated the launch. Within a secluded island, amidst the roaring sounds, the fiery vessel ascended into the clouds, heading straight for the moon. Inside the cockpit, Satan closed his eyes, dismissing all distractions. On the moon, atop the spaceship, Enel continued to revel in his godhood, controlling everything in this vast expanse, thoroughly enjoying himself. Just as he was about to drift off into slumber, a peculiar flying machine streaking with a long tail swiftly approached from the distance. Humph, another cosmic pirate has arrived, Enel thought dismissively. Such scenes were not uncommon. Ultimately, all visitors would find themselves subservient to him. However, when the spacecraft landed directly before him and the door opened, revealing a dignified Satan in a suit, staff in hand, Enel's eyes widened in shock. Within his mind, he sensed an ancient beast's presence, sending a shiver down his spine. An unprecedented aura of power. Satan and Apos' gaze remained fixed, and upon sensing him, Enel felt an immediate threat. I and Apos, V found you, Satan murmured, seemingly unconcerned with the lunar environment. As he drew closer, the overwhelming pressure emanating from him intensified. Cold sweat beaded on Enel's forehead as panic surged within him. Why you? Who are you? Chapter 6. Acquiring the Thunderous Fruit. Entry, the World and Apos' first triple ability user. The arrival is ominous. Enel is not foolish. He can sense the murderous intent emanating from Satan. One step closer, and death awaits. Enel's gaze sharpens, thunder crackling ominously behind him. However, Satan does not respond. Instead, he is enveloped in a crackling aura of conqueror's haki. His eyes remain fixated on Enel and Apos' entry, the power of the Thunderous Fruit. Dark mist swirls around him, his arms transforming as his legs morph into a 6-legged demon form. Towering in stature. Half-beast, the bull demon form. What manner of creature are you? Enel gasps in horror, his heart racing as he beholds the bull demon. Distinctly different from anyone he has encountered on the moon. This is a formidable opponent, far more terrifying than that inexplicable rubber boy. Panic reaches its zenith. Compounded by the oppressive silence from Satan, Enel and Apos' expression twists in fear. How could a god feel such terror? He erupts, shouting, Die! Thunder roars. Enel unleashes a blinding flash of lightning, his form towering as he transforms into the thunder god, radiating 200 million volts. All the lightning is released. A colossal hand of thunder lunging directly at Satan. Yet, to Enel and Amp, Oppos, as astonishment, Satan does not evade. The lightning hand effortlessly pierces through Satan and Amp, Oppos, as form. Enel can even see blood streaming from the wound of Satan's half-beast body, instantly vaporized by the immense voltage. The wound, charred and blackened. You thought you were some ferocious beast. Humph, I didn't expect you to be so easily defeated. Enel feels a sense of mockery, both enraged and disdainful. He withdraws his lightning hand, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he observes the gaping wound from which blood flows, feeling rather pleased. A fatal injury. This stranger is doomed. Ignorant. Satan pays no heed to his injuries, his posture and aura remaining unchanged. Amidst his arrogance, Enel notices this, and before he can react, his expression stretches in disbelief. The gaping wound he inflicted is visibly healing before his very eyes. In mere moments, Satan completely restores to his original state, as if he had never been attacked. No, it cannot be. Enel and Amp, Oppos' shock is palpable, his composure shattered. At that moment, the aliens he had subdued begin to emerge from the background and the spaceship. Drawn by the commotion, they invade Enel and Amp, Oppos' divine sanctuary. Upon witnessing the bull demon in half-beast form and the thunder god Enel, they are taken aback. The ignorant are fearless. His subordinates immediately cry out, "Enemies! Enemies! Attack!" Various bizarre weapons and firearms are hurled at Satan. This scene is utterly juvenile. Satan has come to seize the entry, pressed for time, and has no desire to engage with the lunar inhabitants. The next moment, a humming sound erupts from him, enveloped in black lightning, instantly covering the area. The Conqueror and Amp, Oppos' hockey radiates, instilling dread. It penetrates the psyche, overwhelming all the lunar soldiers, draining the color from their eyes, leaving them frothing at the mouth as they collapse. Unconscious. The sound of bodies hitting the ground, combined with the intimidating effect of the hockey, sends Enel into disarray. Although he does not faint, his fear reaches a peak. Hundreds of his subordinates, those who peeked out and those who did not, all fall. His throat feels constricted, unable to utter a word. Cold sweat pours from Enel as his sense of crisis escalates. He has never witnessed the power of hockey. There is no time for delay. Satan, anxious to return, knowing he cannot linger too long, resolves to eliminate the minions, decisively transforming once again. His body undergoes a complete metamorphosis, growing larger as his arms morph into a fourth pair of demon-like spider legs. Except for his face, he fully embraces the bull demon form. In Enel and Amp, Oppos' horrified gaze, Satan becomes an immense creature, akin to a small mountain. Astonishment, terror. Yet it lasts only a few seconds. In the bull demon form, Satan fully unleashes his power. A fierce light igniting in his eyes. 50 times. The ferocious gaze. The air around Satan quakes. In an instant, Enel, still reeling from shock, feels as though his head has been struck. His proud elemental body cannot withstand the attack infused with hockey. The terrifying impact of the 50-fold ferocious gaze causes Enel to spit blood as he is sent reeling into the air. A closer look reveals his skull cracking under the force of the ferocious gaze, blood spraying. One strike. Fatal. Satan, having drained considerable stamina, coldly regards Enel. I. Enel cannot articulate a complete sentence, his breath fading rapidly. Moments later, amidst terror and shock, he succumbs, utterly bewildered by who Satan is and why he has met his end at his hands. As Enel falls, Satan and Amp, Oppos' heart races with tension, his eyes locked on the entry. Success hinges on this moment. Randomly acquired entry, observation hockey, natural type, thunderous fruit ability. Observation hockey growth, 5, current, 21. New entry acquired, natural awakening, thunderous fruit ability. Upon receiving the system notification, a wave of exhilaration washes over Satan. Excellent. Splendid. With the three abilities now united, Satan feels the essence of the natural element coursing through his being. After savoring the sensation, a torrent of lightning surges forth. The massive bull demon form becomes enveloped in thunder. The demonic fruit patterns on his legs are also rendered in a brilliant azure. 200 million volts, the thunder god. Combined with the bull demon form, his physique grows even more colossal and awe-inspiring. Satan fully transforms into a supreme thunder god demon. Power saturates Satan and Amp, Oppos' entire being. As long as he desires, he can effortlessly annihilate everything before him. On the moon, It is the perfect opportunity to test the strength of his three abilities. With this thought, Satan acts decisively, his eyes gleaming with ferocity brighter than the lightning. 100-fold. Tongue-ripping hell. Divine judgment. A bolt of thunder shoots skyward. It embodies the conqueror and Oppos. Hockey, armament hockey, and the thunderous fruit, alongside 100-fold amplification. Instantly, the moon is shrouded in darkness. A colossal black lightning bolt, hundreds of meters in diameter, tears through the void, crashing down with a resounding boom. There is no hint of delay. The immense black lightning strikes the ground, causing the entire moon to tremble violently. The earth fractures. The shockwave radiates. Following this, an earth-shattering roar of thunder erupts. Satan gazes at the point where the black lightning descends, his eyes filled with excitement. Moments later, as the black lightning disappears, an unfathomably deep chasm appears before him. Everything within vanishes, including Enel's body, the spaceship, and the horde of minions, completely vaporized. Smoke and charred remnants waft from the chasm and Oppos' edge. This power is enough to instantaneously obliterate any admiral, perhaps even a Yonko. Satan estimates that even the strongest creature, Kaido, would struggle to withstand it. Success. My strength is sufficient to sweep across the seas. Even has reason to fear. Laughing wildly on the moon, Satan revels in his exhilaration. But soon, his laughter subsides, and he regains his composure. Time is running short. To resist him, he must eradicate the curse within his body. Chapter 7. Unlocking. Bestowing abilities. Is also a wielder of three powers? After testing the might of the technique, the flying vessel promptly returned. Satan resumed his human form, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Time was of the essence. Securing Enel and Oppos' abilities and returning was imperative. Just then, the system chimed once more with an announcement. Ding, the host has plundered 3 devil fruit entries, fulfilling hidden criteria, unlocking the function. Bestow entry. Bestow entry can be granted to any entity and can be retracted at any time. This is it. Upon seeing this, Satan and Oppos' eyes gleamed with excitement. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise from the system. The function of bestowing entries was straightforward yet powerful. He could either enhance himself or grant powers to others. Moreover, he could retract these powers at will. A multitude of possibilities flooded Satan and Oppos' mind. This could be used to cultivate the combat prowess of his subordinates or even augment the strength of his enemies. The method of granting and retracting could be employed at will. Wasn't this akin to bestowing power upon others, and potentially utilizing this ability to control them just as did? Wait, the system described the ability to grant anything. Could it not apply to any person or object as well? Bestowing 3 abilities upon an object could, in essence, facilitate infinite potential. The more Satan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. The system and Oppos' new function surpassed his expectations. If he could endow an object with intellect, granting it autonomous action and absolute loyalty, would it not create an eternally devoted subordinate? It would be akin to birthing an AI robot, entirely feasible within the world of pirates. After all, one could possess more than one subordinate, and the plundered entries would not be depleted. Whenever needed, he could immediately reclaim them and continue to forge useful items. With his hands clasped, gripping his scepter, Satan brimmed with anticipation. Objects could be endowed, and even this very scepter could receive an entry. What kind of entry should he prepare? A Zoan-type ability would be splendid, with the capability to bestow entries. It was certainly worth a moment and Oppos' reflection. At that moment, the vessel had breached the atmosphere, hurtling back into the cloud sea, with the vast blue ocean lying thousands of meters below. However, as they descended into the clouds, an unusual mental communication interrupted Satan and Oppos' thoughts. It was the other 5 elders urgently summoning him. Satan. It seemed they had established a connection. Satan, have you encountered a problem? Lord M is searching for you. Why has the connection been severed? It turned out that after breaking through the atmosphere to the moon, M could no longer sense Satan's whereabouts. Such a situation had never occurred before. The disappearance of one of the 5 elders was no trivial matter. M, along with Nasajiro, Peter, Wally Chu, and Maz, all assumed something had befallen Satan, even dispatching individuals to seek him out and ascertain his location. Thus, as soon as the mental link emerged, they promptly called for him. Satan felt a slight jolt of surprise, but upon reflection, realized that he had not been gone long enough to warrant alarm. He responded, I am in. You finally appeared. What is going on? Were you not supposed to be in the laboratory? Why have you vanished? Causing Lord M to lose his connection? Where have you been? And what have you been doing? The four of them, upon hearing Satan and Apo's message, eased somewhat but immediately pressed him for answers. After all, if anything had happened to Satan, it would undoubtedly be a significant issue. Please, remain calm. I have been in the base developing a flying vessel and ventured to the moon for testing. Satan felt compelled to clarify, given his equality with his peers. The moon? That barren place? It lost its value hundreds of years ago. Walichu and the others were taken aback. The moon was hardly a secret. Enel managed to reach it, and it was not particularly challenging for the world government either. It was merely that the moon lacked resources and the necessity for development. Thus, they were surprised to hear that Satan had actually traveled to the moon and severed the mental link as a result. Realizing there was no issue, Satan intended to casually discuss the moon. Suddenly, a peculiar buzzing resonated in his mind. The five were all too familiar with this sensation. It was Lordum, a summons. Satan, return at once. The other four grew visibly tense, urging Satan to hurry. Before him, they felt as ordinary celestial dragons do. Fear, reverence, and admiration. Faced with such an urgent gathering command from him, Satan himself could not help but feel anxious. Although his strength had grown formidable, him still held the reins of fate. The notion of eternal life, if stripped away, meant death. He had yet to earn the right to defy him. His life remained in another and Apo's hands. Reluctantly, Satan hastened to the Red Soil continent to join the others. The flying vessel descended into Panga City. Satan walked briskly into the palace where the Void Throne resided. Walichu, Maz, Peter, and Nasajuro, upon seeing the hurried Satan, wore grave expressions. Satan, you have truly overstepped this time. For Lord and to personally order a search for you is a grave disrespect. Prepare to plead for forgiveness. This transgression, not insignificant yet not overly severe, depended entirely on Lordum's mood. They spoke, shaking their heads in resignation. Who could predict how him would choose to punish him? Or perhaps he would dismiss the incident entirely. It was all contingent upon whims. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the side of the throne. And Apo's figure ascended step by step to the Void Throne, settling upon it. We pay our respects, my lord. The five bowed reverently, their voices resonating in the vast hall. The figure seated in shadows obscured his features, yet one could feel the weight of the twin gazes fixated on Satan. This scrutiny nearly betrayed Satan's inattention. Indeed, an ancient being of 8 centuries was intimidating. Merely the gaze sent chills down his spine. The five dared not utter a word, and after a protracted silence, finally spoke in a measured tone. Rise. Yes. The five exhaled in relief, lifting their heads. Seizing the opportunity, Satan glanced towards him. That single glance nearly betrayed his emotions. As expected, the system displayed the entries above him and Apo's head. There were far too many. Inwardly astonished, Satan was taken aback. A multitude of entries flowed above his head. Exceptional physique, mastery of the 3 hockey types, swordsmanship perfected. Him undoubtedly possessed the most entries of anyone. Among them, what astonished Satan most was that him bore 3 distinct powers. She too was a wielder of 3 powers. Moreover, they were the pinnacle, the most formidable of 3 categories. The salamander fruit, mythical zoan, and the overlord salamander form. The paramecia, life fruit. The logia, black hole fruit. Chapter 8, the collapse of CP0. The shattering of Spandam and Apo's sword. Gaining dual attributes. The salamander fruit, mythical zoan, great salamander form. Satan comprehended that this was the very essence of immortality. The salamander granted him an extended life, even enabling infinite fission, thus allowing her to persist through time. Consequently, her appearance remained almost unchanged. Moreover, the superhuman fruit, the fruit of life, possessed divine capabilities. It could bestow vitality upon others and also reclaim it, rendering it a perfect match for the salamander form. It was far more extraordinary than the surgical fruit, which could only grant immortality post-awakening and was not a one-time affair. This was the key to the 5 elders maintaining their vitality and healing from even the gravest injuries. Mastering life reclamation, the 5 elders had long surpassed the limits of lifespan. Life and death were at Im's whim. The final black hole ability was truly astonishing. In that moment, Satan could not help but acknowledge Im's abnormality. The black hole represented the superior ability of the dark fruit. Its marvel far surpassed the dark, allowing the accommodation of multiple abilities within one. Furthermore, the abilities of the Ox Demon and the other 4 originated from this. And even the teleportation magic circle was one of him and Apo's techniques. This demonstrated how absurdly powerful these 3 abilities combined were, their strength unfathomable, causing Satan to grow increasingly apprehensive. At that moment, slowly spoke. What were you doing on the moon? She was even aware of their mental communication. Satan felt a surge of turmoil within, yet maintained a facade of respect. Lord the newly constructed spacecraft broke through speed limits, and during the test, I inadvertently ended up there. Satan remained calm, truthfully recounting his journey to the moon. Not a single lie was spoken. He merely chose to omit details regarding Enel. The moon was desolate and barren, where he had slain a few indigenous beings. Because Satan spoke no falsehoods, with no flaws to exploit, and trusted him, that place remains the same. Merely a habitat for pests, remarked indifferently, evidently aware of the moon's conditions. She then continued, pay attention to Vegapunk. Once it and Amp, Oppos, as confirmed he truly researches the century of blank history, eliminate him immediately. The research intelligence from Egghead Island cannot be baseless. The blank history is a grave taboo. Satan felt a chill run down his spine. It was precisely the failure to manage technological defense matters that led to I'm stripping him of his life. Attend to your duties. You are merely spokespersons. The trajectory of everything must not deviate, or you shall understand the consequences. Spoke with a calm demeanor, the warning sending shivers down the spines of the 5 elders. Yes, Satan and the other 4 could only comply. Fortunately, did not delve further. And only after her departure did Wali Chu and the others breathe a sigh of relief. The meeting was brief but far from easy. It was finally over. On the way back to the palace, Satan realized he could no longer attract undue attention. Acknowledging this, he let out a sigh. Status and position were a form of restraint. Regardless of the actions taken, they would always attract the scrutiny of the higher-ups. Especially since communications with the other 4 were under him and Oppos' watchful gaze. He needed to delegate tasks to his subordinates, manipulating events from the shadows, ideally by bestowing an animal-type ability upon an inanimate object. Inanimate objects could be controlled absolutely and would exhibit sufficient loyalty. For instance, continuing to eliminate ability wielders as guards. As long as the numbers were kept low, others would remain oblivious. After all, who would investigate if the 5 elders eliminated a few guards? However, it was uncertain how many would need to be slain to gain advantage. Just then, around the corner appeared several figures clad in white suits. Masked CP0 Satan and Oppos' eyes narrowed. The newcomers were unmistakably the team, led by Rob Lucci. They were escorting the celestial gold back to Mariewa. Upon noticing a dove perched on the shoulder of the leading figure, he recognized the person beneath the mask. Indeed, it was Lucci and his team, who had returned to the CP organization and were promoted to the CP0 squad due to their exceptional performance. Hail, Saint Satan! Lucci and his team hurriedly knelt in reverence. Satan and Oppos' gaze momentarily sharpened. Reflecting on Lucci and Oppos' awakened leopard form ability, it was undoubtedly an excellent choice. In the next instant, to the astonishment of all present, Satan decisively struck. 30-fold, thunderous fierce eye. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Subtle lightning coursed through a terrifying force descended upon Lucci. Lucci, acutely sensing danger, felt his hair stand on end, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror. He instinctively transformed, awakening his leopard form. Black steam and ribbons materialized, preparing to evade. But he could not withstand Satan and Oppos' amplified and sudden assault. Boom! Lightning flickered as the newly transformed Lucci crashed violently into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. Instantly, his face was bloodied, his mouth foaming, limbs twitching, inevitably succumbing to a devastating blow from the enhanced fierce eye. This was still due to Satan and Oppos' restraint, fearing a commotion of excessive magnitude. Otherwise, had it struck his head, even with his enhanced 30-fold fierce eye, he would not have merely fainted but would have been gravely injured. Randomly acquired attribute, robust physique. Fortune did not favor Satan, as he failed to acquire the fruit and Oppos' ability. However, all transpired too swiftly, too suddenly. The other CP0 members were left in shock and confusion, unable to react before it was over. Stussy, Spandam, Jernica, and others were drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear. They understood the strength of the 5 elders. Yet they never anticipated that Satan surpassed the other 4. That previous strike had been subdued, yet they all faced death. The only one capable of enduring it was likely Lucci alone, and he still found himself half dead despite awakening his ability in an instant. Particularly Spandam, who was utterly terrified. Saint Satan, spare us. We do not know what crime we have committed. Spare us, Saint Satan. The others quickly knelt, prostrating themselves in supplication before Satan, under the supreme authority life was of little consequence. To kill was merely to kill. You, stand up. Satan coldly commanded, directly summoning Kaku. The leopard form would not suffice. The giraffe form could barely do. Kaku rose, unable to meet Satan and Appo's gaze. But soon after, a faint spark of electricity surged forth. He was unable to react in time, struck by a thunderous fierce eye, tilting his head back, blood spraying forth as he crashed against the wall. Randomly acquired attribute, Navy 6 styles, shave. Defeating Kaku still did not yield the desired ability attribute. Satan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping across the trembling crowd. Ultimately, he settled on Gabra. Dog fruit, wolf form. Feeling Satan's gaze, Gabra was instantly engulfed in terror, yet in the next moment, he met the same fate as Kaku. Embedded into the wall, blood streaming from his head. Randomly acquired attribute, agile physique. Previously being able to seize abilities was truly a stroke of luck. Satan felt somewhat helpless, having failed to acquire a successful plunder with 3 consecutive attempts. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Spandam and the sword at his back. Absolute loyalty, animal type, elephant form. In that moment, Satan recalled that this was a product of Vegapunk and Appo's technological prowess, enabling even inanimate objects to possess the capabilities of devil fruits. This sword, the elephant sword, was indeed a product of his experiments. That sword, hand it over. Satan demanded without room for debate. Saint Satan, this is my subordinate and Appo's honor. Spandam hesitated, mumbling softly, torn between compliance and defiance. Yet, in that moment of hesitation, Satan's fierce eyes glimmered. Bang! A scream erupted. Spandam's head exploded with blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 9. Seizing the power of the Dordor fruit. Astonishment. Does the staff possess dual abilities? As they witnessed Spandine and Appo's execution, Stussy and the others were gripped by terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Thoughts of resistance did not even cross their minds, and they dared not express a hint of discontent. The presence of Saint Satan loomed over them, instilling dread in their hearts. Unconcerned with their thoughts, Satan advanced and personally seized the ivory sword. With a powerful twist of his hands, he effortlessly snapped the sword in two. One must understand the extraordinary hardness of materials used to forge weapons. To break it barehanded is nothing short of remarkable. The CP0 members prostrated on the ground, astonished and filled with fear. The saint, one of the 5 elders, was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. At that moment, Satan successfully acquired the attributes contained within the ivory sword. Randomly acquired attribute, absolute loyalty, Zoan type, elephant form. The ivory sword contained only 2 attributes, thus guaranteeing a complete acquisition. Attribute bestowal, enhancement. The system provided options. Bestowal. Satan directly conferred these 2 attributes upon the staff in his grasp. Naturally, the entire process remained hidden from outsiders, but within moments, the staff transformed. The once expensive wooden staff morphed into a malleable form, writhing as it took shape. In an instant, a gray elephant swung its trunk, stomping its feet and trumpeting joyfully. It had transformed, the elephant form of the sword. Stussy, Bruno, and the others raised their eyes slightly, stunned into silence at this spectacle. They understood the significance of the sword, but how had Saint Satan managed to transfer its power? Amidst their astonishment, they witnessed the anthropomorphized elephant kneeling before Satan in submission. What astounding technique was this? To think one could transfer fruit abilities. Confirming their senses were intact, the entire CP0 team bore expressions of disbelief. Though they dared not voice it, their hearts were tumultuous. They had encountered something extraordinary. They had heard whispers of the 5 elders, but had never been aware of such capabilities. Saint Satan, the scientific guardian deity, was indeed formidable. Pleased with the obedient elephant, Satan nodded. Absolute loyalty from a subordinate. It seems all is feasible. Yet, it was still insufficient. Every item could, like itself, possess a triad of abilities, thereby maximizing its power. Having just acquired a Zoan-type ability, there were still Paramecia-type capabilities present in the vicinity. In the next moment, Satan and Appo's gaze shifted to one of the CP0 members, Bruno. With a fierce glare, lightning flashed in Satan and Appo's eyes, and Bruno let out a piercing wail. A line of blood shot forth as he was hurled into the wall. The onlookers were increasingly horrified. None could fathom the intentions of the figure before them, feeling both shock and fear. Simultaneously, the system notification surprised Satan. Randomly acquired attribute, Paramecia type, Dordor fruit. Indeed, it was pure luck. He never expected to successfully seize Bruno and Amp Oppo's ability this time. The system conferred the attributes upon his staff. Subsequently, Satan directly bestowed the attribute. The invisible attributes were now granted to the elephant. In an instant, the mysterious powers of the devil fruit caused the elephant to emit an excited trumpet. And before the spectators and Oppo's eyes, it opened an ethereal door with its trunk. Gazing at the verdant space beyond the door, Stussy and the others were left dumbfounded. Their eyes wide with horror. Dual fruit abilities? Bruno and Amp Oppo's power had been taken, transferred to the elephant form. How is this possible? Maha Joseph and the others exchanged bewildered glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Saint Satan and Amp Oppo's methods shattered their understanding. Phenomena once regarded as immutable were now rendered obsolete. Kaku Lucci and the others gradually came to their senses, raising their bloodied faces to behold the open spatial door and the raucous elephant, their shock palpable, disbelief etched on their features. Satan was also satisfied with the elephant transformed from the staff. It should be capable of performing certain tasks now. The dual fruit abilities alone significantly enhanced its foundational power. The staff was formidable. After feeling content, his gaze swept over the spy team. With both Zoan and Paramecia abilities secured, there was no need to continue the assault. However, Lucci, Stussy, and the others believed Satan would yet take further action, cold sweat trickling down their brows as they hurriedly implored for mercy. Lord Saint Satan, spare us. We can surely do better. In their desperate bid for survival, they ceased to contemplate their own culpability. Observing this, Satan waved his hand slightly and commanded, silence. Immediately, all fell silent. Satan extended his hand, the elephant reverting to the staff, and declared, from now on, it shall also be a member of CP0, to be wielded by you. The designated wielder of the staff was none other than Rob Lucci. Lucci, quick to respond, raised his hands high and respectfully declared, as you command, Lord Satan. The staff, which had long been an extension of Saint Satan, now possessed dual abilities, an extraordinary asset. Lucci and Amp Oppo's initial shock transformed into a sense of honor. Accepting the staff instilled envy in others. To be honest, this staff alone was enough to deter even ordinary celestial dragons from confronting Lucci. Being thrashed by Saint Satan had seemingly resulted in greater authority, perhaps not so bad after all. With it, he was to capture the warlord, Trafalgar Law. At this juncture, Satan continued issuing commands. Law was still a newly appointed warlord. Yes, Lord Satan, Lucci, Kaku, and Stussy quickly acknowledged their orders. The CP0 team was quite confident in handling one Law. Satan nodded, then added, those among you who have lost abilities. Should you capture an ability user, there exists a chance to regain your powers. Regain after losing. Everyone's eyes brightened immediately, having witnessed it firsthand. They were convinced that Saint Satan could indeed achieve this, to seize and transfer the abilities of the ability users. In an instant, they all cast glances at the weakened. Bloody Bruno. He had lost his powers, but might have the opportunity to regain them through Satan, feeling as though his very essence had been drained. Bruno himself felt a surge of excitement, thoughts racing. I still have a chance to obtain an even stronger ability. The allure of fruit abilities was undeniably tempting, as they represented power, especially when one could choose the ability user. In the midst of this overwhelming shock, the entire CP0 team trembled with anticipation, even Stussy. The crafty one was rendered oblivious. To capture an ability user meant one could seize and transfer abilities, implying that any power could be possessed. What if they obtained something more desirable and potent? Having witnessed it firsthand, they believed it was possible. Satan surveyed the shifting expressions of the CP0 team and spoke slowly. As long as you perform your duties effectively, you too can be like it, just like the staff. Not only single abilities, but possessing dual or even triad capabilities is not beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 10, The Frenzy of CP0. Can I become a triple fruit user? The first target, Trafalgar Law, like a scepter, to be a dual fruit user, or even possess the powers of three. Satan and Amp Oppo's words exploded in the minds of the CP0 members. The scepter transformed into the form of an elephant before their very eyes, and Satan had even transferred the door fruit. This implies that not only objects, but even the human body can undergo such transformations. The scientific advancements of the defense god are astonishingly advanced to this degree. Lucci, Kaku, and Stussy were astonished, even horrified. It shattered their understanding and broke the ironclad rules. Satan had presented them with an immense opportunity. Kaku couldn't help but swallow hard. His eyes gradually igniting with fervor. Among so many powerful ability users in the world, his mere giraffe form seemed insignificant. But now, there was a chance to claim those formidable abilities for himself, and not just one. Yes, we shall obey the holy decree. Immediately, the group knelt in reverence, their hearts ablaze with passion. Satan nodded in approval, then turned to say, "Ensure the task is well executed. Remember, this is a confidential matter. Whatever it takes. Minimize the risk of exposure." The others held their breath, committing Satan and Apo's words to memory, only exhaling in relief once his figure had vanished. Satan is truly imposing. Indeed, it's hard to believe one of the five elders is so extraordinary and formidable. We must not grow complacent. Kaku and Joseph couldn't and Apos help but whisper in awe. Meanwhile, Lucci, gripping the scepter, wiped the blood from his face and gravely warned, "Silence. To speak ill of Satan is to court death. That man could annihilate the entire CP0 with a mere glance, not to mention his supreme authority." The group immediately hushed. "Let us go, capture Trafalgar Law." On the other side, Punk Hazard, having just defeated Vigor and severed him in half. Law had blood at the corner of his mouth and was gasping for breath. Not far away, the immobile white hunter smoker watched in astonishment as this scene unfolded. Law had no intention of lingering. Casting a cold glance at Smoker, he said curtly, "I don't have time for you. Luffy needs support." Before he could finish, suddenly, a doorframe was sliced through the air. As Law and Smoker stared in astonishment and wariness, several masked individuals in white suits appeared. Leading them was none other than Rob Lucci, wielding the scepter. Just in time, he left. Kaku, with his long nose, cast a glance, his gaze fixating on Law. Law sensed danger and deduced the identities of these individuals. "You are from CP0, the most mysterious Zero Squad. What are you doing here?" Punk Hazard was a part of Law's plan, and he never anticipated the involvement of CP0. The situation had become complicated. Accompanied by an ominous premonition, the adversaries seemed to harbor significant hostility. Lucci, Kaku, and Stussy did not respond, instead shifting their feet to encircle Law. "What do you intend to do?" Smoker managed to ask, frowning. "Aren't you supposed to be allies?" One hand resting on the sword hilt. Law's eyes narrowed sharply as he glared at Lucci and the others, stating, "I am a warlord, a pirate allied with the world government." "A warlord? Your status as a high-ranking official in the world government is of no consequence." Jernica replied coldly, glaring at Smoker. "Navy, you shouldn't be here." With that, he attempted to lead Smoker away from the scene. Smoker was powerless to stop him, but at that moment, Law chose to retreat. Utilizing the powers of the op fruit to shift his position. Just as he did, Lucci sprang into action the instant the field was deployed. With his arm enveloped in a powerful hockey, he seized Law and Apos' arm, forcibly interrupting the spell. "You're not getting away." Rob Lucci's hockey was far superior to Vigor and Apos', causing Law to break into a sweat, drawing his blade to retaliate. However, after a fierce battle, and with little stamina left, he lacked the strength to confront Lucci. With a loud crash, he was repelled, crashing against the wall, blood gushing forth. In their initial clash, he was utterly outmatched. Law, filled with grave concern, gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Batten. In the abandoned laboratory, jars and bottles of all sizes were lifted, hurtling toward the CP0 members. Yet, Stussy, Kaku, and the others swiftly countered, batting them away. Unexpectedly, Law seized the opportunity to employ spatial transfer once more, swapping positions with the flying iron can. He escaped? Lucci was taken aback and furrowed his brows. "We cannot underestimate this, for he is the pirate that Satan specifically desires." He promptly raised the scepter and traced a square in the air, causing an air gate to materialize. Meanwhile, Law was in another corridor, panting heavily as he ran. "Why would CP0 come after me? There's no reason. Could it be due to Doflamingo? Can he command this force?" Unable to suppress his conjectures, he was suddenly confronted with yet another illusory door opening ahead. Lucci, Kaku, and Stussy, those white-suited agents, surged forth. Damn it. Law once again activated room to swap positions. Whoosh. Left in place was an iron bottle from another corridor. Yet Lucci and the others remained unfazed, drawing their scepters to create another portal with the door fruit and Apos' ability. Upon emerging, they found themselves right in front of Law again. Law turned and fled, continuing to use spatial swapping to escape. But time and again, Lucci and his companions accurately followed, and Law soon realized something was amiss. No. This is the ability to traverse dimensions. Is it from the scepter in my hand? Could objects possess abilities too? Law was drenched in cold sweat, incredulous. Yet his physical strength was waning. The best course of action was to restrict the opponent's powers. Room. Batten. This time, his attack took Lucci by surprise. In an instant, the scepter in his hand transformed into stone, and the baton found its way into Law's grasp. Seizing the moment of confusion among Lucci and the others, he executed another tactical swap within his room field, creating distance. Whoosh! Lucci, Kaku, and the others did not feel defeated or enraged. Instead, they smirked slightly, continuing their pursuit guided by their observation haki. As Law ran, he glanced at the scepter in his hand, astonished. Indeed, the ability to open doors and traverse space emanates from this staff. Without it, the pursuers would struggle to keep up, making it easy to deduce, yet it also astonished Law. The staff actually possesses a devil fruit power. However, just when Law was reveling in his realization, an overwhelming force surged through his hand. The staff in his grip began to swell. He hurriedly threw it away, only to witness it writhing and transforming into a colossal form. A giant, an elephant. Law's face was filled with horror, utterly shocked. A mere staff had morphed into a gigantic creature. Could it be? An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. But at that moment, the elephant swung its trunk, striking like an iron bar. Caught off guard, Law was directly struck, spewing blood and flying backward. Chapter 11. The Astonished Law. The 5 elders can actually create dual devil fruit users? What is the meaning of this? A single staff can wield 2 different powers. A dual devil fruit user. Just like that Blackbeard. Law collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with pain and astonishment, utterly bewildered. After enduring a grueling battle and being pursued by Rob Lucci and his companions, he was already on the brink of exhaustion. Caught off guard, he was struck by the staff transformed into an elephant, causing him to spit blood as he was flung back, rendered incapable of further combat. At the corner of the passage, Lucci and Kaku swiftly appeared. Upon seeing Law being knocked away in such a pitiful state, they were not the least bit surprised. Instead, Bruno calmly produced sea-stone handcuffs, swiftly restraining Law. Without the sea-stone, his abilities would indeed pose a significant challenge. The esteemed individual was still awaiting their return, so they hastened back. Listening to the conversation between Lucci and the CP0 members, Law's eyes widened in shock. They were coming for him directly. Someone from above intended to take action against him. The involvement of the mysterious CP0 could only mean one thing: celestial dragons. At that moment, a chill ran down Law and Appos' spine as he contemplated the fate that awaited him in the hands of the celestial dragons. Mariewa, Panga City Palace. Satan lowered his gaze, observing his tailored suit come forth. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of sound erupted. The black suit swiftly morphed into a panther that landed gracefully on the ground. It dispatched 4 or 5 devil fruit user guards before seizing this opportunity. The odds were not low. As it spoke, the anthropomorphized panther knelt, affectionately extending its head for Satan to stroke, its feline face radiating satisfaction and eagerness to please. It was indeed Satan who had once again pilfered the cat fruit from the guards. The panther form subsequently endowed the suit it wore with the ability of the fruit. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted. Satan made no attempt to intervene, watching as a portal of air materialized and opened. Rob Lucci, Kaku, Stussy, Bruno, and others emerged from it, bringing with them the captured Trafalgar Law. Law understood that the celestial dragons likely intended to capture him. His teeth clenched in anger when he noticed the panther at Satan's side, his gaze sharpening. Was this the person sent to capture him? How could he not resemble a celestial dragon? Typically, they donned voluminous garments adorned with the insignia of the flying dragon and transparent veils. The individual before him wore only a white shirt, yet emanated an overwhelming aura of authority. Clearly, upon arriving here, Law could not recognize Satan, the god of scientific defense, until Lucci, Stussy, and Bruno knelt respectfully, bowing their heads to report. Saint Satan, we have brought back the individual you desired. Lucci raised the staff with reverence, speaking as he did so. Saint Satan? Law was momentarily taken aback. Wait, why does that name sound so familiar? Suddenly, it struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him rigid on the ground, eyes wide in disbelief, his heart racing. The one seeking to capture him is one of the 5 elders. What merit did he possess to attract the attention of someone at the pinnacle of power? After all, he was merely a warlord of the sea, perhaps viewed as a collaborating pirate by the world government. But the 5 elders were the most exalted celestial dragons, wielding the greatest authority in the world. At this moment, Law was utterly stunned, rendered speechless. Satan reclaimed the staff, gripping it firmly as he looked down upon Law. In that instant, Law felt an innate sense of insignificance. This was an aura that could never exist before other self-important celestial dragons. Moreover, witnessing Satan wielding the staff filled him with astonishment. The bizarre staff that could transform into an elephant and create spatial portals was his. The technology of the celestial dragons was utterly astounding. Trafalgar Law was besieged by a torrent of incredulous thoughts and questions. It was all too absurd. Even this composed individual could not remain calm in such a situation. "It seems you recognize me," Satan remarked, observing the tumult of emotions in Law and Apos' eyes. Jagor Lucius Satan, one of the renowned Five Elders, god of scientific defense. "I've never met him, but who hasn't heard of him?" Law struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to speak with a semblance of calm. After a moment, he continued, "To have the CP0 dispatched for my capture. I never imagined it would be someone like you. What is your true intention in going to such lengths?" Law suspected Satan coveted the immortality granted by the Opopnomi, but reconsidering, he realized that coercion would be futile. However, Satan merely regarded him with a cold gaze, observing the various abilities floating above Law and Apos' head: Opopnomi powers, armament hockey, observation hockey, and top-tier surgical techniques. "Release his handcuffs." Satan issued the command without further dialogue. Bruno approached and swiftly removed the sea-stone handcuffs, executing the task with precision. Law remained momentarily dazed. Why would they release the sea-stone now, especially when he had regained enough energy to escape? Yet before he could process his thoughts, a flicker of lightning flashed in Satan and Apos' eyes. 30-fold, thunderous fierce gaze. In an instant, Law was struck forcefully, his body propelled into the air, his hat shattered, and blood sprayed forth. With a cry of anguish, he plummeted to the ground, unconscious. Clearly, this attack was delivered without restraint. Satan exerted his strength without directly killing him. After all, Trafalgar Law was no ordinary opponent. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed: randomly plundered ability, agile movement. Satan was not surprised by the lack of ability acquisition. Such endeavors relied on luck, and Law possessed many abilities. Thus, he settled onto the sofa, patiently awaiting Law's awakening. Lucci, Kaku, Stussy, and the others stood in a row, eyes fixed forward, awaiting with reverence. Law, grievously wounded by the fierce gaze, was drenched in blood. After some time, he slowly regained consciousness. His eyes fluttering open to reveal the opulent and lavish decor of the room, starkly pulling him back to reality. That last blow had been so powerful. He could hardly comprehend it. The force had nearly cost him his life. The strength of one of the Five Elders, Saint Satan, was astonishing. And what could be his purpose? To capture him alive yet simultaneously threaten his life. Was this a source of amusement for him? Law raised his head, propping himself up, gazing at Satan in fear, his mind racing with thoughts. Just as he was about to ask directly, "What exactly?" before he could finish, Satan lifted his gaze from the sofa, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Bang! Another amplified fierce gaze. The heavy force descended upon Law and Apos' head, this time utterly powerless to resist. He was sent crashing back, his head embedded in the wall. Debris and dust cascaded down. Satan shook his head in exasperation. The system notification indicated he had plundered pharmacology knowledge. This trivial ability was not worth his attention, having failed to acquire anything from 2 consecutive strikes. He realized he could not continue this way. With both opportunities exhausted, if he pressed on, Law would perish. Since plundering was unsuccessful, keeping him alive still held value. Thus, Satan opted to execute his secondary plan. Chapter 12. The Pact Between Satan and Law. You assist me in 2 surgeries, and I shall grant you the second power. Leaning back against the sofa, Satan cast his gaze upon the obedient CP0 squad and slowly declared, "You may proceed with your mission. The vast ocean is yours to hunt for the abilities you desire. Each type has but one. Bring them all back." "Yes, Lord Satan." Rob Lucci, Kaku, Stussy, and the others hastily knelt, their eyes shimmering with fervor. With the words of the 5 elders, it meant that CP0 was liberated from specific tasks, allowing them the freedom to hunt various ability users. The thought of a sanctioned hunt thrilled these agents. Yet what captivated them most was the allure of the 3-type ability. To become a 3-type user equated to attaining unparalleled strength. The temptation was overwhelming. Should they succeed, their standing within the world government would ascend dramatically, and every desire would be fulfilled by Lord Satan. Lucci and his companions, filled with fervent anticipation, swiftly departed. as the door to the room slowly closed. Only Satan and Trafalgar Law, embedded in the wall, remained. The atmosphere was still. Satan lowered his head, seemingly immersed in thought. It was not until Law awoke again, struggling free from the wall, that he wiped the sticky blood and dust from his face. Turning, he beheld Satan on the sofa, his expression obscured, deep in contemplation. A tremor of fear and wariness surged within Law, the five elders truly terrifying. Yet his resilient character, forged through hardship, did not allow him to bow his head. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "I know there is no escape before you. If you wish to kill me, then do so." Unable to fathom any other possibility, Law instinctively felt that Satan was toying with him. "Kill you? No. You are fortunate, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw." Satan slowly lifted his gaze, stating Law's full name. The mention of the D clan caused Law's expression to shift dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes. "You know, there is nothing that can remain concealed from me," Satan replied, rising to gaze out the window, his tone becoming somber. This revelation left Law bewildered. What did it mean? Knowing he was of the D clan, why would Lord Satan spare his life and claim him fortunate? At that moment, Satan turned to meet Law's gaze directly, stating, "We can collaborate. You, one of the five elders, seek to partner with me?" Law finally exhaled, though his expression turned serious. Satan nodded. "Because of your abilities, what I am about to say must remain confidential, or you shall face death." This was not a threat, but an emphasis on reality. Indeed, it was due to the power of the surgery fruit. Law begrudgingly nodded. Though intimidated by Satan, he understood that Satan could easily end his life. Satan continued, "I require your assistance with 2 surgeries. Upon success, not only will you be released, but you will also receive an unexpected surprise." Upon hearing surgery, Law instinctively assumed Satan sought to perform an immortality procedure, scoffing, "Impossible. Even in death, I would refuse to undergo that surgery. I would rather die than submit." And 2 surgeries? After undergoing an immortality procedure, as an awakened user of the surgery fruit, he too would perish. Not so, Satan gently shook his head, his gaze sharpening. "Listen closely, I require 2 distinct surgeries, not immortality." "Not seeking immortality?" Law, puzzled, furrowed his brow and asked, "What exactly do you wish to perform?" "I need a life transfer surgery and a life-sharing surgery. With your skills and the powers of the surgery fruit, it should not be difficult under the right conditions." Satan was well aware of Law's capabilities. To attach animal limbs to a person required but a single incision. Truly, the powers of his fruit were formidable in the realm of surgery. Law and Apo's heart raced as he processed Satan and Apo's request, incredulity washing over him. Was that all Satan desired? Not immortality? Yet, without reservation, Satan elaborated, "My life is derived from the life fruit." At these words, Law was instantly engulfed in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Simply put, the life fruit was a superior ability to the surgery fruit. The life of one of the 5 elders, Satan, stemmed from the life fruit. Who then was the user of the life fruit? You are astonished, yet this is the truth, confirming certain rumors. Satan sneered. Law recalled the whispers of the 5 elders living for an extensive period, revealing that the life fruit was indeed the proof of this claim. Law and Apo's mind raced with unsettling thoughts. The ability of the life fruit could only be transferred by the surgery fruit. To transfer the lifespan granted by the life fruit into my grasp, this you can accomplish. Satan raised his left hand, speaking slowly. You are indeed contemplating this? No. Wait, could it be that someone above the 5 elders is? Law found this notion utterly absurd. According to Satan and Apo's claims, was someone indeed using the powers of the life fruit to control them? In that moment, Law felt as though the entire world government was shrouded in a dark hand. Even the current dynamics of the ocean cease your conjectures, they serve you no purpose. Satan coldly interrupted, snapping Law from his shock-induced thoughts of the terrifying undercurrents. In truth, Satan had anticipated Law and Apo's reaction. Some secrets need not be hidden. As he still required Law to execute his plan, the decision to transfer life was also a carefully considered choice. Should Emu reclaim the life source, the loss would merely be a hand, remaining undetected. While there were some flaws in the plan, Satan was confident in its execution. Law, still reeling from shock, swallowed hard, his expression becoming increasingly complex. Satan continued, "After the life transfer, I will perish, extinguished, hence the need for the second surgery, life sharing. The optimal choice is you, the user of the surgery fruit, Trafalgar Law. By sharing half your life, I can continue to exist." The air seemed to chill. Law instinctively shivered, his gaze filled with astonishment. Satan not only sought to escape the control of the life fruit user, but also aimed to share life with him. Though he understood, Law was still deeply resistant. Such an arrangement would only bring him harm. Thus, this is your true aim, you find freedom. Yet I become a pawn of the celestial dragons. Law steadied his emotions, then scoffed. Would the celestial dragons accept the life of an ordinary person? While he could indeed fulfill Satan's request to serve the celestial dragons and even sacrifice his life, that was unacceptable. A pawn. By sharing your life with me, we form a partnership, one that offers unimaginable benefits. For instance, I can aid you in becoming stronger, powerful enough to crush Don Quixote da Flamingo, perhaps even to topple the four emperors of the New World. Satan's words struck directly at Law's core. Da Flamingo was indeed his primary target for vengeance. Yet, despite the allure of the proposition, Law could not bring himself to believe it, and after hearing such claims, he could not contain a loud laugh. Lord Satan, are you jesting? Chapter 13. Can inanimate objects possess dual abilities? A surgical pact with Satan. With Satan and Apos, as assistants, Law believes he can surpass Doflamingo, especially given the immense power wielded by the Gorosei. Yet, soon after, Law cannot suppress his laughter. If you can make me powerful enough to topple the four emperors, why are they still roaming freely in the New World, searching for the ultimate island you conceal? Law perceives Satan as merely attempting to deceive him like a child. The four emperors currently stand as the strongest four individuals in the world, not just among pirates. Even the Navy requires permission to engage them. How could the Gorosei, or rather Satan, achieve such a feat? Initially, Law had thought himself the most astute in this era of notorious villains, yet he realizes his reasoning falls short. Satan, unfazed, gazes calmly at Law and Apos' amusement and poses a question. Must the four emperors be eradicated? And what makes you think I cannot accomplish this? At that moment, the Black Panther lying on the ground emits a roar and transforms before Law's eyes into a sleek black suit. Satan effortlessly dons the suit and, with a flick of his staff, it morphs into a heavy elephant that thunders to the ground. Having previously been struck by the elephant-formed staff, Law's expression shifts to one of grave concern. He never anticipated that even a mere suit could be a manifestation of Satan's power. How is this possible? Satan then elucidates. This is the foundation of the strength I can bestow upon you. It was merely an inanimate object until I granted it the power of a devil fruit. The panther reverts to its form, roaring fiercely at Law. The elephant and Apos' trunk swipes through the air, creating a gust. With three distinct abilities and Satan and Apos' explanation, Trafalgar Law transitions from astonishment to sheer horror. This is the power you have granted? Such a method is indeed astounding. Law had initially believed it to be some form of technology. Indeed, these powers once belonged to someone else, but I can transfer and bestow them, enabling anyone, even inanimate objects, to possess three types of abilities. Satan speaks with unwavering confidence, not as a deceiver, but as one stating facts. Having witnessed the elephant form Zoan and the panther transformation, Law is compelled to believe. Whether through technology or Satan's innate capabilities, this is nothing short of extraordinary. Just as Blackbeard, who recently became one of the four emperors, possesses dual abilities and the means to steal others, and Apos' powers, Satan and Apos' capabilities are even more extreme, allowing him to transform both living beings and inanimate objects into wielders of three abilities. Nevertheless, Law, as the Pirate King, remains deeply distrustful of the world government and the celestial dragons. Even if Satan possesses such power, he is reluctant to undergo surgery and relinquish half of his life. He is cautious. Observing Law, Satan is not surprised. To speak some truths, we can negotiate if possible. If not, there are other means. As expected, Law and Apos' vigilance surfaces, fearing that Satan may be scheming something more sinister, and he firmly declares, I do not trust you. Is there a devil fruit user manipulating the Gorosei from behind? What a joke. Law considers this to be Satan and Apos' greatest flaw, rendering him untrustworthy. Anticipating this, Satan extends his hand, and the elephant transforms back into a staff that he holds aloft, looking down at Law. It is an honor for you to collaborate with me. Trafalgar Law, do you think I cannot easily capture you while sparing your crew? Satan alters his approach, issuing a direct threat. Your crew, your comrades. Law and Apos' expression freezes, quickly giving way to fury as he grits his teeth. You, despicable. The fact that one of the Gorosei would resort to such blatant intimidation is beyond Law and Appos' expectations. And he finds himself painfully vulnerable, filled with rage yet unable to act. Those who achieve greatness are not bound by trivialities. A common difference glimmers in Satan and Appos' eyes. If one cannot protect their life, everything is for naught. Such tactics cannot be deemed underhanded. Law trembles with a mix of excitement and fear. He understands that Satan is not merely bluffing. If he refuses to cooperate, he will certainly follow through. Threatening his comrades strikes at Law and Appos' very core. As he cannot bear the thought of his companions suffering or losing their lives due to him, he cannot allow that. An intense internal struggle unfolds within Law. And after a moment of turmoil, he finally relents. I can agree to your terms, but I have conditions. Law grits his teeth in acceptance, concealing any trace of hatred in his eyes. He is astute. Satan recognizes his cleverness and responds with a mocking tone. You possess courage. And you even dare to propose conditions. Speak. Law steadies his thoughts, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and declares, I will not fully trust what you promise. If I am to undergo surgery, you must fulfill your promise after the first operation. I demand a second ability. Upon hearing this, Satan merely laughs. Very well, however. You can only gain one of the 3 types of abilities. You already possess a paramecia, so you can only acquire either a zoan or a logia. Moreover, each attempt has a certain probability of success. You need not belabor this point, or else, death. When Law hears that there is only a probability of success, his expression shifts, and he attempts to interject, but Satan interrupts him with a wave of his hand. If there is a chance of success, you must inform me if it fails. Otherwise, I would have wasted my effort. Law feels as though he is being toyed with, his eyes narrowing as he retorts fiercely. So, you require additional ability users to ensure success. If one attempt fails, there will be 2 or 3. Satan disregards Law's visible discontent. Is that so? A spark of surprise flickers within Law. He realizes that Satan possesses such methods. If one attempt fails, he can simply proceed to the next. If the numbers are sufficient, would he not achieve 100% certainty in transferring abilities, becoming a wielder of 3 powers? Let us commence the first operation, sharing life. Let us begin immediately. I believe you do not require an operating room for this procedure. We can start right here and now. Satan and Appos' eagerness is palpable. He fears no tricks from Law, for before any deceit can unfold, both Law and his comrades would be dead, and the fate of their lives rests in Emu and Appos' hands. Who knows when she might strike, leaving them no chance to resist. At this moment, Law cannot even afford to resist. Initially, he could threaten Satan directly, but Satan has been generous enough to offer 3 types of powers in exchange. Taking a deep breath, Law places his palm down, and the room immediately unfolds. Then, let us begin. Meanwhile, on Punk Hazard, Luffy and his crew have captured Caesar, but... Where is Trafalgar? Luffy runs around the island, and he has yet to catch a glimpse of Law. Our alliance feels rather unreliable. Zoro furrows his brow, puzzled. Logically, Law should not just vanish without a trace, right? However, the White Hunter Smoker, who has learned some truths, dares not to reveal the appearance of CP0. Matters concerning the Celestial Dragons could embroil the Navy G5 and the Straw Hat crew in significant trouble. Chapter 14. Rob Lucci acquires a second ability, the Swamp Fruit. This method of searching is futile. He must have left for some urgent matter, right? Usopp grumbled impatiently. No. Trafalgar is our ally. We must keep searching. In contrast, Luffy remained resolute and optimistic, determined to continue the search. The island was still vast. Robin stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. With Luffy's persistence, the group had no choice but to press on. On Punk Hazard Island, a land divided by ice and fire, the Straw Hat crew searched tirelessly for 4 days without any leads. It was not until the 5th day, on the frigid coastline, that they finally made a discovery. Look. Beneath the ice lies Law. Usopp exclaimed, his keen eyes catching a glimpse of a shadow concealed beneath the snow and ice. It was the lifeless form of Trafalgar Law, trapped by the encroaching tide and freezing temperatures, having been washed ashore and subsequently encased in ice. Luffy, Sanji, over here. Usopp called out, and soon Luffy and Sanji arrived. Is that really Trafalgar? Luffy asked, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding his heart. Chopper, someone in Appos' in trouble. They quickly worked together to free Law, only to discover he appeared gravely weakened, as if he had endured a fierce battle. After a thorough examination, Chopper administered a potent medicine to Law. Moments later, Law began to awaken, his expression initially one of confusion, before clarity returned. It and Oppos, you all, he murmured. Yes, Trafalgar. How did you end up here? We and Oppos, been searching for you for days. Luffy sighed in relief upon seeing Law was alive. I fought against one of Doflamingo and Oppos' subordinates, a man named Don Quixote, and I was so exhausted that I collapsed here to rest. I never anticipated the cold would rise with the tide and freeze me in place. Law explained solemnly. His weakness was not feigned. Half of his life force had been transferred, leaving him in a precarious state. As Law recounted his ordeal, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp listened intently, sharing news of how they had resolved the crisis on Punk Hazard. Caesar has been captured. Law began to outline his plan regarding Doflamingo, revealing how he intended to leverage Caesar as a bargaining chip to coerce Doflamingo into relinquishing his title as a warlord of the sea. With Caesar in our possession, Doflamingo will have no choice but to forfeit his standing. Without the world government backing him, it will become a battle among pirates, and his illicit enterprises will crumble. Next, I will escort Caesar to Doflamingo for the exchange, and once he gives up his title, the factories in Dressrosa will be yours, Law articulated with clarity. The crew unanimously agreed with his strategy, yet as they turned to leave, they noticed a shadow of uncertainty clouding Law and Oppos' eyes. I and Oppos, am sorry, Straw Hat Captain. I had no choice. I had to take Caesar and Oppos' natural ability. Law thought to himself, torn between necessity and expectation. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, at a technological research facility, Satan had successfully acquired half of Law and Oppos' life force. Finally, I have secured a guarantee for my survival, he mused. Sharing half of a life force was sufficient to keep him alive. After spending so many days in the pirate world, Satan had tirelessly fought for his life. Even if him were to reclaim eternal life, he would not perish. At worst, he would be left in a state of extreme weakness. This was due to the life force granted by the fruit of life still residing within him. The next step was to transfer the longevity granted by the fruit of life, which would resolve his weakness. At that point, he would possess the power and confidence to confront him. Satan began to anticipate true freedom. As for him and Oppos' formidable strength and 3 dominant abilities, Satan was confident in his own prowess, asserting that he might even be stronger. Now, he awaited Law and Oppos' return. Suddenly, the air rippled as a door swung open. The visitors were Rob Lucci, alongside Kaku, Stussy, and others, bringing with them a bloodied figure, battered and resembling a defeated dog. Upon recognizing the familiar visage and style, Satan recalled the identity of the individual. A user of the natural type, the swamp fruit wielder, Caribou. Saint Satan. Rob Lucci knelt in reverence, exhibiting utmost respect. At the sound of the title Saint Satan, Caribou, shackled with sea stone, shuddered involuntarily, lifting his head with a mixture of shock and fear. The ones who had captured him were none other than the highest echelons of power, the Gorosei. In that moment, Lucci earnestly implored, Saint Satan, I wish to request the natural ability of this individual. The natural type was exceedingly rare, a coveted treasure. The swamp fruit, while seemingly unremarkable, was a choice Lucci made without hesitation. After all, finding another natural type would prove to be immensely difficult. Caribou and Oppos' eyes widened in terror as he registered Lucci and Oppos' words. He wants my ability. The inherent danger of such a statement was apparent. Was he akin to Blackbeard, hunting down devil fruit users to seize their powers? Yet, the thoughts and reactions of the captive were of little concern to those present. Kaku, Stussy, and the others felt a sense of anticipation. Satan wasted no time. His gaze sharp, a malevolent glint flickered in his eyes. 20-fold. With a swift motion, the once promising new generation, Caribou, was obliterated in an instant. Blood splattering as he offered no resistance, his life extinguished. Randomly looted attributes, mastery of concealment technique, natural type, swamp ability. Satan was taken aback, pleasantly surprised. His fortune had favored him this time, acquiring both Caribou's expertise and power. Rob Lucci felt a surge of tension. If successful, he would become the second individual in existence to wield dual abilities. Naturally, this did not account for Satan. The host already possesses a natural type ability. Options to replace, enhance, or bestow are available. Without hesitation, Satan decided to bestow both attributes upon Lucci, combining concealment with the swamp fruit for a perfect synergy. As the attributes coursed through Lucci, he immediately sensed a transformation. I am growing stronger. Since awakening his Zoan-type ability, Lucci had felt his progress stagnate. But now his strength surged dramatically, a feeling beyond delightful. I did it. Lucci was on the verge of becoming the second dual ability user. Witnessing the elation on Lucci and Apos' face, Kaku and Stussy gazed at him with envy. In no time, Lucci and Apos' entire being began to shift, his clothing morphing into a viscous, pliable state. Elementalization. He had truly succeeded. Satan had not deceived him. It was indeed possible to become a dual ability user. In that moment, the group was filled with astonishment and joy. This was more remarkable than Blackbeard and Apos' pursuit of devil fruit users. It allowed the wielder to embody multiple abilities. Was Satan truly a god? Chapter 15. Caesar, the government is deceiving you. Law refuses to return to power. The members of CP0 are filled with envy and excitement over Rob Lucci and Apos' acquisition of the natural type abilities. On one hand, they are in awe of Satan, while on the other, they yearn for his prowess. Pondering over the timeline, Satan issues new orders to the CP0 team. You are to prepare for a journey to Dressrosa Island. Upon hearing this, Rob Lucci and the others immediately kneel, listening intently. My lord. That is the territory of the Knight Yasha, Don Quixote da Flamingo. The Straw Hat Pirates will soon head there and defeat him. Your task is to bring back all of Don Quixote and Apos' subordinates. A glimmer of determination flashes in Satan and Apos' eyes. Capturing ability users during the Dressrosa incident could yield substantial rewards. Although Doflamingo and Apos' subordinates may not be particularly formidable, they still possess valuable abilities. Unfortunately, the opportunity to acquire the Snow fruit ability has passed. But perhaps there will be another chance. Doflamingo will be defeated by the Straw Hat Brat. Rob Lucci and Kaku were taken aback, their expressions shifting. They had once been defeated by Luffy, and everyone harbors a sense of unresolved tension. However, when these words come from the mouth of the revered Satan, they do not question him. If this divine figure proclaims defeat, then Doflamingo must surely fall. Yes, Lord Satan. The CP0 team responds promptly. At that moment, the transponder snail on the table emits a series of beeps. Satan reaches for it, and Law and Apos' voice comes through. I have located an ability user. Law speaks with a cold tone, harboring resentment despite their cooperation. Satan pays no heed, simply acknowledging with a grunt before hanging up. Rob Lucci and the others wait respectfully, showing no signs of surprise, clearly having been informed beforehand. You are to set off immediately and bring him back, Satan instructs, reclining against the sofa. Yes. Rob Lucci and the others respond, then respectfully raise their staffs, activating the door fruit ability. Meanwhile, Law is escorting Caesar on a moderately sized vessel, navigating along the waterway. Caesar is bound tightly, initially rambling on. However, as they sail, Caesar realizes that they are not heading towards Dressrosa Island. What are you planning to do, Trafalgar Law? You told the Straw Hat Brat you were going to Dressrosa, but after sailing for half a day, we're not even going in that direction. Caesar exclaims, noticing the deviation in their course. Sitting at the bow, Law appears slightly surprised. That was indeed the plan. You have a good sense of direction. Typically, only navigators would be attuned to such matters, indicating Caesar and Apos' keen desire to reach Dressrosa, where he could find refuge under Doflamingo and Apos' protection. However, now Caesar is frightened of being defeated by Luffy, and he suspects that Law is behaving oddly, leading him to question, didn't you ally with the Straw Hat Brat? Why aren't we going? What is your true intention? Law gazes at him quietly, causing Caesar to feel increasingly uneasy. After some time, Law slowly speaks. Do you think a second ability could be realized through technology? Uncertain of Satan and Apos' true methods, Law inquires about something that aligns with Caesar and Apos' expertise. Upon hearing the mention of technology realizing a second ability, Caesar is initially taken aback before sneering. Blackbeard possesses a second ability because his body is compatible with the darkness fruit. Technology realizing a second ability? Do you have any idea how monumental the technical challenges are? It and Apos' conversation for an expert. Caesar ultimately retorts with a cold laugh, sensing Caesar and Apos' reluctance to elaborate. Law and Apos' eyes narrow thoughtfully as he suddenly declares, the 5 Elder Stars, the god of scientific defense, he has achieved it. Impossible, Caesar exclaims, then bursts into laughter. Momentarily forgetting his predicament, you pirates will never understand science. A second ability? Vegapunk can't even accomplish that. The powers of devil fruits are an immensely complex subject. Not even the 5 Elder Stars could manage it. I don't know where you heard that, but I can assure you, if you believe it, you're in for a rude awakening. With that, Caesar erupts into a sharp, piercing laugh. Upon hearing this, Law furrows his brow, deep in thought. Caesar, observing Law's expression, realizes he may have been deceived and laughs even harder. The 5 Elder Stars represent the pinnacle of power, while Vegapunk epitomizes scientific achievement. If even the pinnacle cannot achieve it, what hope is there for the 5 Elder Stars? No amount of resources could bridge that gap. Yet Law continues, I have witnessed 3 abilities with my own eyes. Even a single staff can possess dual abilities. This statement carries profound weight for Caesar. You witnessed it yourself? You met with the 5 Elder Stars? No, 3 abilities. What nonsense is this? How is that possible? While granting abilities to objects does exist, Vegapunk has long produced imperfect creations, but a single object possessing dual abilities. Law. Do you even realize what you are saying? Caesar is initially shocked, then gradually grows agitated, adamantly refuting Law's claim. Law's cold gaze locks onto Caesar's, his demeanor serious, devoid of jest, which further convinces Caesar of the veracity of his words. Could it be that Law truly encountered 3 ability users? And what of this staff with dual abilities? Is such technology truly feasible? No, it cannot be. Caesar shakes his only movable head and responds earnestly, the coexistence of abilities is a project that cannot even pass theoretical stages. The 5 Elder Stars must be deceiving you. It's all an illusion. A scam. The word scam strikes at Law and Apo's deepest fears, darkening his expression. As a technological expert, Caesar and Apo's assertions bear a degree of credibility. Yet, from the side of Satan, Law has witnessed the truth with his own eyes. For a moment, Law hesitates, uncertain of whom to trust. Suddenly, a distortion in the air catches their attention as a door-shaped portal appears before them. Rob Lucci and the others step through the door, landing on the moving vessel. Law and Caesar are at the bow, while Lucci and the others are at the stern. Upon seeing each other, Caesar immediately cries out, "This is CP. It's a government agency. Are there any good people in the CP forces of the world government? They must be here to cause trouble. Quickly, Law, let me go, and I'll help you deal with them." Caesar instinctively fears the world government. Before receiving Doflamingo and Apo's as protection, he had been labeled a dangerous individual, constantly targeted by the government. Therefore, Caesar, drenched in cold sweat, desperately shouts, "This is definitely a scam. Let me go. I will cooperate fully." As he speaks, panic overtakes him. Law stands face to face with Lucci and Kaku, ignoring Caesar and Apo's as frantic pleas. "The Lord wishes to see you. Let us go," Lucci states succinctly, casting a glance at Caesar. However, to the surprise of Stussy, Bruno, and the others, Law shakes his head at that moment. "We cannot go now." Chapter 16, Rob Lucci and Apo's second ability. Trafalgar Law and Caesar rendered speechless. Trafalgar Law hesitated. "What do you mean?" Rob Lucci's eyes narrowed beneath his mask as he inquired. The command from Saint Satan was to assist Law, yet he now claimed he could not go? "I need to ascertain this further." Law remained unfazed before the group, resolutely refusing to meet them. However, his defiance ignited a hostile glare among the CP0 team, and the atmosphere turned tense. "Do you know what you are doing?" Lucci's voice dripped with cold disdain. To dare to refuse was tantamount to mocking Saint Satan. What audacity! He was offending the authority of the celestial dragons and defying the orders of the elders. In such a situation, Lucci and his comrades could easily execute first and report later. They were ready to act. "Let me go, Law. With my help, we can manage a few of them." Caesar shouted exaggeratedly, hoping Law would release him. "Shut up." Law glared at Caesar, then turned to the menacing CP0 team, declaring, "It is not I who am playing games with you, nor with him. According to Caesar, it is utterly impossible to acquire a second ability through technology. Even Vegapunk cannot do it. Is Saint Satan deceiving me?" This statement served as both an explanation and a test from Law. However, upon realizing that Caesar and Apo's indiscretion had led to Law and Apo's doubts, Stussy and Kaku could not help but chuckle. Lucci and Apo's expression darkened, clearly displeased, as he coldly retorted, "You dare question the greatness of Saint Satan?" Stussy Kuden and Apo's resist mocking. "Trafalgar Law, being favored by Saint Satan is your greatest honor. How could someone like Caesar possibly fathom Saint Satan? Truly ignorant and fearless." Kaku scoffed with his hands in his pockets. Vegapunk? Meeting Saint Satan for the CP team was akin to encountering a deity. To think that Trafalgar Law would question Saint Satan based on a few words from Caesar was utterly laughable. "You cannot comprehend the true God. Since you have been chosen by Saint Satan, let me show you what a miracle truly is," Lucci proclaimed, unleashing an astonishing aura. The entire ship began to rock violently with the waves. Law and Caesar stared in astonishment at Lucci. The transformation into a leopard form, exuding both agility and strength, quickened their heartbeats, especially as the black steam coiled around Lucci and Appos. As shoulders, Law and Appos, as expression turned grave. This is the awakening of a Zoan type. But what was the purpose of this display? Was it not disbelief? Lucci grinned. Watch closely, ignorant fool. In the next moment, Lucci slowly extended his left claw. And to the astonished gazes of Law and Caesar, it transformed into a viscous mud that dripped onto the deck. Fingers, palm, arm, until Lucci and Appos, S entire body. Natural type. Swamp fruit. The thick, muddy substance gradually rose, morphing into the half-beast form of a leopard, transitioning between natural and awakened Zoan abilities. Coexisting, this spectacle left Trafalgar Law and Caesar utterly dumbfounded, their hearts overwhelmed with indescribable shock. It completely overturned their understanding. Even Law, who had long suspected this was possible, could not quell the turmoil within him upon witnessing it. Impossible. Caesar finally snapped back to reality, his dazed expression transforming into one of shock and disbelief as he cried out, his voice sharp and strained. How could two abilities coexist within one body? It would explode. There cannot be such technology. Caesar was on the verge of madness, his knowledge and understanding severely shaken. Law widened his eyes, meticulously confirming Lucci and Appos' transformation until he was convinced of its authenticity, and he could not help but tremble as he spoke. It truly has happened. So astonishing. It turns out Saint Satan did not deceive him. This swamp ability is none other than the power of the new supernova, Capone. And now, it resides within Lucci. Perhaps Caesar had not reached that level of comprehension, failing to grasp the implications. Thus, it became evident that Saint Satan was not necessarily deceiving him here. If he wished to kill me, there would be no need for such theatrics. It is highly likely he genuinely intends to utilize my abilities to unlock the life fruit. Law preliminarily recognized Saint Satan and Appos' intentions, just as he had articulated. To be favored by Saint Satan is the greatest fortune of your life. Now tell me, Trafalgar Law, will you go or not? Lucci radiated a dangerous aura. Having acquired a second ability, his power surged, and he was itching to act. If Law dared to hesitate, he would immediately take action to teach him a lesson. Whether sensing Lucci and Appos' intent, or being swayed by the coexistence of the awakened Zoan and natural types, this time, Law did not refuse but instead nodded decisively. Take me to meet Saint Satan. Those who recognize the times are wise. Kaku, Stussy, and the others relaxed upon witnessing this. Meanwhile, Lucci, enveloped in a black mist leopard form above and a viscous swamp below, revealed his fangs and grinned. Then let us go. A staff emerged from the swamp, which he grasped firmly, drawing a door. The power of the door fruit, created by such inanimate objects, became even more formidable as space was opened. No, I will not go. Trafalgar Law, you cannot take me to see the elders. Caesar was thoroughly cowed, shouting with a twisted expression, snot and cold sweat streaming down his face. He was terrified. Once he faced the elders, it would undoubtedly be perilous. Even Doflamingo could not shield him. However, what greeted him was Law and Appos' fierce glare, which silenced him in fear. Mary Geos, research base. To evade the prying eyes of other warlords and to avoid drawing him and Appos' attention, Saint Satan had remained here. As the air door unfolded, the CP0 team, Trafalgar Law, and the quail-like Caesar, who had tucked his head in, arrived. Saint Satan. They have come. Lucci and the others bowed respectfully. Saint Satan, seated upon a sofa, slowly raised his gaze. He showed no surprise upon seeing Caesar, directing his attention to Law. I desire his ability. Law took a deep breath, his tone grave. Saint Satan and Appos' eyes met his, recognizing the hidden thirst for power within Law. And a rare smile graced his lips. Very well. After the second ability, there will be the operation to transfer the life fruit ability. One more thing. Can you spare him his life? Law and Appos' tone softened considerably, seeking both the ability and Caesar and Appos' life, and with a request, he had to lower his stance. Spare him his life is not an issue. A minor request, Saint Satan paid it no heed. Meanwhile, the trembling Caesar, witnessing Saint Satan and Appos' nonchalant demeanor, felt a weight lift off his shoulders and immediately called out, Saint Satan, how did you manage to seize abilities and realize a second one? Is technology truly capable of such feats? Caught between fear and curiosity, Caesar chose to inquire about the method of ability theft and the coexistence of multiple powers. However, the response he received was the glint of ferocity in Saint Satan and Appos' eyes. 20-fold. The fierce gaze. In the blink of an eye. Caesar and Apo's natural body was struck by the fierce gaze. His chest caved in significantly as he was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Randomly seized entry, compilation of gas dynamics. Chapter 17. Law gains his second ability, the gas fruit. Doflamingo's rage. Satan strikes without warning. The CP0 team had grown accustomed to the chaos. But Law was momentarily taken aback, fearing for Caesar and Apo's resilience. After sustaining a grievous blow, Caesar was left gasping for breath, which jolted him awake. Satan cast a fleeting glance and casually commanded his assistant. Immediately, a researcher clad in a white coat hurried in, ignoring the others in the room, and began administering potions and mechanical devices to the unconscious Caesar. Remarkably, Caesar gradually regained consciousness and his condition improved. Law and Lucci exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Satan had evidently concocted a recovery serum. As Caesar opened his eyes, a wave of terror washed over him, causing him to transform into gas, trembling uncontrollably. Although the recent attack had not killed him, it had brought him perilously close to death. Faced with the formidable Saturn, he felt an overwhelming dread. Before he could plead for mercy, Satan and Apo's gaze returned, his eyes glinting with menace. Boom. The gas-formed Caesar erupted violently. The ensuing cacophony reverberated through the air, unsettling the entire room. Law and Lucci were deeply impressed by the sheer power displayed. Though Caesar was a natural-type devil fruit user, before the might of Satan, a mere glance could spell doom for him. As the gas dissipated, Caesar and Apo's true form re-emerged, unconscious and bloodied on the ground. Randomly acquired trait. Natural type, gas fruit. It was done. Satan observed as the trait fell into his possession and nodded slightly, considering it fortunate. In truth, he had prepared ample recovery serums, designed to incapacitate and revive. Simultaneously, Caesar and Apo's form began to change. The gas he had assumed faded, reverting to his human body, though his aura rapidly weakened. His power had it vanished? Law, watching in disbelief, felt a tremor of astonishment. The method was indeed unfathomable. Caesar had not perished, Satan had spared his life. But how had he managed to extract the fruit's power without harm? Lost in thought, Law suddenly sensed Satan's gaze upon him, followed by a surge of immense energy flooding into his body. With the existence of the Opopnomi already within him, he felt as though this energy could burst him apart. Yet, before panic could set in, the two powers within him harmonized, coexisting peacefully. Astonishingly, Law could feel them intertwining, melding, and coexisting. Bestowal complete, Satan stated calmly. No sooner had the words left his lips than Law and Apo's body began to transform into gas, a stream of freely controlled vapor escaping. The sensation of elemental transformation and liberation filled him with exhilaration. This was the essence of a natural-type power. The combination of the two abilities was far more profound than mere addition. It was no surprise that Blackbeard could wield two powers with such ferocity, rivaling the four emperors. Truly, what Satan had claimed was accurate. Another dual-powered individual had been born into this world. Kaku and Stussy watched in awe and envy as the entire process unfolded so effortlessly. Incapacitate, seize, and then bestow. The CP0 team stood reverently at the side, their eyes ablaze with admiration, as if witnessing a divine being. Step back, Satan commanded, dismissing the CP0 team with a wave as he observed Law and Apo's elation. Taking a deep breath, Law composed himself, solidifying his gaseous form. Have you adapted? Satan inquired, taking a seat with an air of detachment. The remarkable method allowed for the complete coexistence of two powers. Law nodded, his demeanor shifting from coldness to respect. Since you are satisfied, the condition for your second ability has been fulfilled. Now, it is your turn. Satan extended his left hand. It was time for the second procedure, the transfer of the life fruit and Apo's ability. Law understood the implication. With no one else present, he opened his palm and declared, K. Room. The operation begins now. In Grayet, an island lush with jungles not far from Dressrosa, Doflamingo stood at the shoreline, his expression darkening with each passing moment. The agreed-upon time had come and gone, and yet, no one had arrived. He felt he had been played for a fool by Law, his fury boiling over as his teeth ground audibly. Another half-hour slipped by, and his patience evaporated. He reached for the white string and soared into the sky, racing towards Dressrosa. Once confident, now consumed by rage, Doflamingo disregarded all else upon returning to Dressrosa. Unleashing the birdcage, find the Straw Hat crew and Law, he ordered from the precipice of the palace. causing his subordinates to jump in alarm at his sudden and wrathful behavior. The island had been ensnared by the birdcage, rendering any escape attempts by Luffy and Law futile. However, as Luffy, Zoro, and the others were embroiled in their plans, they found themselves cornered. When Doflamingo, accompanied by Treble and Pika, appeared before them, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji prepared for confrontation, startled yet resolute. Straw Hat, do you think you can toy with me just because you and Appos, re with Law? Doflamingo and Appos' rage surged as he demanded an explanation, veins bulging with fury. When did we ever play with you? Luffy retorted defiantly, determined to confront Doflamingo now that they and Appos' been discovered. You feigned a trade with Law, but all the while, you were causing chaos in my kingdom. Now none of you will escape. Doflamingo and Appos' murderous intent was palpable as he spread his fingers menacingly. Feigning? Law ISN and Appos' here? Upon hearing this, Zoro and Robin's expression shifted dramatically. The plan was not a mere ruse. It was to force Doflamingo to relinquish his identity while Law bought time. No wonder Doflamingo had arrived so swiftly. What on earth is Trafalgar Law doing? Quite amusing. It seems even you are unaware. That guy Law has made me wait far too long, and he has yet to show himself. But it matters not, regardless of his schemes. You all are crucial to my plans. Now, I shall capture all of you to force him out. Doflamingo had no time to ponder further, deciding to eliminate Luffy and Appos' crew without hesitation. Has Law betrayed us? Why did he capture Caesar? Usopp and Frankie were baffled. That can end Appos' be true. Law is my savior. Luffy remained unconvinced. There and Appos' no time for doubts. Luffy, they and Appos' coming for us. Sanji and Zoro readied themselves for battle. Then let and Appos' knock them all out and seize Ace and Appos' fruit. Luffy clenched his teeth, determination etched on his face. A fierce battle was about to unfold. Chapter 18. The Shocking Doflamingo. Is this gas ability? Not Caesar and Appos'? Faced with the full-scale assault of the Don Quixote family, the Straw Hat crew unleashed their utmost fighting capabilities. Pika infiltrated the castle, transforming into a giant and striking down with a mighty hand. Zoro decisively intervened with a powerful blow, severing an arm with his great Thousand Worlds. However, upon turning back, he discovered that Robin, Nami, and others had been completely surrounded by Torkoppel, Pika, and other officers, struggling to hold their ground. The sheer numbers of the Don Quixote family far exceeded those of the Straw Hats. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, confident that victory was within his grasp. This was the first time Luffy faced such overwhelming pressure since his 2-year training. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of his comrades. Straw Hat brat. If you surrender, you and Appos' have to suffer such losses, Doflamingo taunted, his fingers twisting ominously. 5 nearly invisible strands of thread suddenly ensnared Usopp. Damn it, Doflamingo. Luffy gritted his teeth, unable to contain his fury, and bit down on his arm, now enveloped in haki. His body expanded, muscles bulging. You're fourth. Bounce Man. Luffy activated his strongest form, launching forward explosively, breaking the threads while charging at Doflamingo with a powerful punch. In this state, Luffy and Appos' strength surged, and his elastic sprint was astonishingly swift. Doflamingo was caught off guard by this move, his heart racing as he hastily attempted to block. However, Luffy's punch was overwhelmingly forceful, sending Doflamingo flying. Luffy pursued relentlessly, delivering a flurry of blows upon Doflamingo. Unexpectedly, Doflamingo suddenly assimilated his surroundings. The ground and buildings transformed into white waves, awakening the powers of the string fruit. After the awakening of his devil fruit ability, Doflamingo's strength became formidable. Even Gear 4th Luffy struggled to subdue him at that moment. As Doflamingo began to anticipate Luffy and Appos' attack patterns, he adapted with increasing finesse. Until the haki of Gear 4th began to wane. Sanji and Zoro, faced with this dire situation, beads of sweat dripping down their anxious faces, decisively commanded their comrades to retreat. Everyone, fall back. The overwhelming offensive from the Don Quixote family was insurmountable, forcing them to make a quick decision. Luffy, disheartened, was also thrown aside by Robin and Appos' flower petal dance and quickly retreated. Do you still think you can escape? Doflamingo sneered, watching as Luffy was rescued. The Straw Hat crew acted with remarkable efficiency, dispersing rapidly. Yet the entire island was enveloped in a birdcage. Where could they flee? Doflamingo ordered Torikopp to continue the pursuit while he himself set his sights on Luffy. How will you choose, in exchange for Caesar and Appos' head? However, Luffy needed time to recover his haki and could only rest on Zoro's back for a moment. Doflamingo soared through the air, white threads swirling beneath him, an intimidating sight. The Straw Hat crew scrambled through the city, causing panic among the Marines and civilians. Yet, without an exit, all efforts proved futile, as Zoro and Luffy were ultimately caught by Doflamingo. White threads, the fine strands entwined with haki, piercing directly toward Luffy and Appo's back. In a critical moment, Zoro drew his sword and turned, bracing for the impact. A tremendous force surged forth, resulting in both of them being knocked to the ground. My patience has run out, Straw Hat Brat. Blame your allies for abandoning you. Doflamingo laughed wickedly as he descended, his fingers weaving a massive white thread into a sharp spike, plunging it toward Luffy and Appo's chest. Time was insufficient for Luffy to activate Gear 4th, and Zoro, witnessing the imminent danger, widened his eyes, lunging to protect him. Too late. Zoro's heart raced as he desperately tried to intervene, just as Luffy seemed destined to be struck. Suddenly, his body vanished from the spot. Doflamingo and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze turning violently toward Zoro and Appo's back. Law. The one who intervened was none other than Trafalgar Law. Law. You. Zoro stared in astonishment at the suddenly reappeared Law, his expression tense, having disappeared for so long. Law's sudden return unsettled him. Law nodded slightly at Zoro. Beside him lay the unconscious Caesar. Doflamingo's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, flickered as he observed Law and Appo's calm demeanor. However, upon seeing Caesar still in his possession, he felt assured. No matter what, as long as Caesar remained, nothing had changed. As expected, once you strike at the Straw Hats, you will eventually come out, Law. Doflamingo chuckled darkly, the white thread spreading beneath him. At this moment, seeing no escape, Sanji, Robin, Frankie, and others gathered together. They too noticed Law's appearance, but now was not the time to question his disappearance. We need to buy Luffy time to recover his haki. Zoro calmly surveyed the battlefield, speaking with gravity. Once Luffy regains his strength, he can definitely contend with the awakened powers of the string fruit. This was a testament to their trust in their captain. Yet unexpectedly, Law drew his sword, Kikoku. His expression icy. No need. You protect Straw Hat. I'll handle him. Although Law, like Luffy, was a supernova of considerable strength, the others questioned whether he was truly capable of contending with the warlord Doflamingo, especially one with awakened abilities. Even Doflamingo laughed aloud. You, Law? Before he could finish speaking, Law suddenly vanished from his position. His room was still active, and a stone exchanged places with him, appearing behind Doflamingo. Kikoku gleamed with cold light as it lunged toward Doflamingo and Appo's back. Faced with such a maneuver, Doflamingo merely sidestepped, taunting, "Is this all you, and Appo's, got?" Law remained unfazed by the mockery, his demeanor cold, and unbeknownst to Doflamingo, his second ability was already in effect. As Doflamingo narrowly avoided Law, the next moment, the air was sucked away. The sensation of suffocation followed, abruptly halting Doflamingo's laughter. The surroundings had turned into a vacuum. Could it be the gas fruit ability? The white waves of threads beneath Doflamingo propelled him away in haste, and he quickly realized what was happening. Indeed, gas flowed around Law and Appo's body, coalescing where Doflamingo had just been. Now everyone could see clearly the powers of the gas fruit. How is this possible? Law. Doflamingo gasped for breath, then erupted in a shocked roar. Losing Caesar meant losing a significant portion of his power. But how had Law managed to transfer Caesar's abilities to himself, achieving dual powers? Not only Doflamingo, but also Zoro, Sanji, and even Fujitora, who sensed the commotion from afar, were left astonished at the prospect of dual abilities. Chapter 19. Surgery and Gas, a stunning display of dual abilities. Blackbeard possesses two distinct powers, one of which allows him to seize the abilities of others. Yet, how has Law achieved a similar feat? Is it possible that he, too, wields the power of the dark fruit and possesses a unique constitution akin to Blackbeard's? Though Fujitora is blind, his keen observation and acute hearing enable him to fully grasp the situation concerning Doflamingo. While astonished, he ponders the implications. Meanwhile, Sanji and Zoro are equally taken aback. The expressions of the Straw Hat crew are a tapestry of shock and disbelief. Is this not Caesar's Logia-type power? He has vanished for a time. Could it be that he has usurped Caesar's abilities? Yet that is not the crux of the matter. The surgery fruit seemingly cannot claim abilities nor allow the host to bear two powers simultaneously. What secrets does this man conceal? Nami, Usopp, and Frankie gaze in astonishment. Unable to comprehend Law and Appo's circumstances, Zoro and Sanji remain silent, their eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and confusion. Another entity that transcends understanding. Law has become a dual ability wielder. How is this possible? Apart from Blackbeard, who else could achieve such a feat? Doflamingo's shock is palpable, his countenance darkening with rage. After all this turmoil, has it only served to enhance Law and Appo's strength? He should be more concerned about himself. Fueled by a desire for vengeance, Law and Appo's determination intensifies with the acquisition of dual abilities. As he initiates another manipulation of the surgery fruit, he approaches Doflamingo, transforming his body into toxic gas that ensnares Doflamingo in binding tendrils. The synergy of the two powers catches Doflamingo off guard, leaving him vulnerable once more. The gas depletes the air, suffocating him with a feeling of asphyxiation. Doflamingo lets out a scream as the white threads dissipate, his body collapsing, twitching on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death. The onlookers are rendered speechless, their hearts racing. Just as Doflamingo appears to be losing consciousness, Law's expression shifts dramatically, sweat beading on his forehead. The gas-bound Doflamingo instantly becomes a loose collection of threads that fall to the ground. This spectacle leaves everyone in utter disbelief. Even Luffy, Zoro, and the others are frozen in astonishment. When did he transform into a substitute for the ability? It is clear that the Doflamingo who had just fought Luffy was indeed real, which implies he had switched to a substitute without anyone noticing. At that moment, a low chuckle emanates from Caesar's direction. Doflamingo crouches, lifting the unconscious Caesar for a closer examination. He is truly gone, the gas fruit ability. Suddenly, he looks up, veins bulging, and bellows at Law. What is happening? Doflamingo, furious. Law, confronted by the bewildered gazes of those around him, remains silent. His eyes fixed intently on Doflamingo. You are no longer a substitute. With a swift charge, aided by the gas's buoyancy, Law accelerates toward Doflamingo. Doflamingo grits his teeth, curiosity igniting within him as he seeks to uncover Law and Appo's secret. The white threads clash against the blade of the onigiri, sparks flying as Law transforms into gas, effortlessly slipping through the twisted mass of threads to confront Doflamingo directly. Under Law's command, the gas expels the air surrounding Doflamingo, attempting to suffocate him once again. However, such tactics have proven ineffective against Doflamingo. Rainbow threads. Doflamingo, now enraged, raises his hand to attack. The entwined, armored assault is potent enough to obliterate Law's Logia body at this close range. Doflamingo strikes swiftly, yet Law is faster. The rainbow threads merely graze his afterimage as he utilizes the surgery fruit to evade the attack. Doflamingo is momentarily taken aback as he unleashes a torrent of white threads, the ground surging toward Law. But in the next instant, Law vanishes once more. With dual abilities, Law's strength has significantly surged, enabling him to create an effect akin to teleportation within confined spaces, allowing him to evade Doflamingo's every strike. As long as his stamina holds, Law is not easily caught. By deftly combining his powers, he effortlessly keeps Doflamingo at bay. Even as Doflamingo awakens his abilities, he cannot land a blow on Law, who alone can strike at Doflamingo. How infuriating. You abandoned the Straw Hat crew to pursue this. How did you manage to seize Caesar's powers? Doflamingo, despite the intensity of battle, continues to inquire without fully committing to the fight. You are not a Blackbeard's ilk. This is truly astonishing. Could it be technology? As Doflamingo dodges Law's assaults, he speaks again. Law remains silent, his focus solely on vengeance. Reveal the secret of your dual fruits to me. No, what if we cooperate? This astonishing feat is likely the result of technological advancement, is it not? Law, if you can provide this technology, I will grant you any request. As Doflamingo's demeanor shifts to one of concession, driven by greed and power, he seeks an alliance with Law. However, Trafalgar Law's stance remains unwavering. He will never divulge the secrets acquired from Saturn, for that is his most significant secret, though he has just obtained the gas fruit ability, enhancing his agility. His offensive power still leaves much to be desired. To truly vanquish Doflamingo, he still seems to fall short. How presumptuous. Do you truly believe that acquiring Caesar and Appo's gas powers will enable you to defeat me? Doflamingo, now thoroughly enraged, roars, sweeping his hands wide. In an instant, his awakened powers surge forth. A massive wave of white threads rises from the ground, crashing from all directions like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Law and Appo's expression hardens. Raging white threads. Doflamingo manipulates the threads, unleashing a formidable assault from all four directions. The force is overwhelming. With the added power of armament hockey, should Law be ensnared, he would lose his chance to evade and be trapped within. Law is compelled to once again shift his position, opting to retaliate against Doflamingo. Haha. Shielding white threads. Doflamingo, relying on instinct, strikes out directly. At the same moment, Law finds himself in the path of the shielding white threads. In a critical moment, Luffy regains his haki and intervenes with a powerful blow. The shielding white threads are deflected by Luffy and Appo's punch, providing Law with the opportunity to unleash a torrent of gas. Engulfing Doflamingo. Trafalgar, you truly are remarkable, possessing two abilities. This is utterly unbelievable, Luffy exclaims after delivering his punch, still astounded by Law and Appo's powers. However, this is not the time for such musings. Law, with a grave expression, gazes at the Doflamingo enveloped in his gas and clenches his fist. Gas injected. Heart attack. Chapter 20. Doflamingo and Appo's defeat. Rob Lucci arrives to take control of Doflamingo and Appo's crew. The combination of gas and surgery abilities forms a formidable attack. Doflamingo's heart suffers a devastating blow, halting its rhythm under the influence of gas. Meanwhile, Doflamingo collapses to the ground, watched by Luffy and Law. Young Master. The arriving Treble and others are taken aback, their eyes wide with fear. Even Luffy and Law believe the battle has reached its conclusion. Unexpectedly, Doflamingo stirs on the ground. In an instant, both are ensnared by the emerging white threads. Did you truly believe you could kill me? Doflamingo wipes the blood from his lips, his gaze filled with malice. Utilizing the powers of the string fruit, he revives his heart and dispels the effects of gas. As he stated, such tactics would not lead to his downfall. Enraged, Doflamingo grits his teeth and declares, Fortune has granted you dual abilities. If you do not surrender them, they shall be buried with your demise. Before that, I shall send you flying. Luffy's haki surges as he breaks free from the white threads and charges at Doflamingo. To Doflamingo's surprise, Luffy seems even stronger than before, landing a punch that sends him reeling. Simultaneously, Law frees himself and hastens to follow. The two engage Doflamingo once more in fierce combat. Snake Odin Fist, Gorilla King Gun. Giant waves of white threads, heart-piercing feather strike. Law, having acquired a second natural type ability in Sabaody, continuously invents powerful techniques in battle. He redirects gas explosions and compresses gas at high pressure. Even Doflamingo begins to falter under Law's relentless assault, suffering injuries as their techniques clash, causing buildings and the ground to collapse with thunderous roars. The immense power leaves the onlookers in utter shock, until Doflamingo, unable to endure any longer, seizes an opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique, 16 Sacred Death Bullets, Divine Execution. 16 strands of tightly coiled, high-density armed white threads rise from the ground, piercing towards Luffy and Law. Rubber. Gorilla King Gun. Luffy unleashes an even greater fist, driving downward towards the Divine Execution. Unyielding. Meanwhile, Law transforms into a gas element, wielding the sword Onigiri. As he harnesses more of his abilities, Law realizes just how formidable the Sabaody transfer technique is. This power surpasses the speed of mastering a fruit. Gamma Knife. Flame Slash. The highly compressed gas ignites upon contact with the Gamma Knife, instantly adhering to the blade. Due to the nature of the surgery fruit, the heat from the burning gas is completely contained within the blade, causing Onigiri to glow red. In the next moment, Luffy and Appo's Gorilla King Gun collides with the Divine Execution. Conqueror and Appo's haki intertwines and flickers. As the crowd watches in amazement, Law, like a shooting star, enveloped in gas and wielding the blade, cleaves through the high-intensity armed haki. Following the path of the Divine Execution, he descends directly upon Doflamingo. How is this possible? Doflamingo gasps in shock. How could Law and Appo's strike be so razor-sharp? With no time for further thought, the shield of white threads rapidly converges, forming several more divine executions to block Law from different angles. Yet at that moment, Luffy's voice booms. The fist of the Gorilla King Gun is rapidly enlarging in Doflamingo and Appo's eyes. Boom. The battle concludes with Doflamingo and Appo's collapse. Onigiri is set aside, the intense heat causing the ground to sizzle. Law strides past the chaos to stand before Luffy and Doflamingo. Cough. Blood trickles from Doflamingo and Appo's mouth as he struggles to maintain consciousness. Raspy voice inquiring, where did you acquire such techniques? To seize others and Appo's abilities and achieve dual powers? Doflamingo yearns for this effect, believing that if he too possessed dual abilities like Law, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap, rivaling the four emperors. Alas, he has been vanquished. As Doflamingo loses consciousness, the constricting birdcage dissipates. Gazing at the sky, The Don Quixote family members are engulfed in despair. Doflamingo, Peter, Pica, and other subordinates cry out in anguish. We must go. Treble reacts swiftly, urging everyone to retreat. Doflamingo is not yet dead, and with the Marines present, their continued presence would only lead to futile sacrifices. The current cadre, Fujitora, and even Zaro are indifferent to the situation. As time passes, news of Doflamingo and Apos' defeat spreads throughout the island. On Dressrosa, the citizens erupt in jubilant cheers, echoing through the crumbling city. Law takes a deep breath, a sense of satisfaction enveloping him. He reflects, at last, I have avenged you, Rosinante. This battle incurred no significant losses. It can be said Luffy and Apos' successful defeat of Doflamingo was largely due to Law and Apos' exertions. That strike, the union of surgery and gas, sliced through the divine execution as if it were mere paper. Law is acutely aware of its immense power. However, all of this is merely a result of Sabaody and Apos' casual manipulation. To create a dual ability wielder, in other words, to forge a powerful being, seems exceedingly simple for Sabaody. Unfathomable, the technology capable of creating countless Blackbeards will inevitably plunge the world into chaos. The astute Law contemplates far-reaching implications, yet outwardly remains composed. The Straw Hat crew celebrates their victory. At this moment, Luffy, Zaro, Robin, and others approach. Trafalgar, you are truly remarkable, wielding 2 fruit abilities. Luffy remains carefree. Law, what exactly is your ability? However, Robin, Zaro, and the others regard him with unusual expressions. During his absence, Law must have been engaged in acquiring dual abilities. Trafalgar Law hesitates, unable to disclose the matter of Sabaody, for it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Straw Hat crew. Just as he seeks an excuse to evade the topic, suddenly, an anomaly ripples through the air. A door abruptly appears and opens. Clad in a white suit, CP0 emerges directly before them. Leading the group is Rob Lucci, perched atop a pigeon. Law's eyes narrow before he can speak. Luffy, Zaro, and the others react with heightened alertness. It's you, CP. Luffy assumes a combat stance. Zaro, Sanji, and the others wear serious expressions as they eye Rob Lucci. However, after Lucci's appearance, the others do not follow, remaining behind the door, while several captured figures stand beside CP0. Upon noticing this, Law, Sanji, and Robin's expressions shift. The cadres fleeing the Don Quixote family have all been captured by CP0. Trafalgar Law's heart sinks, instantly realizing that Sabaody is likely hunting for ability users. But at that moment, Luffy's shout interrupts Law's thoughts. It's you. You still want to take Robin? Surprisingly, Lucci expresses no interest in the Straw Hat crew, responding disdainfully. We are no longer on the same level. Straw Hat boy, let us compete another time. Our purpose here is to take him, Doflamingo. Chapter 21, Collective Shock. Rob Lucci possesses dual abilities. Before the Straw Hat crew, Rob Lucci exuded an air of disdain, even without having engaged in direct combat. His confidence was formidable as he proclaimed, You and I are no longer on the same level. The notion of taking Don Quixote Doflamingo was met with astonishment by Luffy and Zaro. As an agent of the world government, they were taken aback that his intentions were not to confront pirates, but rather to target Doflamingo. Rob, however, remained silent, his gaze shifting between the air door and Doflamingo. He felt powerless to prevent Lucci from taking Doflamingo, clearly understanding that this was the will of Saint Satan, having already defeated Doflamingo and dismantled the foundations of Dressrosa. The fate of Doflamingo seemed inconsequential. There was no need to oppose the abyss like Saint Satan. Lucci, as if oblivious to his surroundings, began to approach the unconscious Doflamingo. Stop right there. Lucci's voice rang out. Doflamingo is implicated in the usurpation of the Dressrosa regime, and as a former Shichibukai, he should be apprehended by the Navy. Admiral Fujitora, blind yet resolute, stepped forward with the naval forces. Doflamingo had committed grievous offenses and deserved a just trial. This does not concern you, Navy, Lucci retorted. Standing proud even before an admiral, Fujitora remained silent but advanced with unwavering determination. Lucci, realizing that a confrontation with an admiral was unwise, raised a wooden staff in a gesture of authority. Although Fujitora could not see it, the Straw Hat crew and those around them witnessed Lucci's display. Admiral Fujitora. What is that? A vice-admiral of the Navy, upon seeing the staff, broke into a cold sweat and hastily grasped Fujitora's arm. What is it? Fujitora, sensing the tremor in his vice-admiral's voice, furrowed his brow. It is the staff of Saint Satan. The officer whispered. Lucci cast another mocking smile at Fujitora and reverently declared, "This is his command. Fujitora, it would be wise for you to remain silent." Fujitora's brow furrowed deeper as he halted his advance. Acutely aware of the overwhelming authority of the five elders, which was beyond the capacity of a single admiral to challenge, the Straw Hat crew and the onlookers were taken aback. Though they could not hear the name of Saint Satan spoken softly by Fujitora, their curiosity and astonishment grew. Was it a CP unit sent by a celestial dragon to apprehend someone? Lucci did not disdain the admiral. Rather, he held the power of Saint Satan in his hands. A command so potent that even an admiral dared not defy it, a source of pride for him. With a smirk, Lucci bent down to seize the celestial dragon bloodline that was Doflamingo. Suddenly, the air quivered. "Stop. That is the matter of the blind uncle. Do not act recklessly. Doflamingo will not be handed over to your world government." Luffy's voice pierced through the tension. In his eyes, the navy led by Fujitora was benevolent and protective, while Lucci and his cohorts were conspiratorial and untrustworthy. Thus, the fourth gear was unleashed. Accompanied by steam and a fierce punch, Luffy propelled himself into action. Lucci, having sensed this, gritted his teeth and swiftly transformed. In leopard form, he crossed his arms, enveloping himself in haki. With a resounding impact, Lucci intercepted Luffy's punch, his body sliding back from the force. "Straw Hat, are you out of your mind?" Lucci seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Just when he was about to fulfill Saint Satan's task and gain a notable achievement, he encountered this troublesome individual. Fujitora is also part of the world government. Do you understand? He cannot be surrendered to you. Undeterred, Luffy remained steadfast, his piercing gaze fixed on Lucci. The elastic body of the rubber man rebounded off the ground, inciting Lucci's irritation. Sensing the shift in momentum, Fujitora and his naval crew began to withdraw, observing the unfolding drama. Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, and Robin stepped forward to flank Luffy. "Our captain has declared that Doflamingo cannot be taken from you. Do not forget how you mistreated Robin." The words of Usopp, Chopper, and Brook struck a nerve, each remark a direct hit to Lucci's pride. Enraged, Lucci bared his fangs, his anger surging. "I intended to finish this quickly. You have forced my hand." In an instant, as Sanji, Zoro, and the Navy looked on, Lucci's hybrid form began to ooze, resembling a viscous liquid. "What is this?" Gasps of astonishment erupted among the crowd. In the next moment, Lucci unleashed his swamp ability. Thick mud surged forth from him, rapidly spreading across the ground and ensnaring everyone from the Straw Hat crew. "What on earth is this?" Usopp, Chopper, and Nami recoiled in disgust. His ability? Could it be? Sanji and Zoro were taken aback, realizing the imminent danger, yet they found themselves ensnared by Lucci and Appo's technique. Swamp. Fluid binding. The mire wrapped around their ankles, constricting tighter with every struggle. Even Luffy, bouncing off the ground, was pulled down, rendered immobile by the swamp. Before anyone could react, Lucci darted forward. With a punch or a kick, he struck the trapped Straw Hat crew, sending them crashing into a collapsed ruin. What seemed slow was, in reality, a rapid sequence of events. Lucci halted gracefully, casting a glance back at the injured and bewildered Straw Hat crew. In that moment, even the retreating Fujitora and his naval forces were astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The leopard form, and this ability. You possess dual powers. Sanji, clutching his chest, gritted his teeth and shouted. Another with dual abilities. Zoro's gaze flickered between Lucci and Rob, filled with intrigue. What is going on? Usopp and Frankie helped each other up, their faces etched with shock, while Nami and Robin exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating the coincidence of two individuals possessing such powers. Even Fujitora, taken aback, perceived the powerful fluctuations of ability. Such occurrences are not mere coincidences. Not everyone can be like Blackbeard, given Lucci and Rob's identities. There was only one conclusion. The world government had achieved a groundbreaking technological advancement. Chapter 22, Rob Lucci, Straw Hat Kid, is this all you've got? The crowd on the battlefield was momentarily taken aback. As a vice admiral, how could he be unaware of the significant technological advancements made by the world government? Fujitora lowered his head in contemplation. What was going on with Rob? This first user of dual abilities must have some connection to Lucci, which left Fujitora deep in thought. Meanwhile, as Luffy and Lucci clashed, their brief astonishment quickly gave way to renewed conflict. Luffy wiped his mouth, panting heavily, yet he persisted in fighting. Rubber. Snake Punch. The tracking Snake Punch surged toward Lucci, twisting through the air. On the other side, the formidable duo, Sanji and Zoro, followed suit. Demon Windfoot. Three-sword style. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, they opted for a swift resolution. However, facing the relentless assault of the Straw Hat trio. Rob Lucci merely chuckled. I've said it before, we are no longer on the same level, especially not now. With a swift movement, he conjured a vast expanse of swamp. Before Zoro and Sanji could reach him, the swampy mire descended upon them like a dark shroud. Neither the 300 troubling winds nor the demon windfoot could penetrate the resilient and ever-replenishing swamp. The inadequacy of their haki was one reason, while Lucci's mastery of the swamp powers enhanced its effectiveness. Conversely, Luffy's snake punch broke through layer after layer of the swampy barriers, hurtling toward Lucci's visage. Yet, its potency had diminished significantly. Without even glancing back, Lucci effortlessly seized Luffy and Appo's fist. Having once been defeated by Luffy, Lucci now relished a sense of vindication, scoffing, 2 years. Straw Hat Kid, is this all you've achieved? Luffy, caught in Lucci's grip, felt a cold sweat trickling down his face. Rob Lucci was a formidable adversary, and his current prowess was evident. Even Luffy and Appo's four-block haki was easily subdued, showcasing the extent of Lucci and Appo's growth. At that moment, Lucci surged forward, utilizing the swamp as his domain. With a dual advantage, he lunged at Luffy with a ghostly speed, claws poised to pierce Luffy and Appo's chest. Secret technique, Six King Gun. Now, Lucci could unleash this pinnacle of the six styles with just one hand, and its strength had only intensified. If this strike landed, Luffy, nearly exhausted and struggling to maintain his haki, would likely suffer severe injury. Just then, a long sword intercepted Lucci's punch. Gas. Gamma Blade. The ignited blade emitted an intense heat, warping the air. The full force of the Six King gun collided with the sword, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The ground erupted, and Luffy was pushed back by the blast, only halting when he collided with a stone, followed by a surge of steam as he reverted to his original form. He had reached his limit. In the center of the chaos, Lucci glared fiercely at Law. Do you dare meddle? In that moment, Law retorted, he is still my ally. His declaration prompted a shift in the expressions of Sanji, Zoro, and the others, who had initially been skeptical. An ally? Lucci could not suppress a derisive laugh. The Straw Hat Kid obstructing his mission for Saint Satan? How audacious. In the next instant, the swamp powers surged. The muck beneath Law seemed to open a gaping maw, relentlessly pulling in any object it touched, including his legs. Law, however, transformed his lower body into gas, remaining unaffected. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in. Sanji and Zoro, resolute, charged forward to confront Rob Lucci. Lucci, unperturbed, executed a gale kick that struck Law and Appo's blade, using the momentum to disappear from sight. Swamp Domain. Leopard Transformation. In the blink of an eye, Lucci had distanced himself, and the swamp writhed around him. The sprawling mire seemed to come alive, manifesting into monstrous leopards sculpted from the mud. Indeed, he was the most powerful of CP9 in 8 centuries. His understanding of his fruit and Appo's capabilities far surpassed that of any original swamp user. 3 colossal leopards roared as they lunged at Law, Zoro, and Sanji. Instantly, the already weary Zoro and Sanji found themselves ensnared by the mud leopards, unable to break free. Yet, against Law, who wielded dual abilities, it was still insufficient. The gas spread, marking Law and Appo's range of teleportation. While Sanji and Zoro battled the mud leopards, Law teleported behind Lucci. The blade of the ghostly cry descended from the air. Gas burst forth, igniting along the blade and Appo's edge, erupting into a torrent of flames aimed directly at Lucci and Appo's back. With a disdainful grunt, Lucci pivoted, allowing the mud leopard to intercept the fiery assault. He then leaped, transforming into a hybrid form for close combat. Law, undeterred, rotated his blade to engage. Utilizing the room from his surgery fruit, he faced Lucci and Appo's ferocity head-on. The Navy soldiers watched in astonishment. This was the first duel between users of dual abilities. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew wore expressions of concern and complexity. With Sanji and Zoro detained, they could only hope for Luffy to recover, perhaps even find something to eat for him. Yet, everyone present overlooked the air gate still in play. Behind the door stood Kaku, Stussy, and other CP0 members. What a mess. With the Straw Hats present, it's only natural for Lucci to lose control. I would probably want to strike them too, Kaku remarked. Their defeat at Eni's lobby was a painful memory. Yet now is not the time for personal grievances. Stussy shouted a reminder to Lucci. Time is of the essence. We must focus on the task at hand. Bearing the direct orders from Saint Satan, they could not afford to act recklessly. If they disappointed him, Stussy and the others understood the gravity of the situation. Rob Lucci shared this sentiment. Upon hearing Stussy and Apos' reminder, Lucci decisively retreated, charging towards Don Quixote Doflamingo without hesitation, seizing him. Law did not intervene. He too ceased hostilities. Recognizing that this was a mission mandated by Satan, the Straw Hats could only watch in silence as Luffy struggled, still intent on interfering despite his exhaustion. Lucci stepped away, darting to the air gate, casting a dissatisfied glance at Law before vanishing through it. As the door closed, the CP0 team departed without hesitation. The swamp dissipated, and Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy were surrounded by their comrades, assessing their injuries. Law quietly observed Fujitora's hesitant retreat. Dressrosa had suffered greatly. The priority was to ensure the safety of the civilians. Fujitora found an excellent excuse for himself, harboring questions about the dual abilities as he turned to leave with his men. Law sighed and met the gazes of the Straw Hat crew. What on earth just transpired? Chapter 23. The Astonishment of Akainu, Kizaru, and Green Bull, Dual Powers. The connection between Trafalgar Law and Rob Lucci, two wielders of dual abilities, is undeniable. Robin and Apos' gaze was exceptionally grave, her voice low yet imbued with seriousness. Trafalgar Law, how did you become entangled with the world government? Especially during your disappearance and your dual fruit power. Allies remain allies. Yet his deep entanglement with the world government compelled Robin and the more composed members like Sanji to seek the truth. All eyes turned towards Trafalgar Law, with Luffy gazing curiously as well. Law frowned, exhaling a weary sigh. Although the Straw Hat crew contained some not-so-bright members, their intelligence was undeniably top-tier. I cannot say. He shook his head. The outcome was expected yet beyond reason. However, Sanji discerned the implication in his words. Cannot say. Does that mean? The phrase cannot say bore a different connotation, suggesting that Law was not unwilling to disclose, but rather unable to articulate. His expression was somber, neither nodding nor shaking his head. His apprehension towards Saint Satan was profound. Even without considering his comrades, he dared not act recklessly, particularly in light of. Though unspoken, his gaze fell upon the still unconscious Caesar. Nami, the crafty thief, was the first to react, whispering, "You can end Apos. T say, but he can." The rest of the Straw Hat crew suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Wait, Luffy. Caesar, he is already dead. Chopper and Amp, Apos' face paled dramatically as he rushed over to observe, rising on tiptoe in fear. Dead. Law, Sanji, and Frankie quickly approached to investigate. Caesar had been lying on his side in a stupor, obscured from their view, and they initially overlooked his weakened breath. Upon closer inspection, they confirmed it. Thick, viscous mud was oozing from Caesar and Amp, Apos' mouth and nose. He had suffocated to death. Dr. Chopper delivered his verdict, and everyone present realized that Caesar had been drowned by the mud of the swamp ability. A heavy silence fell over the group, and a chill gripped Law and Apos' heart. Rob Lucci, he shouldn't have been concerned about a powerless waste. The most likely scenario was that before arriving, Saint Satan had issued orders for complete eradication. He knew I cannot speak. The only vulnerability is Caesar. The malice and cunning of the Gorosei sent shivers down Law's spine. More so than the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, at the Navy's new headquarters, the former G1 base, in the Admiral and Apos' office, Akainu lounged on the sofa, cigar in mouth. Flanked by two other admirals, Kizaru and Green Bull. During the World Conference, Green Bull was compelled to guard Mariewa, with Fujitora also present. After arranging security for the World Conference in the Navy and Amp, Apos' responsibilities, Akainu expressed his displeasure and frustration. Losing two admirals to the World Conference diminished his elite combat strength by half, increasing the pressure on him as the fleet admiral. Do not worry, Senior. I will do my utmost, Green Bull, his #1 fan, promptly reassured him. Just then, the din-din mushi on the table began to ring. Fujitora, how goes it on your end? Akainu answered the call directly. Fujitora reported gravely. The Night Demon has been defeated, bested by the Straw Hat crew and Trafalgar Law. Akainu, Kizaru, and Green Bull were collectively astonished. Incredible! That Doflamingo fellow was defeated by two newcomers to the New World? Akainu and Amp, Apos' eyes glinted with ferocity. Monkey D, Luffy. It's him again. Raise his bounty. We must secure his head at all costs. Admiral, although they teamed up, the real threat was the recently disbanded warlord. Trafalgar Law. Fujitora and Amp, Apos' tone grew more serious when mentioning Law. Why does the collaboration yield such significant results for Law? Akainu and Amp, Appo's, gaze sharpened, sensing the peculiarity in Fujitora and Amp, Appo's, words. In his battle with Doflamingo, he exhibited a dual fruit ability. Fujitora disclosed the truth, causing shockwaves among the three men and their aides in the office. Is that true? Dual abilities? Green Bull stood, incredulous, voicing his disbelief. With Blackbeard as a case in point, who doesn't he know that dual abilities are extraordinary? Kizaru furrowed his brow. Astonished, like that Teach fellow? Truly terrifying. What on earth is happening? Akainu pressed for answers. Upon hearing their reactions, Fujitora's heart raced. Was it possible that even the fleet admiral was unaware? Did the knowledge of this dual ability lie solely within CP0? Nonetheless, Fujitora recounted the events in detail, mentioning, Trafalgar Law has indeed stolen Caesar Clown and Amp, Appo's, Logia-type gas fruit. Stolen abilities? ISNT that akin to what Blackbeard did? Green Bull grumbled. Akainu and Kizaru exchanged looks of shock and disbelief. This was far from good news, particularly regarding the theft and dual abilities. Though I may be blind, I see clearly. Trafalgar Law utilized the gas fruit ability. Its characteristics are unmistakable. Fujitora firmly asserted that his observation haki could not err so drastically. There truly exists a dual ability. With Fujitora's declaration, the trio of high-ranking officers had to accept the reality. After all, Fujitora had no reason to jest about such matters concerning the Navy. This is simply inconceivable. Blackbeard is the only individual known to possess such a unique constitution. Could Trafalgar Law be the same? Surely not. Kizaru twirled his fingers, deep in thought, contemplating the implications on perception and the rules of the world. ISN and Appo's, Trafalgar Law of a unique constitution? Yet, without the Yami no Mi, how could he have stolen abilities? What could achieve such an effect? Green Bull grimaced, struggling to fathom the possibilities. At that moment, Akainu coldly interjected, technology. Of course, Green Bull realized. Only technology could produce such ludicrous effects. After all, advancements in artificial fruits had already been realized. Yet, upon reflection, Kizaru voiced his confusion. Is Trafalgar Law truly that formidable? Such technology may be beyond even Vegapunk's reach. As someone overseeing technological matters, Kizaru was quite familiar with Vegapunk's capabilities. Akainu nodded slightly in agreement. However, at that moment, Fujitora revealed another possibility. Not Trafalgar Law, but Saint Satan. Chapter 24. Where does the extraordinary technology of Saint Satan come from? In the world, aside from Vegapunk, the only other entity likely to possess such advanced technological prowess is perhaps that scientific defense deity from above. Akainu, Kizaru, and Green Bull were initially taken aback, yet internally, they somewhat acknowledged Fujitora and Appo's assertions. However, Akainu voiced his skepticism. We have not heard of any such capabilities from those above. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Kizaru, who, being a high-ranking member of the scientific division, shook his head in response. I am entirely in the dark. After all, the ability to steal powers and transform a single ability user into a dual wielder is a monumental affair. It is hard to believe that no whispers of such a thing have surfaced. The five elders have concealed quite a number of remarkable secrets, Haven and Amp, Appo's, Tive? Green Bull interjected, chuckling ominously. Yet, noticing Akainu and Amp, Appo's stern demeanor, he continued, but wait, that Trafalgar Law exhibited dual abilities, how could that possibly be the doing of the five elders? Law, alongside the Straw Hat crew, had vanquished the formidable 10 Yakuza, and shortly thereafter, CP0 arrived. The individual in question wielded the staff of Saint Satan and had taken the entire Don Quixote family captive. This matter undoubtedly ties back to the five elders. During this time, the Straw Hat Boy-in-law obstructed CP0, and that fellow Rob Lucci similarly revealed dual abilities, the leopard form and the swamp fruit power. Fujitora recounted the encounter, describing how Rob Lucci single-handedly contended with the Straw Hat crew, even engaging in a fierce battle with Law. According to Fujitora, his observation haki allowed him to perceive the suppressed dialogue between the two. It seemed they were concealing something significant. Of course, Fujitora did not voice this thought aloud. But with Rob Lucci also exhibiting dual abilities, Akainu, Kizaru, and Green Bull could no longer remain composed, their expressions shifting dramatically. CP0 also has dual ability users. If this is indeed the case, regardless of how Trafalgar Law acquired his powers, Rob Lucci must certainly be connected to Mariewa. CP0 is a specialized organization directly under the Celestial Dragons. Those selected are unequivocally loyal to the celestial dragons. Moreover, he possessed the staff of Saint Satan. In an instant, a whirlwind of thought surged within them. Could Mariewa truly wield such formidable technology? Dual ability users who can also steal the abilities of others. This is utterly astonishing. Green Bull was so agitated he could hardly articulate his thoughts. He mused if he too could become a dual wielder. How much more formidable would his already monstrous strength become? Even the 4 emperors could be faced head-on. With such technology, how could the 5 elders not prioritize the navy? Akainu furrowed his brow, clenching his fist. Instead, they have allocated it to the warlords and those CP agents, though they had not witnessed it firsthand. Fujitora and Amp, Appos, S words were largely credible, and they felt compelled to ponder why those above had divulged not a single whisper. If the Navy's combat power could ascend to a new level, the pirate forces, sweeping through the new world would be a mere formality. After all, Blackbeard's example, along with that of Rob Lucci, served as the prime illustrations. 2 abilities combined are not simply additive. Akainu felt a flicker of resentment rising within him. Yet, no one could challenge the authority of the 5 elders. Even if Akainu felt displeased, he could not hold them accountable, nor could he directly inquire. Fujitora, you must keep this information under wraps. The existence of dual ability users must not spread widely. Akainu resolutely decided that he needed the Navy to keep pace. After issuing the order to suppress the information, he turned to Kazara. Borsellino, we cannot let this opportunity slip by. You are to pay a visit. Seek out Saint Satan and gauge the situation. The individual in question is at the pinnacle of power, and our Navy is merely a subordinate organization. Even the mightiest must adhere to protocol. Kizaru, understanding the gravity of the matter, nodded and rose. I shall make the trip. Green Bull, who had not received a task, continued to contemplate the dual ability users. He thought, if Saint Satan truly possessed such technology, assisting the Navy in acquiring a few ability users would dramatically enhance the Navy's elite combat strength, especially if he could also become a dual wielder. The mere thought of this caused Green Bull and Appos' expression to brighten with excitement. Observing Kizaru and Appos' departing figure, a fiery glimmer sparked in Akainu and Appos' eyes, obscured by cigar smoke. What Green Bull envisioned, he too had contemplated. If they could succeed, it would represent a monumental leap forward. The Navy would emerge as the true dominator of the seas. And the 4 emperors of the New World? Merely trifles. One dual ability Blackbeard, with peak powers, would be overshadowed by a Navy boasting numerous dual wielders, sweeping away even the likes of Shanks. The era of great pirates would be brought to a definitive end by Akainu. At the Saturn experimental base in Mariewa, Saint Satan stood by the window, then turned to regard those behind him. An air portal slowly materialized 3 seconds later, with Rob Lucci, Stussy, and others escorting the officers of the Don Quixote family, alongside the unconscious Doflamingo, stepping through via the door fruit. Saint Satan, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and the others knelt in reverence. Saint Satan inclined his head slightly, then turned to the Don Quixote family members who had been unceremoniously thrown in, commanding, "Wake them." Pika, Peter, and Torbol were successively roused violently by Kaku. Yet, upon opening their eyes, the first sight they beheld was Rob Lucci, eliciting sheer terror. You, a dual ability user. Their memories were still anchored in Dressrosa, where the cadre members had been captured by Lucci following Doflamingo's defeat while they were retreating to preserve their family's influence. The dual abilities, Swamp and Leopard form, had left an indelible impression, causing them to instinctively cry out at the sight of him. This reaction also astonished the recently revived Doflamingo. Another dual ability user. Law, the searing heat of the gamma knife still lingering in his mind, felt a darkness descend upon him. He was still engaged in the creation of artificial devil fruits. But when did dual ability users become so commonplace? Adding Blackbeard, there are now 3 known. But soon, Doflamingo began to survey his surroundings. Where had CP0 brought them? Turning to look, he was met with a figure that caught his eye. Saint Satan, Doflamingo and Amp, Appos' eyes widened in surprise and shock. The entity responsible for their capture was, indeed, the 5 elders. The fog of confusion in his mind lifted, and Doflamingo suddenly comprehended. If all of this was orchestrated by this figure, everything fell into place. Chapter 25, The Dread of the Don Quixote Family, Witnessing the Transfer of Powers. Thus it was. Upon encountering Satan, Don Quixote Doflamingo experienced a sudden epiphany, which left him coughing up blood in agitation. If it is you, then there are sufficient resources to conduct research, especially considering the emergence of individuals like Blackbeard. As for the research, is it not Vegapunk and Amp, Oppos, S doing? Haha, indeed remarkable, capable of not only seizing powers but also creating dual ability users. Doflamingo's emotions were a tumultuous mix of astonishment and bitterness. Presently, he remained oblivious to how Satan would choose to handle them. At that moment, Rob Lucci beside him scoffed derisively. With Vegapunk's technology, does he even qualify? Do you think he is the world's greatest scientist? The CP0 team regarded Satan as a true deity, allowing no room for doubt. Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback, and the Don Quixote family members were equally taken aback. Filled with uncertainty, Vegapunk and Amp, Oppos, S technology was universally acknowledged to be a century ahead. The most formidable scientist. Now, the CP0 team was insinuating that Vegapunk was unworthy? Doflamingo's astonishment deepened as he turned his stiff neck towards that imposing figure. Could it be that you are the dual ability user, the scientific guardian deity? He himself was a scientist. In an instant, the entire Don Quixote family turned their gaze towards Satan, who looked down upon them with an air of indifference. Faced with Doflamingo's probing gaze, he remained silent, his demeanor utterly apathetic. Silence is often the most eloquent of responses. The Don Quixote family was in a state of shock, and Doflamingo was filled with suspicion. How is it possible? The Gorosei possess such capabilities that they can conceal it from his watchful eyes. Without a whisper of news? And if it truly is Satan who accomplished this, how could the current dynamics of the seas be so drastically altered? What role do the four emperors play in this? Doflamingo and Amp, Oppos, S mind was in disarray. Satan, uninterested in further conversation with Doflamingo and his associates, had his sights set on the powers they possessed. Choose, he commanded, as he settled into a sofa. Yes, Bruno, Kaku, Stussy, and others immediately erupted with excitement and fell to their knees. Subsequently, Bruno became the first to make a selection, as he had lost the Dordor fruit and considered this his compensation for allegiance to Satan. As Bruno's eager gaze swept over the members of the Don Quixote family, a chill ran down their spines. What? Choose what? Torpole, Peter, and others were genuinely terrified. Doflamingo clenched his teeth, remaining silent. What else could they choose besides their abilities? Great Satan, please bestow upon me. Bruno decisively chose the Pika. As a member of the CP0 team, he was well versed in the intelligence of various pirates and was acutely aware of Pika and Amp, Oppos, S capabilities. Pika and Torpole, Peter, and the others were still bewildered and panicked. Satan slightly raised his gaze and unleashed a devastating 50-fold strike, the thunderous menace. In the spacious laboratory meeting room, a blinding light erupted. Pika had no time to react as his body was struck with immense force. The overwhelming impact sent him flying like a cannonball, crashing into the steel wall and leaving a deep dent, blood streaming from his orifices. The cadre-level Pika was unable to react, his robust physique utterly powerless against the assault, leaving him gravely wounded and unconscious. Torpole, Peter, and others, realizing the gravity of the situation, gasped in horror, their eyes wide with fear. Doflamingo was filled with dread, yet dared not utter a sound. Up close, he could feel Satan and Oppos' formidable power, acutely aware that this lightning-fast strike contained at least two abilities. He, too, was a dual ability user. Doflamingo and Amp, Oppos' heart was tumultuous as he witnessed the sheer might of Satan, one of the Gorosei. Satan, ignoring the others, focused on the unconscious Pika, randomly seized ability, Vitality Infusion. This time, Satan failed to seize an ability, but he was not surprised. Fortune does not favor every attempt. Thus, to Doflamingo and his cohort, Satan and Amp, Oppos' impassive demeanor was genuinely terrifying. Yet, witnessing the impending doom of his and Amp, Oppos' family and Amp, Oppos', Doflamingo felt an insatiable fury. Wake him up, Satan ordered coolly. Immediately, a team of white-coated researchers entered swiftly, deploying various potions and instruments on Pika. They disregarded bodily harm, applying potent compounds designed solely to rouse him quickly. Before long, Pika regained consciousness, grimacing in pain from his injuries, but gradually recovering thanks to the restorative potions coursing through him. This was the concoction Satan had meticulously developed to awaken the carriers of abilities. Soon, Pika was placed back in position and instructed to rise. Satan prepared for another round, eager to seize another ability. However, at that moment, Doflamingo seemed to discern Satan's intentions and suddenly spoke through gritted teeth to intervene. Spare us. Otherwise, The secrets of the celestial dragons will be revealed to the world. Satan was slightly taken aback, turning to Doflamingo. Oh, so you have a trump card. Having traversed into this world as Satan, he was fully aware of everything Satan had experienced, including Doflamingo's knowledge. Had it been the original Satan, he might have truly considered compromise. But now, having transferred the vital control ability of the life fruit, he no longer cared. Go ahead and disclose it, you Don Quixote brat. Satan was utterly unconcerned, exuding a calm indifference. This nonchalant attitude towards such a significant revelation momentarily stunned Doflamingo. What do you mean? Do you mean to say that such a colossal secret does not faze you? How can this be? I have lost my greatest bargaining chip. Doflamingo was genuinely bewildered. What had once been his most potent weapon against the world government now seemed trivial in the absence of authority. Pika's fate was now sealed. The CP0 members exhibited no change in expression, remaining steadfast in their positions. In the next moment, Pika was struck again by Satan's piercing gaze. The overwhelming force rendered him incapable once more, crashing into the wall and falling unconscious. Doflamingo watched helplessly as all this unfolded, and Torpole and the others were engulfed in despair. Before the figure at the pinnacle of power, they felt like mere ants, utterly incapable of resistance. Not even the young master. Satan, having overwhelmed Pika once more, was fortunate this time. Randomly seized ability, Paramecia, Stone Fruit. Doflamingo and others could sense that Pika was now even weaker than before. With the successful acquisition of the ability, Satan showed no hesitation. Directly addressing Doflamingo and his group, Grant, the Stone Fruit was immediately bestowed upon Bruno. Having lost the Door Fruit ability, Bruno felt the surge of power from the newly acquired ability with particular clarity. The strength coursed through his body, filling him with exhilaration, and he could not help but touch the ground. The floor, crafted from stone, was instantly manipulated at his command. Chapter 26, The Saint of Satan. Does Doflamingo wish to collaborate? It depends on your fortune. Stones, seemingly animated, adhered to Bruno under his control, transforming him into a being of stone. Marvelous. Bruno, Cuckoo, Maha, and Joseph could not contain their exhilaration at this miracle, rejoicing for Bruno's regained abilities. Even the usually stoic Lucci and Stussy displayed smiles. Indeed, under the mighty hand of the Saint of Satan, the demonic powers lay within his grasp. Such displays never failed to evoke excitement. Witnessing Bruno's abilities for the first time, Doflamingo and his crew were left in utter shock. How is this possible? The abilities of Pika have vanished. This is real, truly real. Torbol, Diamante, Senor, and Gladius stood agape, momentarily at a loss for words. What transpired before them was overwhelmingly astonishing, beyond comprehension. After being repeatedly defeated and rendered unconscious, Pika and Apos' powers were simply taken away by a single utterance from the elders. The Saint of Satan. What of technology? This cannot be true. How could this happen? Doflamingo and Apos' mind was a chaotic whirl, disbelief clouding his thoughts. The act of usurping someone and Apos' abilities, culminating in Bruno and Apos' manifestation of the Stone Fruit power, occurred with an alarming simplicity. This was entirely unlike the technological processes he had envisioned. Doflamingo stood there, bewildered and motionless. Such methods were more outrageous than those of Blackbeard. At least with the Darkness Fruit, there was a noticeable process in the ability theft, but with Satan, nothing was discernible. How on earth did he achieve this? It was simply too extraordinary. Lucci, Cuckoo, and the others, witnessing Doflamingo and Apos' crew in a state even more disheartened than their own, could not help but smirk inwardly. The techniques of the Saint of Satan were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Dual abilities, the act of stealing powers, transcended understanding. Now, Satan and Apos' methods shattered all preconceptions, leaving even the most erudite individuals astounded. No, what exactly is this technique? It does not resemble technology. Could it be an ability? Saint of Satan, what secrets do you harbor? Doflamingo no longer cared for the notion of Apos' family and Apos', his voice trembling as he pressed for answers from Satan, sitting upon the throne. The Saint of Satan ignored him entirely, treating his pleas as mere whispers in the wind. He then lifted his finger slightly, gesturing. Rob, Lucci, Cuckoo, Stussy, and the others immediately bowed, excitedly glancing towards the other members of the Don Quixote family. Each of them had already chosen their targets. Meanwhile, Doflamingo could only watch helplessly as his longtime subordinates were struck down by Satan and Apos' fierce gaze. Revived, only to be defeated again. This relentless cycle was nothing short of torturous despair. First, Stussy targeted Sugar, whose toy fruit ability was particularly unique, controlling the whims of childhood. Much like the island of Dressrosa. In succession, Satan overwhelmed the weaker Sugar 4 times, only ceasing when the restorative potions proved futile. Sugar was left gasping, her breaths becoming shallow. Satan felt a twinge of regret. Had he been able to master the toy fruit, he could have accomplished much. Unfortunately, he had not acquired the ability but rather enhanced their physical resilience and observation and armament hockey slightly. Continuing his pillaging, Doflamingo clenched his teeth in frustration, utterly powerless. He watched as Senior was defeated 5 times in a row, ultimately collapsing and bleeding, with potions merely prolonging his life. The yo-yo fruit failed. Mahabes, who withstood 6 of Satan and Amp, Apos, as ferocious attacks, also could not successfully steal an ability. Unhurried, Satan maintained his composure, knowing that to achieve great ambitions, one must first handle minor matters with poise. Finally, when Cuckoo chose the Blast fruit, he successfully acquired a new ability. With the command, the ability entered Cuckoo and Apos' body. Cuckoo was elated, acutely aware that this second ability fortified him, and he picked up a fragment from the ground, causing it to expand and explode. Thank you, great saint of Satan. After testing his newfound power, he fell to the ground in ecstasy. Stussy Maha. And the others looked at Cuckoo with deep envy as their own targets had all failed. After being robbed, Buffalo, Mahabes, and the others found their powers greatly diminished. Witnessing all that transpired, even as they felt the loss of their abilities, the Don Quixote members were too stunned to react, utterly shaken. Especially when Cuckoo unleashed the power of the Blast fruit. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Rob Lucci stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Satan. Saint of Satan, I choose him. He pointed directly at Doflamingo. The string fruit, a power with which Doflamingo had played extensively, was known to Rob Lucci, prompting his decisive choice. This was also why the others had intentionally left the string fruit available. Upon seeing this, Doflamingo felt a chill race through his mind. What a joke. Witnessing his subordinates become so weak, with Gladius and Pika's abilities stripped away, he could no longer ignore the peril. To have the strength he had painstakingly cultivated taken from him was akin to a death sentence. At that moment, genuine fear gripped him. Saint of Satan, even if you disregard the secrets of the national treasure, for the sake of the Don Quixote family, we can collaborate. Even if Mariehua forbids my return, I can still be your black glove. Doflamingo hastily pleaded, trembling as he knelt. The Don Quixote family he mentioned was not the pirate crew, but rather one of the 20 families. Hoping this would persuade Satan to relent. Ignoring the mention of the national treasure, Satan lowered his gaze. Wishing to collaborate? That is not impossible. It depends on your fortune. With that, the power of 50-fold thunderous gaze erupted violently, almost instantaneously reaching Doflamingo. Fierce, overwhelming, and indestructible. Doflamingo could distinctly sense the myriad of abilities unleashed by Satan. Then, immense force surged forth, and he lost consciousness once more. Satan gazed at Doflamingo, embedded in the wall, and noted, randomly acquired ability, armament hockey. With a marked increase in his own hockey, Satan nodded inwardly. Indeed, the enhancements provided by powerful individuals were the most substantial. This time, Doflamingo contributed a 10 growth in armament hockey. To awaken him, Satan contemplated Doflamingo thoughtfully and, after issuing commands, the attendants swiftly approached to administer a potion. As Doflamingo regained consciousness, before he could even register his terror, Satan unleashed another thunderous gaze, delivering a devastating blow. Randomly acquired ability, Conqueror and Apos' hockey. Chapter 27, The Submission of Don Quixote Doflamingo, I am willing to serve you. Despite failing to acquire any ability-related attributes, Satan and Amp, Apos' demeanor remained unfazed, even remarkably calm. His mindset had always been steady, understanding that such abilities are not easily obtained. The enhancements provided by the Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey attributes far outweigh those offered by mere subordinates. His strength had seen an increment. In stark contrast, Don Quixote Doflamingo, forcibly awakened by a potion, found his body drained of armament hockey and Conqueror and Amp, Apos' hockey, leaving him in a state of utter weakness. Faced with the terror of death, he was oblivious to his physical deficiencies, his eyes betraying a look of sheer panic as he gazed at the composed Satan. However, this time, Satan refrained from striking further, instead intertwining his fingers. After the battle, Doflamingo had reached his physical limits. Having endured 2 consecutive breakdowns, he could go no further. Tremors ran through his heart. But upon witnessing Satan and Apos' posture, he realized he had narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, the loss of his abilities weighed heavily on him. Rob Lucci sighed inwardly, both helpless and regretful. He truly coveted the string fruit and Apos' powers, but understood that not every ability could be seized. Satan cast a glance at Doflamingo and his companions, casually waving his hand. The notorious warlord of the sea, a descendant of the celestial dragons, appeared as nothing more than a mere insect before him. Collaboration? Satan had little interest. His thoughts were more focused on furthering his plans for the future. Yes, Rob Lucci bowed in acknowledgement. Stussy, Kaku, and others wore expressions devoid of emotion as they prepared to execute the members of the Don Quixote family. Stop. Please stop. Satan, what must we do for you to spare us? We can serve you in any capacity. We will do anything. Doflamingo exclaimed in desperation as he saw Lucci reaching out. At that moment, he had no choice but to concede. For he was not facing an emperor, nor the navy, nor even those pirates, but rather one of the terrifyingly esteemed elders of the world government. Torres and Bartolomeo, having regained consciousness, joined in with tears and snot. We are willing to obey your commands. We will do anything. Please spare us. Under normal circumstances, they might have faced death with valor, but after enduring such tribulations, they had lost all courage in the face of mortality. Rob Lucci observed the situation and noted Satan and Apos' unwavering coldness, his actions unimpeded as he resolutely executed his commands. Activate the swamp fruit's ability. A viscous sludge rapidly spread beneath the feet of the Don Quixote family, ensnaring them completely. With the exception of the CP0 team, even Doflamingo was languidly dragged downward by the muck. Once consumed, they would inevitably suffocate. Desperate, Doflamingo and his subordinates and Apos' mental defenses crumbled under Satan and Apos' indifference. Torres and Bartolomeo could no longer suppress their terrified cries. At that moment, Doflamingo and Apos' mind raced. A man of grand ambitions, having glimpsed heights beyond, now found himself paralyzed by the fear of death. No, do not kill me. Helpless to resist, as his body sank, Doflamingo hastily shouted at Satan, the Navy knows who has taken me. If I am killed, it will undoubtedly draw the attention of the other elders. Doflamingo and Apos' desperate plea was uttered with all the strength he could muster, seeking a glimmer of hope. Satan and Apos' eyes narrowed. Stop. Lucci, without hesitation, ceased his actions. With the swamp receding, Doflamingo and his subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. Doflamingo's heart surged with joy. He had guessed correctly. He had preserved his life. He was astute. And in his moment of desperation, he conceived a potential strategy to steal abilities and become a dual user. Such an outrageous tactic, if successful, could remain hidden from the world. Why would the elders arm the world government? Unless this was not the elders and Apos' plan, but rather the scheme of Satan himself. This explained why, upon capture, abilities were seized immediately and failure resulted in execution. Satan sought to silence them and minimize the risk of information leakage. Doflamingo was astonished. He had wagered correctly. He had bestowed abilities upon Trafalgar Law and CP0. They were all mere secret subordinates of Satan. No wonder even the celestial dragon's treasures were disregarded in such a significant event. But if that were the case, what did Satan intend to achieve? A chilling realization gripped him. As he gasped for breath, his pupils trembled. Satan regarded Doflamingo with keen interest, acknowledging his cleverness. Perhaps he had already deduced some of the truth, yet that mattered little. At this stage, while Satan and Apos' strength was formidable enough to confront him, exposing his power would only incite the entire world government to covet him, igniting war, a notion far from wise. It was unnecessary to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Satan desired more. His gaze fixated on Doflamingo, who was immensely anxious, yet understood the need to seize this opportunity. Thus, he quickly prostrated himself on the ground, with the rest of the Don Quixote crew following suit. Satan, please grant us an opportunity to pledge our loyalty to you. Doflamingo, now utterly submissive, respectfully implored. Satan slowly rose, turning to gaze through the glass at the outer laboratory scenery. After several seconds, he spoke. It is not that I cannot grant you an opportunity. At these words, a wave of elation surged through Doflamingo and his companions. They would not meet their demise. Even if they were to serve as lackeys, they would be serving Satan, a figure at the pinnacle of the world, nothing to be ashamed of. Now, I present you with a task, young man. Capture Charlotte Leanlean's son, Katakuri, and one of the warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. Satan immediately assigned Doflamingo a mission. Understood. We shall accomplish this task. Doflamingo, now indifferent to the nature of the mission, eagerly agreed. Satan's gaze sharpened, cutting through Doflamingo like a blade, instantly instilling a sense of cold dread within him. You have been given a chance. Failure means death. Your bodies will be discarded in the wilderness, and there is no escape across the vast sea. If they succeeded, not only would they have the chance to live, but they would also be granted opportunities for additional abilities. A stick followed by a sweet date, Satan recognized that mere fear was insufficient to maintain control. Substantial incentives were necessary to captivate their hearts. Indeed. Upon hearing about the prospect of being discarded, a shiver ran through the crowd. Yet, when they heard about the possibility of acquiring multiple abilities, Doflamingo could not help but entertain thoughts of delight. The chance to obtain the abilities of his dreams. And now, under these circumstances, the opportunity presented itself. We will faithfully obey your holy command. The members of the Don Quixote pirates felt a mix of relief and excitement, their emotions complex. They had narrowly escaped the brink of death and received new prospects. Doflamingo seized the moment to request, Satan, I require you to bestow upon me a second ability. Satan nodded slightly. The opportunity has been granted. Seek it out yourself, but be aware of the possibility of failure. Chapter 28. The Admiral and Amp. Apo's desire for dual abilities and Satan and Amp. Apo's delaying tactics. The prospect of obtaining dual abilities, albeit with the risk of failure, brought unexpected joy to Doflamingo instead of disappointment. I shall adhere to the holy decree. He had witnessed Rob Lucci's recent display and could surmise that success was not guaranteed. Yet, what did it matter? As long as there was a chance, Doflamingo remained confident that he could stand above all others. At that moment, a messenger suddenly arrived, announcing, Saint Satan, Admiral Kizaru seeks an audience. Inside the room, Rob Lucci and his companions remained unperturbed, while Doflamingo and Apo's group exchanged glances of concern. With a casual wave of his hand, Satan indicated for Lucci to proceed, and he promptly opened a portal with his staff. Concealing their true strengths was paramount. Revealing their capabilities before an admiral was out of the question. Having narrowly escaped death and now receiving Satan and Apo's promise of dual abilities, Doflamingo felt a surge of excitement. Let us depart, Lucci warned with a sharp gaze. The CP0 members watched Doflamingo and Apo's group closely, allowing them to leave first. Once everyone had exited, the room was left in disarray, mere walls and a floor in disarray. Unfazed, Satan commanded that Kizaru be brought in. Saint Satan, Kizaru, the admiral, entered with a respectful greeting, though his attention was soon drawn to the dilapidated walls and floor, likely damaged from impacts. Borsellino, what brings you here? Satan inquired nonchalantly from his seat on the sofa, as a servant presented a steaming cup of coffee. After the servant departed, Kizaru collected his thoughts and began. I am here to report. Regarding Dressrosa, the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo has suffered defeat at the hands of Trafalgar Law and the Straw Hat Boy. The complication lies in the fact that this occurred in full view of the public, and after the battle, Fujitora discovered numerous pieces of evidence against Doflamingo and Dressrosa. Charges of manipulating the kingdom, establishing arms factories, and colluding with the four emperors. The implications are significant, and we must determine how to proceed with his imprisonment. Kizaru's report was delivered with utmost professionalism. Satan took a sip of his coffee and nodded thoughtfully. That fellow has acted most recklessly. His collusion with the four emperors is unforgivable. Imprisonment? We cannot follow the typical timeline of the pirate world. Given Doflamingo's loyalty, he may still prove useful. The charges against him were established, but as a member of the Gorosei, Satan held the ultimate authority. Shifting the conversation, Satan remarked, Doflamingo is a member of the Don Quixote family. Despite being stripped of his celestial dragon status, his bloodline remains. This matter does not concern the Navy. I will handle it. The decision of the Gorosei was not subject to debate. Understood, Kizaru acknowledged with a nod. The Navy's upper echelons were already aware of Doflamingo's celestial dragon lineage, which explained why no admiral had acted against him before the rise of the Night Butterfly. One of the Navy and Apo's responsibilities is to protect the celestial dragons, and these discussions were merely procedural. Satan observed Kizaru, surmising that the Navy had likely begun to harbor suspicions. As expected, Kizaru soon revealed the true purpose of his visit. He spoke slowly. Saint Satan, I have a query regarding the battle in Dressrosa. Trafalgar Law and CP0's Lucci exhibited dual abilities. Much like Blackbeard, They seem to have stolen others' powers and utilized both simultaneously. Is it possible? Aware that his directness might be perceived as brash, Kizaru felt a twinge of apprehension facing the calm Satan. Despite being an admiral, he felt the weight of pressure in the presence of the Gorosei, especially when Satan and Amp, Apos, S steady gaze rendered him momentarily speechless. It is merely a breakthrough in technology from Vegapunk. What they displayed was merely experimental results, still unstable. The observation of the test subjects is ongoing. Satan understood Kizaru's intent but chose not to confirm anything outright, instead invoking Vegapunk's name. By shifting the focus to technology, Kizaru had no grounds to further probe. Such matters were undoubtedly classified, and having shared this much was already significant. However, Kizaru retained his doubts, knowing he was well acquainted with Vegapunk, having a deeper understanding than most. Although he had not visited Punk Hazard in some time, he doubted Vegapunk possessed capabilities to achieve such feats. The ability to create dual powers and steal others' devil fruits demanded an extraordinary level of advanced technology. Kizaru's lips moved, yet he refrained from expressing any skepticism. Instead, he pressed on, Saint Satan, could this technology also be applied within the Navy? The ability to secretly experiment with dual ability users indicates remarkable prowess. Regardless of whether it is Vegapunk or not, we must explore this possibility. Satan set down his coffee cup, fingers interlaced, leaning forward to scrutinize Kizaru as if weighing his options. Kizaru felt compelled to remain silent, inwardly chastising himself for being too direct. It seemed unlikely that this secret experimentation would be approved. If Satan were to decline, he would take his leave promptly. However, Satan and Amp, Apos, S thoughts diverged sharply from Kizaru and Amp, Apos, S expectations. Some strategies, when revealed in advance, could serve to fortify the Navy, garnering more support for future conflicts with Emu. To Kizaru and Amp, Apos, S surprise, Satan did not refuse. It is not out of the question. However, the failure rate of this technology is exceedingly high, and further refinement is necessary. We may proceed with the Navy in about 1 to 2 months. Upon hearing this, Kizaru and Amp, Apos, S eyes brightened. A span of 1 to 2 months was a brief period, especially in the realm of science and technology. Moreover, the Navy would require time to prepare, making this timeline quite suitable. During the World Conference, the workload will be demanding. You may depart now. Also, this conversation is confidential. Silence is imperative. Satan interrupted Kizaru and Amp, Apos, as polite attempts to speak further, emphasizing his final point. Understood, Kizaru acknowledged, bowing respectfully before promptly exiting. Satan watched Kizaru's retreating figure, his eyes glimmering with scheming intent. It was nearly time. Given Kizaru's ambiguous nature, he would likely keep this matter to himself for the time being. Once it reached the upper echelons of the Navy, it would inevitably ascend to the highest echelons of Mariehua. Satan and Amp, Apos, S delaying tactics had bought him 1 to 2 months. During this time, if he could acquire the biscuit fruit or shadow fruit abilities, he would swiftly develop and strengthen his own forces. When the revelations about ability theft and the creation of dual powers eventually surfaced, Satan would find himself unfazed. In fact, when the full extent of the truth emerged, he would possess sufficient strength to confront Emu. Chapter 29, The Shock of the Four Emperors. Where did so many dual powers come from? Extra. The 7 warlords Don Quixote Doflamingo is defeated in Dressrosa in the Sabaody archipelago. Newsboys scurry about, flinging newspapers across every red tree and alleyway. Doflamingo. Is he not the infamous celestial dragon? How can this be? He is a notorious pirate, and moreover, the king of Dressrosa. The populace, upon hearing this news, is taken aback, their disbelief palpable. It is only when the articles from the World News Agency are revealed that the gravity of this astonishing event becomes apparent. The Straw Hat Pirates and the Heart Pirates have utterly vanquished the Don Quixote Pirates. Just recently, there were reports stating that the Celestial Dragon had resigned from his position as a warlord and even relinquished his throne. Doflamingo is a long-standing warlord, one whose position seemed unassailable. How could this happen? Look, Doflamingo has charges against him. Manipulating kingdoms, manufacturing weapons, colluding with the 4 emperors. Doflamingo and Amp, Apos, S defeat has caused the bounty on the Straw Hat crew to soar to over 1 billion. The news in the papers swept through like a hurricane, rapidly spreading from the core of Sabaody to the farthest reaches of the world. In no time, the news reached every corner, igniting a fervor. The entire world was set abuzz. It is well known that the 7 warlords are one of the 3 great powers of the Grand Line, especially someone as renowned as Doflamingo. This has the potential to alter the very fabric of the world. Such a momentous event naturally caught the attention of various powers, with pirates and rulers of the underworld alike expressing their astonishment. Joker, how could he be defeated by those youngsters? It appears there will be significant issues with the supply of arms. Without Joker and Appos as provisions, the implications extend far beyond the fall of a single warlord. The battle that transpired on Dressrosa Island seems far more complex than it appears. What has the Birdman, who released the news, concealed? The underworld and Appos rulers are entangled in a web of interests, and what is visible on the surface pales in comparison to the tumult beneath. However, as the news continued to circulate worldwide, in the waters of Wano country at Onigashima, in a certain cave in the mountains, a sake jar was hurled down, and an exceptionally tall figure staggered to his feet. His fierce countenance, besides the effects of intoxication, radiated an aura of malevolence. Bastard! Bastard! Joker! You worthless fool! How could you be so easily defeated by this bunch of little brats? Kaido, hailed as the strongest creature in the world, roared in a fit of rage. The sheer pressure he exuded caused the subordinates who delivered the newspapers to stumble and collapse, trembling on the ground. The faces of Jack the Drought and Queen the Plague were equally grim. Doflamingo's business was vital to the entire Beast Pirates, particularly concerning the sales of the weapon factory in Wano and the artificial devil fruits. This was the root of Kaido's fury. Lord Kaido, allow me to intercept the Marines and rescue Joker. Jack the Drought and Appos' eyes glinted with ferocity, driven by impulsive bravado, as he volunteered. Kaido, still somewhat intoxicated, turned his head, a glimmer of contemplation hidden in his gaze. At that moment, a shadow rushed through the sky. The toothless pteranodon descended, transforming into the towering figure of King. Governor Kaido. There is new information regarding Joker. As King landed, his first words brought silence to the assembly. Kaido did not speak, plopping down, while the others gazed at the hurriedly arriving King with curiosity. As the foremost figure among the three major banners of the Beast Pirates, King was typically composed. Such urgency was rare. What could this new development be? Governor Kaido, the scouts from Dressrosa have relayed crucial intelligence. Joker has not been taken by the Marines. According to the information provided by the scouts, it was confirmed that CP0 took Joker away. CP? Upon hearing this, Fuzz, clad in red and armed with a long sword, noted that CP0 was the world government's secretive agency, specifically serving the celestial dragons. However, it was peculiar. Why would a team that solely answers to the celestial dragons take Joker? Fuzz, having previously been part of the CP division, understood the nuances well. The others were equally puzzled. Why would the celestial dragons involve themselves with Doflamingo? Rumors in the underworld suggested that Joker had dealings with the celestial dragons. Queen glanced around at the others before quietly speaking to Kaido. Even if such rumors held some truth, they did not satisfactorily explain CP0 and Appos' true motives for taking Doflamingo. Kaido's gaze sharpened, a belch escaping him as he appeared to awaken slightly. Regardless of whether it's the Marines or CP, it matters not. That damn Joker has caused such a colossal mess. They are all part of the world government. For Kaido, sacrificing Doflamingo could have significant repercussions for the Beast Pirates. Unexpectedly, King continued, Governor Kaido, Joker is not the only thing we should be concerned about in this situation. The implications of Joker's plight are not significant for us. The crowd was bewildered. Queen, Jack, and others stared at King in confusion. Were they not gathered to discuss Joker? King did not keep them in suspense, directly revealing a bombshell of information. Joker and Appos' defeat was not due to a coalition of opponents, but rather because Trafalgar Law possesses dual powers. The moment these words were spoken, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. After several seconds, Fuzz and others, including Queen and Jack, suddenly realized, their eyes wide with astonishment. Dual powers? Just like that Blackbeard fellow, possessing two abilities? This cannot be. Trafalgar Law, is he not the one who recently emerged as a warlord? This cannot be. He does not have any special constitution. Not everyone possesses the unique physique like Blackbeard that can contain two abilities. Even Governor Kaido could not withstand two devil fruits within him. The mere mention of dual powers was astonishing. Upon hearing King and Appos' words, Kaido and Appos' intoxication evaporated. His eyes widening, a single individual wielding two abilities. What is the meaning of this? King and Appos' expression mirrored the astonishment. It was witnessed firsthand by scouts from Dressrosa. Even some commoners saw it. I have tested the credibility of that scout, there is a high probability that this matter is true. Kaido, Queen, Jack, Fuss, and the others wore grave expressions, yet deep down, they were reluctant to accept the reality of dual powers. Blackbeard was the archetype of dual abilities. While Kaido did not fear him, he also did not wish to engage prematurely, which spoke volumes about the dangers posed by such powers. Now, such a phenomenon has emerged in the form of a newly appointed warlord. Chapter 30, Kaido and Big Mom. Fixated on law, we must also acquire dual abilities. According to the reports from our spies, Trafalgar Law possesses the powers of both the Op no Mi and the Gas no Mi. One is a Paramecia-type fruit while the other is a Logia-type. Interestingly, the Gas no Mi originally belonged to that scoundrel Caesar. Trafalgar Law has essentially usurped Caesar and Oppo's powers. The conflict between Joker and them may well stem from this. As Jean spoke, his mind pondered the implications of this incident. The allure of dual abilities is immense, particularly within the Beast Pirates. Jean sought to uncover clues from the broader tapestry of the world. Upon hearing this, Kaido and the others were engulfed in a maelstrom of astonishment, their faces betraying their shock. The notion of usurping abilities, utilizing powers, it is simply unfathomable. Queen could not contain himself, breaking the silence with a sarcastic remark. How does this differ from Blackbeard? Trafalgar Law, a user of the Op no Mi. Does the Op no Mi have such capabilities? Fusif and the other Flying Six speculated whether it was akin to Blackbeard's powers that enabled him to achieve this. Yet, the Op no Mi seemingly lacks such capacity, leaving everyone perplexed. However, Jean swiftly dismissed their conjectures. The Op no Mi cannot seize abilities. The act of usurpation, of acquiring dual abilities, must be the work of the celestial dragons. For at the time, there was a dual ability user present, CP0. The spy reported that the agent was named Rob Lucci. He appeared intending to capture Joker, resulting in a fierce battle where Rob Lucci single-handedly clashed with the Straw Hat crew, toppling them all. It was only with Trafalgar Law intervening that the confrontation reached a stalemate. Jean succinctly relayed this shocking information, causing all present to widen their eyes in disbelief. Is this truly happening? How can it be? Are there now more than just Blackbeard who possesses dual abilities? This is already so widespread. The very notion of usurping abilities is remarkable in itself, but the existence of dual ability users is nothing short of astonishing. This revelation left Kaido, the Beast King, profoundly taken aback. Such an event has transpired. Jack the Drought and Queen the Plague gaped, their expressions betraying disbelief. Has the world truly descended into such madness? Had Jean not asserted the veracity of the information himself, they would scarcely have believed it. The celestial dragons have somehow acquired the means to create dual ability users. Kaido and Oppo's gaze grew serious. This spells dire trouble for pirates, constituting an immense threat. The connection between CP and Law remains uncertain, but the most plausible explanation points to technology. Beyond the powers of the devil fruits, only advanced technology could achieve such feats. The only individual capable of such advancements that Kaido, Queen, and the others could conceive of is Vegapunk. It is certain that Vegapunk has broken through to new technologies, resulting in these extraordinary occurrences, suppressing his inner turmoil. Kaido and Oppo's desire to obtain the dual ability technology intensified, and he promptly commanded, Jack, go capture that brat. If the Straw Hat brat dares to intervene, capture him as well. Once Trafalgar Law is in our grasp, all secrets will be unearthed. The prospect of such revolutionary technology drove Kaido to the brink of madness with desire. Meanwhile, far away in the waters of Wano, on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom, another sovereign of the seas, cheerfully savored a delightful dessert accompanied by fragrant tea. Relishing the lively atmosphere of her long-awaited tea party, this gathering, which she had anticipated for so long, included not only her children but also numerous esteemed guests. However, at this moment, Katakuri appeared, striding urgently towards Big Mom. Mama, you have finally arrived. Please sit down. Today, and Oppo's tea is exceptionally fragrant. Big Mom beamed at the arrival of her most capable son. Without acknowledging her, Katakuri spoke with grave seriousness. Mother, I have important news to report. News? Speak. Big Mom replied cheerfully. Yet, Katakuri surveyed the surroundings and frowned. It would be best if everyone else left first. As the ambience shifted, Big Mom and Oppo's demeanor soured. The tea party is of utmost importance. Just say what you need to say. Mother, this information is 1,000 times more critical than the tea party, Katakuri insisted. He understood that once he revealed the news to Big Mom, the tea party would be disrupted, so he resolved to have all guests leave. Very well. Big Mom relented upon seeing Katakuri and Appo's insistence regarding the significance of the information. Soon, apart from her ministers and the esteemed commanders, all others were ushered out. Big Mom slowly savored her tea, gazing at Katakuri. Mother, there has been an incident on Dressrosa. Doflamingo has been defeated in his own kingdom. Katakuri first handed over the newspaper. Upon hearing this, Big Mom and Appo's temper flared, and she retorted with displeasure. Katakuri, is this the news you deemed important? Doflamingo, also known as Joker, while he has had some dealings with our Big Mom pirates, what significance does this hold? His defeat does not affect our crew. It could even be seen as beneficial, allowing us to seize control of the underground business. Katakuri, undeterred by Big Mom's frustration, continued, the newspaper and news are merely fragments. Doflamingo was defeated by the dual ability user, Trafalgar Law. Initially, Big Mom and her ministers were taken aback, but soon, an uproar ensued. What? Are you kidding me, Katakuri? A dual ability user? Trafalgar Law? Isn't he the user of the Opop no Mi? The ministers exchanged incredulous glances, astonished. Big Mom further questioned, are you sure? A dual ability user. Indeed, the sources of the information and its accuracy are beyond question. It and Appo's, as not only us, other factions must have received the news as well. Katakuri affirmed gravely. Apart from that scoundrel Blackbeard, there is now another dual ability user. Big Mom and Appo's eyes widened in shock, rising from her seat in disbelief. Even she could not fathom acquiring a second ability, aside from that anomaly known as Blackbeard. It is unimaginable that anyone else could achieve this. The ministers were equally astounded, but Katakuri delivered another bombshell, not only Law, but there is also Rob Lucci from CP. A dual ability user. Rob Lucci and Appo's name was not a secret. However, the simultaneous emergence of two dual ability users left everyone present in utter shock. How can this be? Dual ability users. Two of them. What on earth transpired in Dressrosa? The ministers gasped, their mouths agape in disbelief, creating a cacophony of astonishment. Big Mom, in a fit of shock, smashed her fist onto the table. Katakuri, what on earth happened with Doflamingo? Katakuri then recounted all the events that unfolded on Dressrosa. Law and the Straw Hats joining forces to battle Joker, followed by Lucci and Appo's appearance, and so forth. After conveying all the information, Katakuri speculated. The dual ability, unlike Blackbeard and Appo's can directly usurp the abilities of living beings. This method seems to be rooted in technology. It is highly likely that the world government is behind this advancement. Big Mom and her ministers were profoundly shaken, their expressions grave. The technology of the world government. Could it truly possess such advanced capabilities? Perhaps it is not merely the scientific defense weapon known as the pacifista, but in fact, Vegapunk. Chapter 31. Blackbeard. After 2 decades of concealment, my achievements are commonplace. The sudden emergence of 2 individuals possessing dual abilities is enough to startle even the emperors of the sea, while Blackbeard's power is irreplaceable. The appearance of Trafalgar Law and Lucci makes it easy to trace the likely source. The only entity with the resources and technology for such feats is none other than the world government. At this moment, Big Mom shares the same thoughts as Kaido, both seeking to uncover the means by which the world government creates dual abilities. With this technology, their ambitions would be more attainable. And it is imperative that they are not the only ones with such extraordinary capabilities. Contemplating this, Big Mom and Appo's expression contorted into a fierce grimace. Her heart filled with an insatiable desire to thoroughly investigate this matter, whether it be the CP units or the world government as a whole, including other pirates. Everything regarding dual ability users must be scrutinized. The truth must be uncovered, especially concerning that law. Big Mom issued her captain's orders with a serious demeanor, to which Katakuri, Perispero, and others responded with reverence. Her instincts immediately sensed something amiss with Trafalgar Law. While Lucci of the CP units could be attributed to technology likely developed by Vegapunk, what about Law? He must have deeper connections with the world government. If she could turn Law inside out, Big Mom believed she could certainly uncover the secret of dual abilities from him. In the New World. On the latter half of the Grand Line, at Hive Island. My comrades, the great performance is about to commence. Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, was at this moment holding Absalom aloft, calling out to his subordinates. Following closely, he and his officer Shiryu were enveloped in darkness. As Blackbeard stepped forward, he proclaimed loudly, "It and Amp. Oppos, S done. The new user of the transparent fruit is Shiryu." The pirates of Hive Island erupted into fervent cheers, nearly losing their minds. This was a unique occurrence. Under their commander Teach's shadow, even abilities could be seized. Having acquired another remarkable power, Blackbeard reveled in the cheers, turning to Shiryu and saying, "I will make good use of it." Shiryu, equally satisfied, grinned in response. Just then, a flustered informant rushed in, drenched in sweat. "No, this is bad. Commander Teach, something is amiss." The other pirates continued their revelry, while the likes of the heavy drinker, the tyrant, and others turned their gazes toward him. "Commander, there has been an incident in Dressrosa. Doflamingo has been defeated." The informant, wiping his brow, reported to Blackbeard. "Doflamingo? That guy was defeated. So what? Why is this a big deal?" Blackbeard replied dismissively, leisurely taking a seat, embracing a beauty, and raising his cup. To him, aside from Mihawk, the 7 warlords were hardly worth his attention. Even the underground king Doflamingo, known as Joker, was not significant enough. The informant, parched and anxious, saw that Blackbeard was unfazed and quickly handed him the latest newspaper. The article simply stated that Straw Hat Luffy and Law had joined forces to defeat Doflamingo. Blackbeard glanced at it, only to hear the informant reveal a bombshell. Doflamingo's defeat is likely due to Trafalgar Law possessing dual abilities. Instantly, the pirates who had just celebrated their newfound power fell silent, and the expressions of the heavy drinker, the tyrant, and others, including Basis, Van Augur, and Lafitte, hardened, their hearts shaken. A commotion erupted among the pirates. "Hey, you brat, do you even know what you're saying? Do you understand what dual abilities mean? Your information must be false." The immediate reaction was disbelief, convinced that there must be some mistake. Blackbeard and Amp, Oppos, S fierce gaze fixed upon the informant, his face darkening as he barked. "What nonsense are you spouting? The surgical fruit can grant dual abilities." The informant shivered, realizing he had spoken too hastily. Yet, he steeled himself to explain. "See Commander Teach, the source of the information is highly reliable. It's essentially true. Even the Beast Pirates and Big Mom's crew are already aware." Blackbeard pondered, beginning to believe. If the information were not sufficiently credible, his subordinates would not rush in such a panic. Making a jest of this in Hive Island could be fatal. Van Augur, Lafitte, the heavy drinker, and the tyrant also contemplated this issue, glancing furtively at Teach. Could the commander's dual abilities no longer be unique to him? Regardless, I still believe it's impossible. Surely, aside from Commander Teach, no one in the world can bear 2 abilities, right? Even Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, cannot withstand the curse of the devil fruit. Blackbeard's left eye twitched as thoughts raced through his mind. Trafalgar Law? What could that be up to? The matter of dual abilities is of utmost importance to him, yet he realizes that the intelligence network of the Blackbeard pirates ranks low in the New World, and this informant lacks the capacity to provide more useful and accurate information. With this in mind, Teach turned to his fellow captains, these partners who had come together for mutual benefit, awaiting his word in silence. "Since such rumors have emerged, let us verify the truth." Blackbeard stood up, his previous grim expression replaced with a grin directed at all the pirates. "Commander, what are your plans?" Van Augur and Lafitte stepped forward. "Next, we shall hunt him down." Trafalgar Law? A fierce glint flashed in Blackbeard and Amp, Oppos' eyes. He resolved to personally verify the truth, if it were indeed real. He would extract the secrets of dual abilities. Such means must never fall into the hands of others, or else they would pose a grave threat to the Blackbeard pirates. Across the board, there were Blackbeard's concerns as well as the covetous gazes of Kaido and Big Mom, yet, in actuality, the number of forces capable of confirming dual abilities is quite limited. Under Satan's subtle concealment, the tide of rumors leans towards suspected dual ability users. Meanwhile, beyond the pirates and the underground world, among the great kingdoms, a grand spectacle was unfolding in Mariehua. Tap, tap, tap. Lucci strode confidently into the realm of power. The 5 individuals symbolizing supreme authority were seated in a row. Satan, seemingly unfazed, perused documents, glancing up with the others. Upon seeing Lucci enter, the holy Nazashira directly inquired after the customary greetings. "There are rumors from below that Doflamingo was defeated by the dual ability user Trafalgar Law. Is there any truth to this?" Chapter 32, The 5 Elders in the Dark and Doflamingo and Amp, Oppos' prey, drought. The emergence of a dual-powered individual is a matter of such significance that even the five elders cannot remain idle. Regarding the Doflamingo incident, only Satan is aware that Doflamingo has been apprehended by him, while information about the dual abilities has been shrouded in secrecy. The sole source of truth lies with the Navy, yet both Kizaru and Fujitora have been ordered to maintain silence. Consequently, the four elders, including Nasu Shiru, are momentarily unable to ascertain the truth. This is Satan and Appo's strategy to buy time. The performance must continue. Rob Lucci, now a trusted confidant, knelt partially on the ground. Still without answering Nasu Shiru's query, Vachali scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, demanding accountability. Another dual-powered individual has appeared. Such a monumental event. And as part of the CP Intelligence Department, directly under the Celestial Dragons and Appos, CP0. Why has this not been reported? Concealment from the highest authority will inevitably lead to repercussions. This was anticipated. Satan had prepared Lucci, who remained composed, presenting his premeditated justification. Esteemed lords, we are currently verifying the authenticity of this matter. The rumors at sea are varied, and misinformation abounds. We require further evidence. However, my analysis suggests that the existence of dual abilities is highly probable. As he spoke, Lucci respectfully produced a meticulously prepared report. The eyes of the five elders, excluding Satan, sharpened, their hearts stirred. Upon receiving Lucci's report, they found it filled with the current sea rumors and intercepted pirate intelligence. Much of it was speculative, based on eyewitness accounts, lacking definitive proof. Nevertheless, concerning dual abilities, an enhancement of power capable of transcending levels was enough to instill profound caution within the five elders, necessitating a thorough investigation into the matter. Investigate Trafalgar Law thoroughly and expedite the confirmation of the truth. It would be best to capture this dual-powered individual. Maz's final orders to Lucci were authoritative. Yes, Lucci affirmed. Departing promptly, in the realm of power, only Satan and the other four warriors remained. Maz, clutching the report, felt his expression darken. This incident cannot have given rise to so many credible rumors without reason. Even those in the New World are gathering intelligence. Pydaros, a fierce glint in his eyes. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one escape. Regardless of the truth, that law must die. Vachali responded slowly. Yes, killing is imperative, but we must first grasp the truth of the situation. Indeed, the issue of dual abilities is grave, perhaps even graver than historical events. Should it be confirmed that law possesses dual abilities, all associated individuals must be uncovered. Maz nodded in agreement with Vachali's sentiments. Bald Nasu Shura furrowed his brow, noting the surgery fruit and Appos' abilities, beyond mere awakening capabilities, could it truly create a dual-powered individual? Is such a feat possible? It seemed implausible. Yet the five elders did not contemplate the technological aspect. They understood that while technology could achieve many things, creating a dual-powered individual was nearly impossible. Blackbeard was an anomaly. His body unique. Perhaps the surgery fruit could transform him to bear a second ability. However, similarly, Blackbeard and Appos' dark fruit is one of a kind. As is Trafalgar Law and Appos' surgery fruit. Pyder entertained the possibility, fervently articulating and underscoring the uniqueness of the two abilities. Perhaps they need not worry. They simply needed to control another fruit. Throughout this discussion, Satan remained quietly attentive, refraining from participating, secretly reveling in the current situation's trajectory. With control over the information, they would remain unaware of the complete narrative. Even upon learning of the dual abilities, they would not exert significant effort into an investigation. By the time they realized the truth, the situation would be irrevocably established. Satan mused internally. As long as the other five elders and I'm remained oblivious to the true puppet master, categorizing the events as mere coincidence, he could continue to develop, amassing enough influence and power. However, after a prolonged discussion, the five elders did not shift their focus to Doflamingo, who had already been handled by Satan. Or rather, the current Doflamingo was now enshrouded in the events surrounding the dual abilities. In the Devil and Appos' triangle, the fearsome three-masted ship, this was the lair of Gecko Moria. A vessel as vast as an island. Within his stronghold, Moria hung from a withered tree, blood trickling from his mouth. His hands bound as if he were a lifeless dog, ensnared by Doflamingo and Appos' strings. Surrounding him were various dismembered zombies and Moria and Appos' subordinates. Doflamingo and Apos' crew was busy clearing the battlefield. Despicable. Doflamingo. The world government seeks my life. They intend to eradicate me. Moria vehemently denounced the world government's actions, cursing Doflamingo in fury. During the Marineford War, he had trusted Doflamingo, and now they had come to claim his life. Regrettably, he had yet to locate Absalom and the others. Amidst the clamor, Doflamingo remained indifferent, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. Now allied with Satan, he had secured greater opportunities and intended to seize them fully. Though his subordinates were diminished in strength, his conqueror and Apos' hockey and armament hockey seemed to be re-emerging. Yet, as long as he fulfilled Satan and Apos' tasks and obtained dual abilities, Doflamingo believed he would grow even stronger. Capturing Moria was merely the first step toward success. Doflamingo, should we notify Rob Lucci? Tory Bull, having bound Moria's subordinates with his mucus ability, approached with a question. Not yet, Doflamingo replied nonchalantly, squatting on a stone, gazing skyward. There is still another important figure yet to make an appearance. Tory Bull, Piter, and others exchanged puzzled glances. An important figure? When had the young master contacted anyone else? Before long, a voice echoed from above. Young master. Someone is coming. Yes, it's the Beast Pirates and Apos' banner. Drought. Indeed. Doflamingo had been awaiting this very individual. Upon emerging, he secretly signaled to the Beast Pirates, alerting Kaido. As anticipated, Drought had arrived alone. As the imposing Drought Jack emerged through the mist, weapon in tow, Doflamingo felt a surge of delight. Joker, you truly are pathetic. Jack and Apos' gaze locked onto Doflamingo, unabashedly expressing his disdain for the latter and Apos' predicament, defeated by two greenhorns. And you still dare to show your face as a partner? Though Jack and Apos' words were harsh, Doflamingo and Apos' expression remained unchanged, his heart inwardly sneering. Jack continued, Joker, is that kid's dual ability real? Oh, and how much longer until that batch of artificial fruits is ready? He spoke as if addressing a subordinate. It is indeed real. Furthermore, I too shall soon become a dual-powered individual. Chapter 33. The Anti-Squad aims to capture Luo. Luo sets his sights on the egg fruit. Doflamingo, unable to endure any longer, extended his finger. The string fruit activated, and a colossal birdcage swiftly enveloped their surroundings. The cage was unleashed and began to constrict, almost impossible to resist, requiring an extraordinary force to counter it. Moreover, this was the awakened power of Doflamingo. The drought-stricken Jack could hardly fathom that the usually fearful Doflamingo, who dreaded the Beast Pirates and Governor Kaido, would dare to strike against him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Anger surged within him, and Jack erupted. Joker, you're seeking death. Ha ha ha, Jack. Greatness demands a small sacrifice. Doflamingo sneered, as the ground beneath him gradually turned white. Those were strands of white lines. In Dressrosa, within the royal palace after a celebratory revelry, Sabo quietly observed the Straw Hat crew, their faces alight with joy. Before he turned and departed, Trafalgar Law sat with Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, and others from the Straw Hat crew. As a pirate alliance, Law sought not only to eliminate Doflamingo, but also to leverage Luffy's power for further ambitions. Thus, as they prepared to set sail once more after the battle, he broached the subject of the poneglyphs. The poneglyphs exist in two forms, one documenting the century of blank history and the other serving as a pointer to Raftel. Kaido and Big Mom possessed two poneglyphs. Over the past 2 years, Law had learned much, including the significance of the poneglyphs. The Straw Hats were not entirely unaware. It was not surprising to them. Acquiring the poneglyphs from two emperors of the sea seemed utterly insane. Nami and Usopp felt a tinge of fear. Dawn and Apos, worry. We'll just knock them away. Luffy remained his ever-optimistic self. That's a matter for later, but I am quite curious about how you obtained both powers. At this moment, Usopp again brought up Law and Apos as abilities. Instantly, the gaze of the Straw Hats fell upon Law. Having previously inquired, Law and Apos' silence had only intensified their curiosity. Aside from Blackbeard, no one else could bear a second ability, it was said due to a unique physical constitution. Zoro regarded Law with a questioning tone. Indeed. You disappeared for a while, and upon your return, suddenly possessed dual abilities, one of which is Caesar and Apos' gas fruit. Frankie and the others, despite their playful demeanor, were not foolish. The ability to commandeer powers and coexist with two abilities was indeed perplexing. It was even more astonishing than Blackbeard and Amp, Oppos' case. And what about that CP agent? Nami harbored her own thoughts, eager to uncover what had transpired with Law. After all, such occurrences were extraordinary. Robin and Sanji remained silent. Everyone had their own secrets, and sometimes inquiry proved futile. Meanwhile, the agents of CP0 were already on high alert. Law surveyed the group, feeling a slight headache. The Straw Hats, who usually appeared unreliable and chaotic, were now bursting with curiosity and relentless questioning. However, no matter how many times they asked, it was something he could not disclose. Reluctantly, he replied, "You will understand in due time." The shadow of Satan loomed over him like a colossal mountain pressing upon his soul, leaving Law with no room for doubt. He was acutely aware that should he speak, the consequences would extend far beyond his own demise. He could not divulge this information. Now, they yearned to uncover this monumental secret yet remained in the dark. Usopp, Frankie, and Chopper fidgeted restlessly, deeply anxious. Law remained silent, listening to the Straw Hats discuss their next destination and their deliberations regarding Rob Lucci. He began to contemplate his third ability. With options of Paramecia, Logia, and now Zoan powers available, choosing a Zoan ability posed a dilemma. Just then, a sudden violent disturbance erupted. A cannonball, propelled by a powerful kick, shattered the palace walls, its target. Trafalgar Law, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie reacted swiftly, evading just in time. With the presence of Haki, Law too had to dodge. The group dispersed, vigilantly watching the direction of the assault. As the dust settled, cigars clenched between his teeth, Capone Beach appeared, clad in a pink suit, his belly encased in eggshells, his long legs nearly eliciting a gasp from Zoro. "Beach, you are Baron Egg." While the Straw Hats were still processing, Trafalgar Law immediately recognized the intruders, his expression grave. This was another supernova, akin to Luffy, whose bounty they had seen, and one of the four Emperor's crew. Nami, Usopp, and others gasped in surprise. They were indeed members of Big Mom's pirate crew. Law scoffed coldly. "Without further ado, let us engage. What do you want?" With Doflamingo and Amp, Oppos' crew absent, their entry was surprisingly easy. Beej and Amp, Oppos' eyes narrowed as he surveyed the room, maintaining a high level of caution towards Luffy and Law. Baron Egg fixed his gaze on Law, then spoke with a courteous tone. "I apologize for the disturbance. Our purpose here is Trafalgar Law, your dual abilities. Mama wishes to know. It would be best if we could converse peacefully." The name of Big Mom carried the weight of the greatest threat. None dared to offend the Emperor of the Sea lightly. Yet, Baron Egg and Beej and Amp, Oppos' immediate attack was infuriating, prompting Law and Amp, Oppos' tone to turn even colder. "What of Big Mom? Do not expect to learn anything from me." "Hey, what do you want?" Luffy yelled, covered in dust. Baron Egg ignored him, fixated on Law, ready to speak. Capone Beej and Amp, Oppos' expression turned fierce. "If you refuse to talk, we will make you." A confrontation became inevitable. Without hesitation, he launched an attack. A cannonball erupted from his body. Instantly, a barrage of firepower rained down upon Law. Having defeated Doflamingo alongside Luffy, what did it matter? The combatants under the Emperor of the Sea were all prideful, despite Beej and Amp, Oppos' rebellious spirit. The allure of Law's dual abilities was undeniably tempting. "Watch out," Luffy warned. But at that moment, Law had already transformed his arm into gas. A pale blue halo enveloping the area. Cannonballs and bullets alike, under the dual powers of the Ope no Mi and the Gas Fruit, detonated before they even reached him, exploding right in front of Beej. Boom. Beej reacted swiftly, retreating in time. However, Baron Egg and Amp, Oppos' gaze sharpened, and he charged directly at Law. Chapter 34. The Plague joins the battlefield, aspiring to surpass Vegapunk. The strength of Baron Egg is not to be underestimated. At the very least, within the Don Quixote pirates, none, aside from Don Quixote Doflamingo, can match his prowess. The long legs of the Long Legs tribe wield like whips, swift and lethal. Coupled with the enhancement of Haki, his power is formidable. However, Trafalgar Law is no longer the same as he once was. Just as the attack was imminent, he transformed into gas, swirling with his sword and vanishing from sight. Baron Egg's foot struck nothing but air as he turned to counterattack. Little did he know Law had not distanced himself, but had instead appeared behind him. "Scalpel." Law and Amp, Oppos' cold voice resonated. Baron Egg and Amp, Oppos' expression darkened, turning back. He was met with Law's icy demeanor and had no time to evade. The scalpel sliced through him, cleaving his body in two, devoid of blood or entrails. At that moment, Capone Beej charged once more. Castle, Tank, Beej and Amp, Oppos, legs transformed into tracks, and his subordinates began firing as they surged forward. Law furrowed his brow and decisively chose to deal with Beej first. He struck with determination, vanishing from his position. Where did he go? Capone Beej was utterly bewildered. Lacking the overwhelming presence and physical prowess of Doflamingo, he could not perceive the fusion of gas and the Opopnomi that was Law. The next second, Law circumvented the barrage of fire, suddenly materializing behind Tank Beej, his thumbs pressing against his back. Gas. Heart shock. Another new technique. The gas enveloped Beej's massive tank-like form. With the high-frequency electric shocks of heart shock, the gas erupted violently under Law's command. The dual assault sent Beej reeling, reverting him to his original state and propelling him away. Beej fell into unconsciousness before he could finish his sentence. Law glanced at him expressionlessly. After acquiring dual abilities from Satan, the once formidable supernova was now utterly helpless in his grasp. Such is the delicate balance of fortune and misfortune, Law mused inwardly. But then, the bisected Baron Egg inexplicably rose again, leaving behind a shell. He appeared unscathed, his body transformed into a chick, glaring angrily at Law before launching another attack. Not yet finished. His yellow wings, resembling hands, grasped two long swords and charged at Law with even greater speed. Law and Amp, Oppos, eyes widened in surprise, a thrill coursing through him. Then, the cursed blade was enveloped in a torrent of flames. Flame Gamma Blade. Law was serious, seemingly eager to validate something. He unleashed his attack with precision and ferocity. Utilizing the powers of the Opopnomi combined with the gas fruit, he appeared before the chick-like Baron Egg, as if teleporting. With searing heat and cutting power, there was no doubt, Baron Egg was cleaved in two once more. How can you be this fast? Baron Egg was astonished. Yet his tone lacked the terror of impending death. His severed body fell to the ground. This time, Law fixed his gaze intently. Noting that Baron Egg and Oppos' second form had transformed into an egg. As he broke free from the shell once again, he had matured into a rooster. This ability. Law recognized the peculiar nature of Baron Egg and Amp, Oppos' powers. The egg fruit, though an ordinary zoan type, possessed a uniqueness rivaling that of mythical beasts. To test his hypothesis, Law, wielding overwhelming strength, cleaved the rooster-like Baron Egg in two once more. He even executed an elaborate dismemberment. Indeed, Law and Amp, Oppos' eyes sparkled with realization. Baron Egg reverted to an egg once again. Quickly emerging once more, the rooster looked furious yet also fearful. Law and Amp, Oppos' power far exceeded his expectations. He had believed that joining forces with Beej would suffice to subdue Law post-battle. Instead, he had been severed twice without even having time to react. Here we go. Unexpectedly, Law raised the flame-imbued blade and once again transformed Baron Egg into an egg. Then, the egg became a chicken. This revelation filled Law with joy. Baron Egg and Amp, Oppos' ability was truly remarkable. As long as he wasn't an Amp, Oppos' interrupted, he could practically evade death. After the second realization, by repeatedly turning Baron Egg into an egg, Law finally grasped its unique characteristic. This survival ability perfectly suited Law and Amp, Oppos' intentions. With the defensive and evasive capabilities of the gas fruit, the Opopnomi, and the peculiar nature of the egg form, it was flawless. With this third ability, he could confront even the Yonko head-on. Law felt a surge of excitement within, eager to bring Baron Egg to Satan. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, and the others watched in astonishment as Law effortlessly countered and repeatedly transformed Baron Egg into an egg. Suddenly, another presence approached swiftly. Law frowned and turned to look. In the distance, a rotund figure sporting a whip and sunglasses was drawing near, accompanied by individuals clad in animal skins. At just a glance, Law and Amp, Oppos' expression grew grave as he clenched his teeth and uttered two words, plague. The plague of the beast pirates? Nami, Usopp, and the others were somewhat aware and gasped in shock. Two emperors of the sea had actually dispatched their subordinates. Baron Egg, having reverted from egg to rooster, wore an extremely grim expression upon seeing Queen and Amp, Oppos' arrival, gritting his teeth in anger. At that moment, without uttering a word, Queen hurled a toxic gas grenade at them from a considerable distance. The dark green gas billowed toward Law and the Straw Hats with the wind. not even the others. But even Luffy could see, this is poisonous. A fierce battle was likely on the horizon, and the Straw Hat Captain, Law, furrowed his brow tightly, then gestured with his hand, triggering the gas fruit's ability. White gas surged toward the toxic grenade Queen had launched, instantly diluting the poisonous gas and neutralizing its toxicity. My poison has vanished just like that? Queen exclaimed, his steps unceasing, his mouth agape with astonishment. Dual abilities are truly convenient. Their synergy is far greater than 1-1-100. I must study this further. If I can figure this out, I can surpass Vegapunk and become the most formidable scientist. Queen and Imp, Appo's eyes gleamed with greed and ambition. Vegapunk? Upon hearing Queen and Imp, Appo's words, Law was filled with disdain. What a foolish individual, aspiring to study dual abilities. To compare himself to Vegapunk is laughable. Hidden beneath the fame of absolute power lies a true deity. Trafalgar Law comprehended this deeply. Perhaps Queen sensed the disdain in Law and Appo's eyes, feeling belittled. His momentum surged, his expression darkening. You may look down upon me, but you shall not belittle my science. The two locked eyes, sparks igniting. Suddenly, there was a mocking laugh, followed by a violent tremor. Chapter 35. Blackbeard aims to capture Luffy. Doflamingo brings Moria and the plague. In an instant, the ground quakes and the mountains tremble. The majestic palace of the Mountain King collapses in droves, the earth fractures, and dust billows. The beast pirates, positioned at the periphery, are startled. The Straw Hat crew and Trafalgar Law react swiftly, dispersing quickly. As the dust settles, their expressions grow grave. Ha! How could I miss such a ruckus? Boisterous laughter resounds, brimming with arrogance and mockery. Blackbeard, adorned in glimmering jewels, is a stark contrast to his appearance 2 years prior. Captain, your presence alone might scare them off, remarks the lethargic Poison Q, reclining on his horse. Beside Blackbeard, the cold-eyed Van Augur, with a sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, states, "It's futile for them to run. It's him." Luffy's eyes shift dramatically, the flames of rage igniting within him. Blackbeard, the one who drove Ace to his demise. Zoro, Sanji, and the others grow cautious. Encountering Blackbeard here means a fierce battle awaits them. And now, with the already defeated Bucky and Baron Egg, 3 formidable emperors of the sea have arrived. The newly appointed Emperor Blackbeard himself has made an appearance, darkening Trafalgar Law's countenance. The arrival of these individuals undoubtedly spells trouble for him. While Quinn may be manageable, Blackbeard is a different beast entirely. He is a force capable of contending with Kaido and Big Mom, a dual devil fruit user wielding both the tremor and darkness powers. It's you, Law? I never expected there would be another dual user besides myself. Blackbeard grins, his eyes gleaming with cold greed. He understands how challenging it is to harbor a second ability. It has taken him years of scheming and waiting. But Trafalgar Law is different. Blackbeard has scrutinized the history of the Heart Pirates for a long time. Law is not like him, relying on a unique physique combined with the darkness ability. This man harbors secrets, colossal secrets. Once he captures him, he intends to study his multi-abilities closely. With a white halo emanating from his left hand and black mist swirling from his right, Blackbeard's aura intensifies. Quinn, who is wavering, notices that Blackbeard is ignoring him, and his eyes gleam with cunning. Let us fight. Ideally, let us both be gravely injured. He begins to plot in his mind. With the plague and Blackbeard's presence, Trafalgar Law feels an overwhelming pressure, and the influence of his room expands to its maximum. As the confrontation looms, the Straw Hats advance. Blackbeard, Luffy and Appo's eyes blaze with hatred, steam enveloping his body. Zoro quietly grips a blade. Sanji raises the tip of his right foot, and Nami, Frankie, and Usopp. The Straw Hat crew is unmistakably poised for battle. Haha. Straw Hat Kid. Law. Let us engage in battle. Blackbeard bellows with unrestrained laughter, utterly unafraid. Van Augur raises his gun, but casts a glance towards Quinn. If you wish to enjoy the show, let us eliminate them first. Humph. Quinn has no choice. He cannot flee nor merely spectate. The current situation dictates that he must first incapacitate Trafalgar Law. Tensions mount. Gum-gum. Rocket. Room. Gas explosion. Haha. Dark water. The battle ignites. On the other side, the door fruit ability sketches a silhouette in the air. Rob Lucci steps through the door first, appearing before Saint Satan with a respectful bow. Following him, Doflamingo enters, dragging the barely conscious Moonlight Moria, while Treble and others bring in the Plague Jack. Saint Satan. Doflamingo greets, his trademark smile plastered on his face. The injured Moria and the Plague, still dazed, pass through the door fruit, until Doflamingo's greeting jolts them awake. 5. Elder Stars. Moria stands aghast. Terror etched across his face, unable to believe that after being defeated by Doflamingo, he is now brought before Saint Satan. What do you want? Saint Satan. Moria shrieks in alarm. Why am I before the pinnacle of power? Moria cannot comprehend, but he senses impending doom. Joker, you scoundrel. What do the Elder Stars want? Lord Kaido will not spare you. The Plague Jack, momentarily stunned, is driven by rage, shouting recklessly. Captured by Doflamingo. He still refuses to submit, believing it to be a trick and asserting that the Elder Stars will not harm him. He expects to be taken for research and subsequently imprisoned. However, Saint Satan sits impassively on the couch, observing without expression. Rob Lucci pays no heed to the two's disgraceful behavior. Doflamingo kneels on one knee, arms wide open, sincerely requesting, Saint Satan, please grant me the mammoth form. Saint Satan had previously stated that powers must be sought after oneself. It is surprising, however, how swiftly Doflamingo acts. It seems you are indeed eager for power. Saint Satan and Amp, Appo's commanding voice echoes, causing Doflamingo to lower his head further. Moria lies sprawled on the luxurious wool carpet, his heart sinking, stunned by the words, grant? Mammoth form. Before he can process this, the task-driven Jack suddenly realizes. Granting abilities. The secret behind dual ability users is you. Jack gasps, his bloodshot eyes glaring. But what do the Elder Stars and that pirate Trafalgar Law have to do with it? Jack cannot fathom this. Yet it does not prevent him from continuing to bluster. You created the dual ability users. I could tell Lord Kaido. You best release me, or else. This outburst ignites a murderous intent in Rob Lucci, who does not allow Jack to finish. Suddenly, a tremendous force flashes through. The hairs on everyone's neck stand on end. A shadow darts past. 100-fold. Stab of pain. Black as night, sharp as lightning. None within the vicinity can react in time. By the time Doflamingo, Rob Lucci, and the others comprehend the situation, the Plague Jack has already been pierced through the heart. The Plague, a prominent figure within the Beast Pirates, boasting a bounty exceeding 1 billion, renowned as a formidable pirate, now lies with a gaping wound in his chest. Issuing muffled sounds as disbelief fills his fading eyes. In a single strike, he couldn't even withstand one blow, struck down instantly. Doflamingo feels a chill run down his spine. Saint Satan's decisive brutality and overwhelming strength frighten even such a notorious figure. Rob Lucci remains expressionless. But a flicker of astonishment crosses his gaze, betraying his otherwise calm demeanor. Saint Satan and Appo's power consistently surpasses their expectations. They had thought him strong. Yet he proves to be even more formidable. It must be noted that Jack is no ordinary foe. Even the vitality of the mammoth form combined with the fishman's tenfold resilience cannot withstand Saint Satan's lethal strike. Chapter 36. Don Quixote Doflamingo acquires the mammoth fruit. Next step, the biscuit fruit. Such terror. Witnessing the calamity of drought being vanquished in an instant left many in shock. One of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with fear as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. The Beast Pirates, his sworn enemies, were well acquainted with Kaido and Appo's formidable subordinates. Yet they had never anticipated that the most formidable of them, the drought, would fall so easily. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Satan disregarded the reactions of others. Calmly observing as Jack and Appo's body crumpled to the ground, his life ebbing away. Subsequently, unseen words emerged from Jack and Appo's form. Randomly extracted words. Armament hockey, Zoan-type fruit ability, ancient species. Mammoth form. Satan had no desire for complications. He granted Doflamingo but a single chance. The ability to slay drought and seize the words was left to fate. You are fortunate, Satan remarked coolly, casting a glance at Doflamingo. Inwardly, he bestowed the gift. The armament hockey reinforced Satan himself. While the mammoth form's words merged into Doflamingo's being. Snapping back to reality, Doflamingo felt a surge of immense energy course through him. Unmistakably aware of the existence of his string abilities alongside another power. Astonishingly, the fruit and Appo's abilities coexisted within him. Furthermore, acquiring the Zoan-type ability significantly enhanced his physical strength. I truly succeeded. I have truly transformed. Doflamingo exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, unable to restrain himself from utilizing the mammoth power. His body began to shift and swell, becoming colossal. Ultimately, a massive, tusked mammoth materialized before all present. Fortunately, this transformation took place within Satan's experimental hall. Otherwise, such a beast would not fit in a space larger than that of a dinosaur. Rob Lucci appeared displeased. frowning as he watched Doflamingo and Amp, Apos, transformation, simultaneously marveling at Satan and Amp, Apos, formidable technique. The ability to seize and transfer fruit powers was utterly inscrutable. Doflamingo, now a giant, could not help but feel a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. Indeed, Satan was capable of such feats. These methods were nothing short of terrifying. Given time, how many Blackbeards would his subordinates acquire? Doflamingo could hardly believe his fortune and felt grateful for seizing this opportunity to gain dual capabilities. Suppressing his elation, he swiftly expressed his gratitude and respect to Satan. Great Satan, Don Quixote Doflamingo shall forever be loyal to you. Such divine power, truly the means of a god. A hidden deity among the highest echelons of power. Satan merely nodded. The loyalty of any individual was inconsequential. Merely a means to resist the forces that him had cultivated for 800 years. Who pledged allegiance to him mattered little. Doflamingo's success had merely advanced his own influence. Meanwhile, another captive, Gecko Moria, was utterly stunned by the spectacle. First, he witnessed the 5 elders from the news. And now, Satan displayed his astonishing prowess by dispatching the drought with a single strike. What left Moria in a state of shock was the fact that the ancient mammoth ability was seized and transferred to Doflamingo in mere seconds. His mind was not dull. Seeing Doflamingo kneel, he finally reacted, rising from the ground to prostrate himself. Lord Satan, I am also one of the 7 warlords, I too. But before he could finish, a shadow, solid as reality, flashed past and pierced through Moria and Apos' throat. The notorious pirate, renowned for his ability to create zombies, was paralyzed with fear at the sight of the gaping wound in his throat. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. He could not comprehend why Satan would not even grant him a chance to surrender. Doflamingo trembled at Satan's sudden brutality. In truth, Satan sought to test whether he could achieve 2 successful plunders in one strike. However, after Moria fell, no abilities were extracted. Only Haki was reinforced within himself. A missed opportunity to gain additional combat power. Satan felt a tinge of disappointment and, in the next moment, gestured for the body to be removed. The fearsome duo, Doflamingo and Rob Lucci, who commanded terror across the seas, were carried away without eliciting any emotional response from Satan. Although the shadow fruit was regrettable, it was not the optimal choice. After the cleanup, Satan directed his gaze towards Lucci and Doflamingo. You two shall act together henceforth. Yes, they replied in unison, exchanging glances. Lucci believed that Doflamingo was merely lucky to have encountered a favorable mood from Satan, or he would have met the same fate as Drought. Yet, this was a divine command, and he dutifully complied. Doflamingo, too, accepted without hesitation, eager to see whose strength prevailed against the other, as both were now dual-capable fighters. As he watched them depart, Satan understood Doflamingo's inner conflict. A man once terrified by the name of an emperor would naturally hesitate, even with newfound power. However, Blackbeard's strength was formidable, which was precisely why Satan desired them to act as a team. With both possessing dual abilities and significantly enhanced strength, facing Blackbeard together posed no issue. If they could acquire the dark fruit, it would prove invaluable against him. Satan's gaze was profound, the higher one ascended. The more perilous the whirlpool became. Im also wielded multiple abilities, the most elite among them, shrouded in enigma. Once his identity was exposed, he would require even greater strength to confront it. He must cultivate more trump cards, preparing for the inevitable confrontation with him. All of this was imminent. Having traversed into this world, exposure was inevitable, especially now that he stood at the pinnacle of power, fully aware of the vast resources and influence of the world government. Satan had no choice. Chapter 37, The Great Power Stir. Luo has become a hot commodity. In the vast seas, on Cake Island, Big Mom sat silently on her throne, anxiously awaiting news. Below her were all the ministers who had not been dispatched, including the 3 commanders Katakuri, Smoothie, and Cracker. The atmosphere was tinged with tension, as Big Mom was eager to learn about the developments concerning the dual abilities. Soon, the news arrived. Beiji and Baron Egg, who had initially set out to gather intelligence without engaging in combat, were unexpectedly dispatched by Luo with ease. The subordinates left on the ship swiftly relayed the message back. Upon receiving the call, Parasparrow's expression darkened. Mother, the situation has changed. Beiji and Baron Egg have been defeated by Luo. Moreover, it's not just our people present. The Beast Pirates Plague and Blackbeard himself have also arrived, and they are now locked in fierce battle with the Straw Hat crew and Trafalgar Law. The revelation sent shockwaves through the ministers present. Such a grand spectacle. Blackbeard had personally intervened. He was clearly not going to abandon Hive Island. Given the current circumstances, it was evident he had left some men behind and rushed here. What a cunning individual. Mother, Dressrosa may not be able to hold out much longer. Everyone understood the immense power Blackbeard possessed. Despite their disdain for him, he was the first dual ability user, wielding the Darkness Fruit that countered abilities and the Mighty Quake Fruit. Conversely, the defeat of Beiji and Baron Egg was hardly surprising. Their combined strength was insufficient. It seemed the news of the dual abilities had been grasped by various factions, prompting Blackbeard and Kaido to react so swiftly. Katakuri's eyes narrowed, his analysis resonating. Big Mom, though surprised, began to ponder. It appears that Dressrosa is not the sole battlefield. The one who captures Trafalgar Law first will gain the upper hand. The secret of the dual abilities lies with Law, and all wish to possess it. Mother, while Blackbeard is not much of a concern, his foundation lies solely on Hive Island. Kaido and Shanks have yet to make an appearance, Perispero remarked gravely, licking his lips. Since the emergence of the dual abilities, other factions have shown some reaction. Yet the ever-intrusive Shanks remained silent, raising concerns for the Candy Minister. Big Mom grasped the meaning behind those words, her mouth curling into a frown as she contemplated. Unlike Blackbeard, she could not afford to act recklessly, especially with Kaido and Shanks to consider. Perispero and Appo's implication was clear. Big Mom should not hastily attempt to capture Law, lest she leave herself vulnerable. Timing is crucial. Seizing him sooner rather than later makes a significant difference. Even if Blackbeard captures Law alive, would he truly be safe on the return journey? Facing such a multitude, Blackbeard surely faces challenges as well. Send reinforcements, Smoothie, Cracker. You two must bring Law back. Big Mom ordered, her desire to control Trafalgar Law at the earliest opportunity evident. If all went well, perhaps she could snatch Law from amidst the chaos. Yes, Mother. We will head there immediately. Cracker and Smoothie responded decisively, setting out to gather their forces. However, even with haste, reaching Dressrosa would take time. Meanwhile, at the Marine and Appo's new headquarters, due to the World Conference, Fujitora was still on his way back while Green Bull had been dispatched to protect Mariewa. In the Admiral and Appo's office, only Admiral Kazuru and some vice admirals, including Granny Tsuru, remained at the conference table, discussing naval matters with Admiral Akaino. At that moment, news of the fierce battle in Dressrosa reached them. Trafalgar Law had become an object of great interest. Tsuru and Appo's expression grew grim. The Marines had not anticipated that, following the Don Quixote Doflamingo incident, such a significant event could transpire so soon. The four emperors had mobilized so many forces, and Blackbeard had even come personally. If this escalated into an uncontrollable conflict, were they planning to use the Quake Fruit to sink Dressrosa? Blackbeard, Queen, Capone Beach. Akaino was infuriated. If news of the Dressrosa incident spread, it would showcase the incompetence of the Marines. Everyone sought the secret of the dual abilities. Kizaru, idly polishing his nails, shook his head with a sigh. What a tumultuous season. The World Conference was already a busy time. Everyone desires Trafalgar Law and Appo's secrets. Akaino sneered, then turned to Kizaru. Borsellino, you should go personally. To capture him? Kizaru thought Akaino was indifferent, especially since the top combatants were not present at Marine headquarters. These rogues all sought the dual abilities. A glimmer of determination flashed in Akainu and Appo's eyes. If you can, capture those pirates, one at a time. The priority is to prevent anyone else from taking Trafalgar Law. If necessary, bring him back as well. Kazuru, upon hearing this, pocketed his nail clippers and replied lazily, understood. Although he was unaware if it was indeed Saitama behind this. The upper echelons of the Marines were now aware that the dual ability technology originated from the world government and Appo's science. Given that Law was an experimental subject, he was a pawn placed by the world government in the seas. Ensuring others do not take him or bringing him back was imperative to prevent the leak of such technology. As for engaging in battle in Dressrosa, since Kizaru returned from his encounter with Saitama, Akainu had grown more patient. However, at that very moment, Dressrosa was indeed as Tsuru had feared. The royal palace was nearly half in ruins. Ha ha ha, this battle is truly exhilarating. Blackbeard boasted, his laughter echoing across the mountains. He had just been struck by Luffy and Appo's Gear fourth snake punch, crashing into the ground. Rising again, he was disheveled. His face marred with bruises and blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his spirit remained unyielding. Titch! Luffy leapt high, filled with rage, gum. Yet before he could finish, Luffy suddenly faltered, steam escaping from his body. His Gear 4 had expired. With no energy left, he could only fall freely. Meanwhile, his companions Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper were already battered and bruised. Their adversaries included Van Augur, Queen, and Poison Q. The Straw Hat Boy was faltering. Next is Luo. Queen, transformed into his hybrid form, gleefully turned his gaze towards the half-gasified Law, who was blocking Blackbeard's attack. With that, Queen unleashed a laser straight at him. However, Van Augur suddenly teleported, repositioning himself, and fired a hockey-infused bullet directly at Queen with a loud bang. This was truly a chaotic melee. Chapter 38, An Unprecedented Chaos. The dual-powered Don Quixote joins the fray. We are not allies. Van Oka has forced Quinn back, refusing to relent. Instead, he concentrates, adjusts his posture, and unleashes a barrage of 5 bullets in rapid succession. The Blackbeard pirates. Quinn could not help but roar in anger. Originally, Blackbeard and his companion, along with the recently recovered Capone Beach and Baron Tamago, were united against the Straw Hat crew and Trafalgar Law. Witnessing the Straw Hat Boys' despair, the pirate hunter Zoro and the black-leg Sanji faltered one after another, and to their surprise, Van Oka and Blackbeard turned on them. Heh. Blackbeard glanced at Van Oka, who was obstructing the troublesome Quinn, and with a swift motion, unleashed a dark attack. The swirling force of darkness erupted with a powerful pull. Law and Amp, Appo's elemental form was uncontrollably drawn toward Blackbeard, rendering his gas abilities ineffective. Law remained calm, raising his finger to initiate a transfer using his surgical fruit. Don and Amp, Appo's, to even think about escaping. Blackbeard cackled, having anticipated this moment. He unleashed a counterattack with his left fist. With the power of the Quake fruit activated, the atmosphere shattered. Astonishing waves tore through the earth, uprooting debris. Along with Law, who was attempting to reposition, the devastating force engulfed him. The sheer destructive power of this paramecia ability was terrifying. In a moment of haste, a weary Law was struck, coughing up blood as he lay half-buried in the rubble. Ha. Blackbeard gasped for air, grinning broadly. At this point, the Straw Hats and Trafalgar Law were utterly exhausted and rendered incapable of further combat. Meanwhile, on Quinn's side, one after another, the beast pirates fell, mercilessly shot down by Van Oka. The cries of agony echoed, igniting Quinn and Appo's fury as he relentlessly pursued the teleporting Van Oka with laser beams. Unfortunately, within a limited distance, such instantaneous movement was virtually insurmountable. Quinn could not intercept him. Consumed by impotent rage, after Blackbeard had incapacitated Capone Beach, Baron Tamago was also pushed to his limits, his face marred by wounds. If not for his unique egg form ability, he would have perished from his injuries long ago. Blackbeard cast a glance at them, choosing not to pursue Luffy and the others to the bitter end, instead focusing on the only remaining threat, Quinn. Kaido did not arrive, yet you wish to seize them? As he spoke, Blackbeard wielded darkness in one hand and tremors in the other, launching an attack from afar. Dark mist enveloped the ground, ensnaring the minions of the beast pirates and dragging them down. The Quake fruit unleashed shockwaves, sending a sweating Quinn flying. Come with me. We need to discuss your dual abilities, Law. Blackbeard teased, advancing step by step toward Law. Despite this, Blackbeard, Van Oka, and the Poison Q were also not in the best of conditions, their bodies marked with bruises and their stamina severely depleted. Yet, the Straw Hats, Law, Capone Beach, Baron Tamago, and Quinn were all in disarray and defeat, leaving no one to withstand Blackbeard and Appo's advance. The victor, Captain Marshal D. Teach of the Blackbeard pirates. Law was seized by the neck, his teeth clenched, yet his body lacked the strength to resist. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin were all afflicted by poison, injured, and utterly drained, powerless to intervene. Let us go. Blackbeard hoisted Law and mounted Poison Q and Appo's horse. Just as he prepared for departure, Van Oka followed closely behind. Suddenly, from a distance, an attack surged forth, darting like an arrow toward Blackbeard and Appo's rotund back. Huh? Who? Blackbeard was caught off guard, but only reacted when the attack was near, quickly enveloping himself in hockey, receiving a heavy blow. The double sensation of pain caused him to tumble from the horse, howling. It hurts like hell. Captain. Poison Q was drenched in cold sweat, hastily dismounting to check on Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Van Oka aimed his firearm toward the direction of the attack. His gaze intense, that was. A line of cookie soldiers brandishing shields and weapons marched forward, led by the Juice Minister Smoker and Cracker. The Big Mom Pirates. Three sweet commanders. Blackbeard wiped the sweat from his brow, raising his eyes to behold the newcomers, snorting in disdain. Teach, let them go. Smoker pointed his circular, sharp weapon at Blackbeard, declaring coldly, ha ha ha. Big Mom and Apo's daughter, you truly are a sight to behold. Blackbeard laughed, unperturbed. His demeanor suggested he did not regard Smoker and Cracker as threats. This was indeed the case, in the face of his darkness. Most of Big Mom and Apo's subordinates relied heavily on their devil fruit abilities. Even though Blackbeard had expended considerable energy battling Luffy and Law, he remained supremely confident. Enough chatter. Cracker, seeing the scene unfold, abandoned his initial threats and commanded the Cookie Soldiers to charge forward. One man was a veritable army. Bang. At that moment, Van Oka fired a shot. The bullets pierced through two Cookie Soldiers, but the force was waning. Allow me to handle this. Dark Hole. Blackbeard interjected, grinning widely as he summoned Dark Mist from his right hand, slamming it onto the ground. Employing the same tactic, he rendered the Cookie Soldiers virtually helpless against the darkness. One by one, they were devoured, leaving Cracker astonished. This was the strength of the first dual-powered individual, Blackbeard. Smoker, now more cautious, opted to charge directly into battle. However, they had underestimated Blackbeard and Apo's reputation as one of the four emperors. In terms of martial prowess, while not the absolute pinnacle, Blackbeard, hailing from the Whitebeard pirates, was far from weak. After two exchanges, he ensnared Smoker by the throat, utilizing the dark mist of the dark fruit. Meanwhile, Cracker was overwhelmed by the combined efforts of Poison Q and Van Oka, a gun pressed firmly against his forehead. Your ability is quite intriguing, Blackbeard remarked, pulling Smoker closer to Law, casting a wicked grin at Cracker. He had just noticed that Cracker's cookie clones could only withstand two of Van Oka's hockey-infused bullets, indicating an impressive level of strength. Paramecia, cookie fruit ability, Van Oka declared, fixing his gaze on Cracker. Let us take him back. This ability is invaluable, and others will find it useful. Blackbeard decided instantly. As for Smoker, Big Mom's daughter held little interest for him, and he was prepared to dispose of her on the spot. Mother will take revenge for us. Smoker glared, concealing his inner terror. The extent of Blackbeard and Apo's menace far surpassed their expectations. They had not anticipated that in the battle for Dressrosa, Blackbeard would emerge as the ultimate victor, and they would pay with their lives. But just then, the air shimmered with ripples. A door suddenly materialized before Blackbeard and his crew. Don Quixote Doflamingo stepped forth, arms wide open, brazenly declaring, how could you leave Dressrosa without saying hello? Teach? Chapter 39. The entire arena trembles. Another dual ability user? Don Quixote Doflamingo stepped through the air door, revealing the masked Rob Lucci, with a pigeon perched on his shoulder. Blackbeard, Van Augur, and Poison Q immediately donned serious expressions, bracing themselves. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard chuckled darkly. I never expected it would be you, Doflamingo. Shouldn't you have been taken away by the world government after your defeat? Yet, here you are. As he noticed the white-suited CP0 members, he realized, I see. You and Apo's colluded with the world government. Doflamingo paid no heed to this, instead gazing with keen interest at the devastated royal palace atop the mountain and the fallen factions nearby, the Big Mom Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Straw Hat Crew, including Trafalgar Law. I didn't end Apo's. Expect you to remain the same, he mused. Lucci cast a glance toward Luffy and Apo's direction, his irritation palpable, before sneering, you and Apo's, all so weak. After being defeated by Luffy once, Lucci had continuously regarded Luffy as a rival. Seeing him in such a disheveled state stirred his emotions. Doflamingo had come to accept his previous defeat, his gaze fixated on Trafalgar Law. Surprised, Arin and Apo's, Law? I once sought to kill you, but now I aim to save you. Following Saint Satan, my allegiances have shifted. Law and Apo's expression was exceedingly complex, especially upon witnessing Lucci and Doflamingo utilize their abilities to traverse the distance, making it clear they were now in the same camp. Doflamingo, Lucci? The combination of these two caught Luffy and his crew off guard, though they were all breathless, with Chopper gritting his teeth to treat everyone despite his pain. Blackbeard felt no unease regarding their alliance. Rather, Lucci and Apo's presence sparked a gut feeling within him. Doflamingo, something is amiss. He seems to be targeting me, Blackbeard thought, sensing a palpable tension in the air that foretold conflict. Feeling this instinct, Blackbeard, already exhausted, sought to retreat. As Doflamingo and Lucci turned their attention to Law and the Straw Hat crew, he subtly signaled for a withdrawal. Van Augur noticed Blackbeard's cue and prepared to retreat as well. However, as Blackbeard took a step back, several nearly invisible threads appeared behind him, taut and resilient. The threads sliced through the air with formidable cutting power. Doflamingo, you're courting death. Blackbeard's face darkened as he shouted in fury. Courting death? Doflamingo chuckled lightly, his fingers moving to envelop Van Augur and poison Q in countless threads. Our purpose here is to take you with us, Teach. I advise you not to resist. Initially taken aback, Blackbeard soon erupted in laughter. Have you lost your mind? Did that straw hat brat scramble your brain? He sneered at Doflamingo, unabashedly declaring, You seem overly confident, truly believing it's still 2 years ago when we were both warlords. It was not that he underestimated Doflamingo, but rather, under the power of his dark fruit, Blackbeard held absolute confidence. His reluctance to engage in battle did not equate to fear. Come with us, or we will take you by force. Lucci stepped forward, approaching Blackbeard with a cold demeanor. Arrogance, Blackbeard retorted, unleashing his dark water, aimed directly at the advancing Lucci. Any ability user would be unable to escape the pull of his dark water. Indeed, Lucci found himself ensnared, dragged toward Blackbeard and Apos' grasp. Yet, beneath his mask, his expression remained unfazed, and even Doflamingo appeared unperturbed. Just as Lucci was about to be captured, suddenly, 2 shadows darted out from the air door. Blackbeard, employing his abilities, was momentarily taken aback. Van Augur and Poison Q were equally stunned as Blackbeard was abruptly kicked away. Marine 6 powers. Though Blackbeard was not entirely caught off guard. He gritted his teeth and rose in pain. The newcomers stood where Blackbeard had been moments before, Kaku and Bruno from CP0. Damn it. Poison Q and Van Augur quickly positioned themselves in front of Blackbeard, confronting Kaku and his companion. Van Augur raised his gun to attack, but Kaku coldly smirked, tossing a stone at him. Just as Van Augur aimed to shoot it down, the approaching stone erupted in a thunderous explosion. Amidst the smoke, Kaku transformed into his giraffe form, moving with lightning speed toward Van Augur, his blade poised to strike. How could the stone explode? Van Augur thought frantically. Vanishing in the nick of time, the blade's energy merely left a mark on the ground. As a Zoan-type user, as long as he avoided close combat, he was nearly invincible. Van Augur, maintaining his composure, recalibrated his strategy. With his ability to shift locations combined with ranged attacks, he rendered Kaku unable to approach. Blackbeard grinned, sensing that the CP members would not be able to handle him. Just then, Poison Q cried out, lifted into the air by a flying horse. A look of panic on his face. Below them stood Bruno, now a giant of stone, coldly glaring. This scene caused Blackbeard's eyes to widen, while Luffy, Zoro, and others looked on in astonishment. Bruno, that doesn't seem to be his only ability. Could he possess a second power? At that moment, Kaku hurled a barrage of stones, aiming directly at the dodging Van Augur. Instantaneous movement was not merely a thought away. Kaku's trajectory covered the positions Van Augur might evade to. Realizing this, Van Augur chuckled, preparing to showcase continuous, instantaneous movement. However, after dodging the initial wave of stones, before he could relocate again, he suddenly heard Kaku shout, explode. In an instant, all the stones hurled by Kaku detonated. The explosions merged into a singular cataclysm, triggering a chain reaction that shook the very space. The explosive shockwave crashed toward Van Augur, interrupting his movements. In disbelief, he was violently sent flying by Kaku's blast, crashing to the ground. Though he was left in a disheveled state, Van Augur suffered little injury. However, his expression was one of profound shock. You picked those stones off the ground. How could they explode? Is this a second ability? How is this possible? Blackbeard's jaw dropped, his eyes wide as saucers, suddenly gazing at the 2 leaders, Doflamingo and Lucci. Coincidentally, at that moment, cries of astonishment erupted from the Straw Hat crew. Isn't that the power of the bomb fruit? How can a giraffe also wield the abilities of Don Quixote and Apos, as subordinate? Fools, he is a dual ability user. Chapter 40. Why are there so many dual ability users? Kizaru exclaimed, the tactics of Saint Satan are indeed remarkable. Dual ability users? Blackbeard stared in disbelief as he keenly observed all of Kaku and Apos' movements, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of a second ability, a power capable of controlling explosions. When did the number of dual ability users increase to such an extent? He yearned to attain dual abilities himself, Yet it had taken him decades of lurking before he acquired the dark fruit, enabling him to seize the powers of others. Now, however, two more had emerged. This revelation struck Blackbeard hard. Others, too, were taken aback, their gazes fixated on Kaku and Bruno, members of Big Mom and Appo's crew. Including Kureha and Smoker, alongside Baron Egg, stood in stunned silence, their minds swirling with questions. What on earth is happening? Was it not said that only Trafalgar Law possessed dual abilities? We previously received intelligence on a certain CP operative, one with a giraffe transformation and another wielding the Dordor fruit. Kaku revealed his two abilities before the crowd, while Bruno transformed into a colossal stone figure, leading many to believe he also possessed the Dordor fruit and Appo's powers. Thus, the Straw Hat crew, aware of Bruno and Appo's capabilities, perceived him as yet another dual ability user. As they watched Kaku and Bruno overpowering Toxic Q and Vanoka, the pirates were filled with shock and awe. Queen, dragged back by his subordinates, gasped in disbelief upon witnessing Kaku and Bruno and Appo's display of power. Are dual ability users now so commonplace? Two more have appeared. I must inform Lord Kaido about this. The presence of dual ability users within the CP ranks, alongside Doflamingo's emergence, was of paramount importance to the Beast Pirates. With the situation growing increasingly chaotic, Queen began to reconsider his position. As the anticipated victor, Blackbeard and Appo's frustration mounted upon seeing his subordinates being defeated. His eyes bloodshot. He was consumed by a frenzied desire to eliminate them all. How can this be? What has transpired that I am unaware of? Rob Lucci, unfazed by the astonishment around him, kept a watchful eye on Blackbeard. As Blackbeard wrestled with confusion and murderous intent, Lucci decisively positioned himself in front of him. The battle erupted. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, a brilliant light suddenly appeared at a distance from the mountain palace. Standing atop the highest structure, Kizaru, hands in pockets, observed the unfolding chaos. His justice coat billowed in the wind, and the sight before him, obscured behind his brown sunglasses, left him astounded. The figure at the pinnacle of power was truly formidable. Blackbeard was in deep trouble. Dual ability users, so numerous. Kizaru watched the fierce combat between Rob Lucci and Blackbeard's crew, unable to contain his astonishment. The CP unit had amassed so many successful cases. Was Saint Satan truly relying on technology? With the emergence of additional dual ability users, all of whom were associated with the CP unit, Kizaru's brow furrowed in contemplation. Could Vegapunk truly possess such technology? Or was it that this was not technology at all, but rather some other means? Kizaru felt an unsettling sensation. A bold hypothesis emerging in his mind. After all, he had worked alongside Vegapunk for many years and knew him to be deeply engrossed in scientific pursuits. Developing multiple abilities, this was not characteristic of Vegapunk. While Kizaru pondered the truth, the battle below intensified. Blackbeard summoned the power of the dark fruit, but shockingly, he found himself unable to ensnare Rob Lucci. How was this possible? He bellowed in disbelief. Never had a user managed to escape his grasp. In his leopard form, Lucci boldly utilized the swamp to counter the encroaching darkness. If your ability devours, let us see if my swamp can consume yours. A hint of satisfaction flickered across Lucci and Appo's masked visage. Abilities are determined by their wielder. Granted by Saint Satan, if he could not withstand Blackbeard and Appo's onslaught, what face would he have left? Furthermore, possessing dual abilities, it was evident that those like Kaku were significantly more powerful. Blackbeard scoffed, raising his hand to unleash the tremor of the quake fruit. The earth split apart, the shockwaves surging toward Lucci, with the dark fog restricting his movements. Lucci had no avenue for escape. His leopard form instantly became viscous, transforming into a fully elemental state. The thick, muddy body served as an excellent medium to reduce destructive vibrations. Yet still, he was struck by the overwhelming force, propelling him backward as he gritted his teeth. As the fourth emperor to replace Whitebeard, Blackbeard's strength was no mere boast. However, it was still far from enough to vanquish Lucci. Saru. Transforming his elemental body back to a solid form, Lucci crouched low and launched himself like an arrow. In an instant, he was upon Blackbeard, who had just completed a punch. With a resounding crash, their fists collided. You dare to come close? Blackbeard sneered, his armament-coated fist enveloped in dark fog. Dark water. Lucci remained silent, transforming his own form into a swamp. The viscous mud was being drawn towards the dark water, as he fought against the influence of the dark fruit. For should Blackbeard make contact with his physical form, Lucci would immediately lose all means of his abilities. However, Lucci was prepared. his gaze sharp. He swiftly swung his other hand, launching the Six Kings gun from a distance. Blackbeard had not anticipated this move. Caught off guard, he failed to dodge and was struck by the force of the attack. The double pain caused him to cry out, retreating 10 meters, nearly losing his footing. Rob Lucci was surprisingly evenly matched with Blackbeard. This newfound dual ability made him incredibly formidable. He was no longer the same as before. Sanji, Frankie, Usopp, and others gasped in astonishment. They had all witnessed Blackbeard's prior strength. Yet in this battle, Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno were perfectly countering Blackbeard and his crew. Even Van Oka and Toxic Q found themselves unable to gain any advantage. Kaku, wielding dual blades, threatened any inorganic object he touched with potential explosion. Unless Van Oka fled, he had no means of countering Kaku and Appo's prowess. As for the conflict between Toxic Q and Bruno, it was even more futile. Diseases, toxins, and germs posed no threat to Bruno in his colossal stone form. Indestructible and impervious to water and fire, he was not like Zoro, who was merely a swordsman and could not inflict damage. Furthermore, had Toxic Q not possessed a flying steed, he would have been easily flattened by a single slap from Bruno. Ultimately, neither side could best the other, as both continued to test and probe for weaknesses. From the perspectives of Queen and the Big Mom pirates, as well as the Straw Hats, it was evident that both sides were locked in a fierce battle of equals. At the same time, Queen and his crew began to grasp the formidable nature of dual ability users. The synergy of two abilities was far more than a mere sum of their parts. Their combination not only enhanced physical prowess but also amplified their destructive power. Chapter 41. The weakness of dual ability users. Physical exhaustion. Doflamingo transforms into a mammoth. The combination of his giraffe form and explosive capabilities surprisingly forces teleportation abilities into retreat. The overwhelming power of continuous explosions, coupled with the Navy and Appo's S6 styles, this CP0 is truly formidable. Queen gritted his teeth, while his subordinate stood agape. The swamp surprisingly withstands the dark onslaught. This is bad. The entire mountain is on the verge of collapse. The tremors are relentless. That stone giant is using more rocks to grow even larger, nearly crushing Blackbeard's subordinates. The battle between dual ability users is undeniably powerful, leaving the spectators in awe. Rob Lucci exercises extreme caution, maintaining his distance from Blackbeard to avoid being suppressed by the powers of the dark fruit. The swamp mud in the Navy's 6 styles continuously erupt. Blackbeard repeatedly employs the tremor fruit's power, causing the earth to tremble, pushing Lucci back. It seems that he cannot capture the elusive Lucci, Smoker, Kizaru, and others nearby, while marveling at the might of dual ability users, gradually discern some issues. Although Blackbeard does not pose a lethal threat to Lucci, he does not relent, relentlessly attacking him without a moment and Appo's pause. Smoker, fixated on their battle, suddenly declares, Rob Lucci is exhausting his stamina too quickly. Indeed, while Blackbeard continues to assault, the CP0, using abilities and evading attacks, is actually depleting more energy. Others with keen eyes also recognize this, and Kizaru articulates the true state of the battle. The energy consumption in a fight between dual ability users is significantly greater than that of ordinary battles. Blackbeard is incredibly strong. This fellow has been pretending to be a fool while concealing his strength. Smoker gritted his teeth, gazing with resentment. There remains a gap between Lucci and Blackbeard. This individual, having been part of the Whitebeard pirates for decades, possesses not only unparalleled fruit abilities but also formidable physical skills. The world only sees the brilliance brought by his strength, overlooking the robust physique that once left marks on red-haired Shanks and Appo's face. As expected, on the battlefield, Blackbeard maintains his combat rhythm, while Lucci and Appo's expression grows increasingly grim. Alone, he has no means to inflict damage on Blackbeard. Even the Six Kings gun technique cannot withstand the destructive force of the tremor ability. You are quite impressive, Blackbeard proclaims with an appreciative demeanor, raising his fist, a white halo pulsating. Lucci, at that moment, is conjuring swamp mud, failing to anticipate that Blackbeard would seize this opportunity to unleash the tremor ability once more. This time, the power is even greater and more terrifying. Crack. The atmosphere fractures. Astonishing fissures spread and expand. The earth violently quakes, an invisible shockwave instantly tearing apart the swamp mud, revealing Lucci and Appo's astonished expression. This guy. The mountain is ripped apart, and Lucci is caught in the fray, directly struck and letting out a muffled groan, hurtling backward. He coughs up blood, his face turning ashen, enduring excruciating pain as he crashes into the mountainside. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard exudes arrogant delight, thrusting his fist forward with sustained force. Not good. Kaku and Appos, eyes narrow. Urgently warning Bruno, be careful. This Tremor force is aimed not only at Lucci but also at the two of them, with no time to evade. In his giraffe beast form, Kaku shields his vitals, only to be struck by Blackbeard, spewing blood and being thrown away by the tremendous force. The massive Bruno, despite being alerted, cannot react in time and can only shift his form within the stone. The seemingly colossal and oppressive stone giant begins to shatter upon impact from the tremor. Bruno and Appos' body grazes the epicenter of the force, crashing into the ruins. The trio, who had just been evenly matched, is now utterly defeated by Blackbeard's strike, leaving the Straw Hat crew, Queen, Smoker, and others in shock. Dust swirls, and the earthquake gradually subsides. Blackbeard grins broadly, panting. I and Amp, Appos, V played with you long enough. I and Amp, Appos, V been waiting for this opportunity. The opponents are all dual ability users, making them difficult to handle. If not for Lucci and Amp, Appos, immense stamina depletion, he would not have had such a favorable opportunity to target all three at once. Moreover, Blackbeard evidently has more tricks up his sleeve. He did not unleash the full extent of his power from the beginning, unlike during the Marineford War, where he easily tore the earth apart. Now, having found the chance to unleash his fury, the potency is indeed astonishing. Truly, the might of the Tremor fruit. Smoker, Kizaru, and Queen are all taken aback. Ultimately, Blackbeard completely gains the upper hand. Even among dual abilities, the most exceptional powers prove superior. If it were them facing a monster like Blackbeard wielding the Tremor fruit, they would have likely been pulverized long ago. Though the outcome of the battle reveals that they are indeed unable to retaliate against the dark fruit and Amp, Appos, suppression. Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno clutch their injured areas, slowly rising as the dust settles, their expressions exceedingly grave. They are still far from being able to contend with Blackbeard and his crew. But even if it costs them their lives, they must fulfill the prophecy of Saint Satan. If only we also possessed dual abilities. We would and Appos, be in such a dire situation against Blackbeard. Kazara gritted his teeth, enviously lamenting. Witnessing Lucci and the others and Appos' performance reveals their incredible strength. Even after being struck and coughing blood by Blackbeard, they can still stand tall. In contrast, they, one by one, have yet to recover. This is the enhancement brought by dual abilities. Given time, it would not be impossible to match up to the seasoned dual ability user Blackbeard. However, at this moment, Kizaru and Amp, Appos' envy and jealousy are interrupted by an unexpected turn of events. As the dust settles and the tremors cease, Lucci and Kaku, along with Bruno, have yet to react when a figure suddenly appears. Armament hockey is densely condensed at the bullet and Amp, Appos' tip, and a sniper rifle is raised at a cunning angle. There is no dodging this shot. The one teleporting in is Van Augur, having found the perfect moment to shoot. He is confident he can severely wound at least one of them, either Lucci or Kaku. Van Augur. Lucci reacts the quickest, his pupils constricting. However, a surge of pain courses through his body, slowing his leopard form and Appos' movements. At this precise moment, Van Augur and Appos' timing is impeccable. They cannot evade. Kaku and Bruno grit their teeth, both intending to shield their comrade from the bullet. In this critical moment, Van Augur wears a proud smirk, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms overhead. An immense force descends, abruptly pushing down on the focused Van Augur. In an instant, he crashes into the ground like a cannonball, creating a large crater. Blackbeard, Queen, Smoker, and the crew are all taken aback by this sudden development, gazing at the enormous figure that has landed. Queen and Amp, Appos' face lights up with surprise. A mammoth. It and Amp, Appos' Jack. Chapter 42, Blackbeard and Amp, Appos' seething rage. Why is everyone coming for me? All present bore witness as a colossal mammoth suddenly charged forth, sending Van Augur flying with a single kick, crashing violently into the ground. Struck with such force, his life hung in the balance, momentarily leaving Blackbeard in shock, which quickly morphed into a furious ire. You seek death. At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment rang out from the drought, calling, Jack. He had believed that the formidable mammoth, now grounded and majestic, was indeed Jack. The crowd stared in disbelief at this unexpected spectacle. Suddenly, the mammoth and Amp, Appos' form began to shift, transforming into a humanoid shape, revealing the likeness of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo? What in the world is happening? How could this be possible? Has he stolen the powers of drought? The likes of Smoker, Kizaru, and others stood dumbfounded, unable to contain their shock. The mammoth was indeed a transformation of Doflamingo. Trafalgar Law's eyes widened in realization. This ability must have been bestowed upon him by Saint Satan. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew transitioned from confusion to astonishment. He, too, is a dual ability user. Impossible. How long has it been since he was defeated by Luffy and Law? Why didn't Apos, he use this then? Usopp and Frankie were agape, struggling to comprehend the situation. Sanji, Zoro, and Robin wore expressions of grave concern and disbelief. In a mere moment, Doflamingo had acquired Drought and Apos' powers, thus becoming a dual ability user. Blackbeard, standing amidst the chaos, was taken aback by the display of Doflamingo and Apos' newfound powers. A tempest of thoughts swirling within him. Have the boundaries of dual abilities been shattered? How is it that they appear as if summoned at will? To seize the abilities of others and effortlessly accommodate a second power, could it truly be so simple? Amidst this tumult, Queen, initially elated by the arrival of reinforcements, suddenly felt as though a hand had gripped his throat, his expression frozen in disbelief. Joker. How could it be Joker? This is Jack and Apos' power. Could it be that he, with Doflamingo now manifesting the mammoth form, it was clear that the Beast Pirates and Apos' Drought Jack was likely facing dire straits. As this realization dawned on everyone present, their faces shifted to expressions of grave concern and shock. No one had anticipated that Doflamingo, who had seemingly blended into the background, would possess such a hidden hand. Even from a distance, observing the battlefield and Apos' transformation, Kizaru bore an expression of utmost seriousness. Doflamingo had not only evaded punishment but had also been transformed into a dual ability user by Saint Satan. What exactly does Saint Satan intend to achieve? As an admiral privy to many secrets, Kizaru could no longer ignore the underlying intricacies as the truth began to unravel before him. There were too many questions and inconsistencies for him to fathom, yet Saint Satan's command compelled him to remain silent, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the crowd was engulfed in shock, each reacting in their manner. Queen, deeply affected, turned pale, collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. He shared some bond with Jack, and the gravity of their situation left him disheartened. A cadre of dual ability users, and even Jack had been stripped of his powers. The world had indeed changed. Doflamingo's display of power intensified Blackbeard's turmoil. He loathed the idea of more dual ability users existing in the world, yet they continued to emerge, hinting at a grand secret. Hehehe, Blackbeard, killing one TB as easy as you think. I advise you to come along with me willingly. Doflamingo reveled in the shocked reactions of those present, laughing arrogantly while urging Blackbeard to resist futilely. Now, Blackbeard faced not merely Lucci, but the CP trio alongside Doflamingo. Van Oka was injured, and the abilities of Poison Q were of little use in a battle between dual ability users. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for Blackbeard. Thus, he quickly sought to regain his composure, though his eyes still flickered with intense greed. Doflamingo. I never expected this. Blackbeard turned to point at Lucci, Kaku, and others. You have also attained a second ability, including you, along with Trafalgar Law. Hehehe. Who, indeed, granted you all this second ability? It was not difficult to infer. Blackbeard was unaware of when the CP0 trio and Trafalgar Law had acquired their dual abilities. However, from the intelligence available, it was evident that Doflamingo, recently defeated by the Straw Hats and Law, had undoubtedly gained his powers only after that defeat. There was a shadowy hand orchestrating the emergence of dual ability users. A chill ran down Blackbeard and Apos' spine, igniting a fervent desire to uncover the source of these dual abilities. Though it was highly likely the work of the world government. With his unique physique, perhaps he could elevate his strength to new heights. In that case, Kaido and Shanks would pose no threat. Lucci and Kaku regarded Blackbeard with disdain, dismissing his inquiries. Doflamingo scoffed, deriding Blackbeard's desperate demeanor. You think you're worthy of this knowledge? Blackbeard, being a target personally named by Saint Satan, was well aware that with the Trimmer fruit and the Dark fruit, neither Saint Satan nor the Gorosei would allow him to continue to exist. With methods to seize abilities, Blackbeard and Apos' powers would inevitably be stripped away. Thus, Doflamingo showed him no mercy. Ever since becoming the boss of Hive Island, the newly appointed Yonko, Blackbeard had never been subjected to such ridicule, being told he was unworthy of knowledge. Anger surged within him. Yet as he beheld Doflamingo's mocking smile and the piercing gaze of Lucci, he hesitated. from Trafalgar Law to the Straw Hat Kid, Queen, and the ministers of Big Mom and Oppos, as pirate crew. After a series of battles, his stamina was nearly depleted, leaving him in a precarious position. Van Oka was injured, and Poison Q could only retreat. The odds were stacked against Blackbeard, and at this moment, even with the powers of darkness and tremor, he could not hope to subdue the 4 dual ability users opposing him. With reinforcements continuously arriving, regardless of the faction, Blackbeard faced a fierce battle. It would not be worth risking his own life, and he had no choice but to abandon Trafalgar Law and retreat. Weighing the pros and cons, Blackbeard's expression darkened as he chuckled darkly. Hehehe. You've truly grown bold, Doflamingo. Don't think that your alliance with the world government will afford you perpetual safety. There will be time for reckoning. With that, Blackbeard ordered Poison Q to assist Van Oka, stepping back to withdraw. Doflamingo frowned. You intend to flee. Saint Satan has tasked us with capturing Blackbeard, and Lucci and Kaku cannot simply allow him to escape. Just as they prepared to take action, Blackbeard unleashed a tremor-infused punch, sending shockwaves through the ground. The earth shook violently. Doflamingo and his companion could not intercept in time and hastily attempted to defend themselves. Amidst his laughter, Blackbeard mounted his steed and made his escape. Chapter 43, Blackbeard and Oppos. Escape. Law must take Baron Egg to meet Satan. In the majestic halls of the Mountain King and Oppos' palace, a cataclysmic tremor was unleashed by the formidable Blackbeard. He delivered a final, devastating blow, sending the likes of Don Quixote Doflamingo, Rob Lucci, and Kaku reeling, while the Straw Hat crew, alongside Smoker, Kizaru, and even Queen, were all flung into the air. This was the terrifying might of the Tremor fruit. To subdue Blackbeard, they still lacked the necessary strength. Doflamingo, filled with resentment, glared at the swiftly retreating figure of Blackbeard, his teeth clenched in fury. Rob Lucci and Kaku wore equally grim expressions, for they were unable to fulfill the orders given by Satan due to their lack of pursuit capabilities. Among the trio of Blackbeard, one possessed immense power, another rode a flying horse, and the last could teleport. There was simply no way to prevent their escape. Doflamingo and Oppos' attempts to chase after them using his strings would only result in severe repercussions. They would have to prepare adequately for the next encounter. At this juncture, Lucci had no choice but to bide his time for another opportunity. Turning his gaze back to the battlefield, Smoker, Kizaru, Baron Egg, and Capone Beej of the Big Mom pirates leaned against a wall, all bearing ashen faces, gasping for breath, their injuries compounding. Queen, possessing animal-type abilities, fared slightly better. Yet his crew had suffered near total annihilation. Even the residual energies from the dual devil fruit users had decimated them. The Straw Hat crew, however, had sustained minimal losses. Yet, as Blackbeard made his exit, Luffy, Zaro, and Sanji remained vigilant, wary of Rob Lucci and Doflamingo. Luffy, having previously triumphed over them, understood their formidable nature. I have but a few minutes to recover. Luffy had steeled himself for the worst, determined not to put his comrades at risk. Straw Hat Kid, I have no interest in you at present. Doflamingo approached with an arrogant stride towards the Straw Hat crew. Zaro and Sanji exchanged cold huffs, their bodies tensed, ready to engage in a desperate fight to obstruct him. To their surprise, Doflamingo disregarded them entirely, sidestepping to kick the battered Smoker aside before seizing Kizaru by the collar. I shall take you along. It is a part of fulfilling my duties, Doflamingo cackled ominously. The notion of revenge against the Straw Hats? Merely a clash among pirates, one and Amp. Oppos' loss is simply that, a loss. Doflamingo understood this well. Rather than expend energy battling them, it would be more prudent to deliver the abilities of the biscuit fruit user to Lord Satan. This was a retreat with purpose, fulfilling Satan and Amp. Oppos' command. Next time, I shall personally engage you in battle. Doflamingo shot a sidelong glance at Luffy before striding towards CP0 amidst the astonished gazes of the Straw Hat crew. You intend to take Kizaru. He is one of the 3 sweet commanders, a subordinate of Mama. Do you wish to provoke Mama? Smoker and Baron Egg cried out in terror and panic. The world government seeks to shatter the tacit agreement with the Yonko? They knew that should Big Mom become enraged, the consequences would be dire. Engage in battle? With Big Mom? You overestimate yourselves, Kaku chuckled nonchalantly, strolling towards Rob Lucci with his hands in his pockets. With the mention of Big Mom, Smoker and Baron Egg were left in shock by CP0's words. That was Big Mom, not some upstart like Blackbeard. How dare they? Throughout this exchange, Rob Lucci remained silent, his focus solely on executing Lord Satan's orders with unwavering dedication. as Doflamingo approached with the biscuit fruit user in tow. Rob Lucci retrieved a regal staff from the depths of the mire. With a swift motion, he opened a portal in the air. Kaku and Bruno stepped into the doorway. Just as Doflamingo and Rob Lucci prepared to enter, Trafalgar Law suddenly called out, "Wait!" To everyone and Appos' astonishment, he seized the bewildered Baron Egg and strode purposefully towards Rob Lucci. Law. Doflamingo paused momentarily, then smirked coldly. He had yet to settle accounts with Law, but for now, with everyone under Satan's command, he chose to let it slide. I intend to take him to meet that esteemed individual. Law's expression was grave as he spoke to Rob Lucci, his gaze unwavering. The situation had shifted, and now was not the time for conflict with Doflamingo. Satan loomed like a deity, suppressing all beneath him. Law understood that he needed to wait for the right moment. Ignoring the Straw Hats was the wisest course of action. Yet, he did not shy away from addressing them. And his words left the crew in shock. Smoker bit his lip until it bled. His energy sapped and injuries preventing him from stopping Lucci from taking Kizaru and Baron Egg. The revelation of Law's intent stunned him. Trafalgar Law, are you associated with CP0? Smoker exclaimed, failing to comprehend how a typical pirate like Law could be entangled with the world government, let alone wish to introduce Kizaru and Baron Egg to that enigmatic figure. Moreover, both Lucci and Law were dual devil fruit users. Could that individual be the creator of dual users? Such implications sent chills down the spine of Smoker, one of the three sweet commanders. Queen looked on in astonishment at Trafalgar Law, his thoughts mirroring those of Smoker. Especially considering Jack and Appos' abilities under Doflamingo and Appos' command, fear and dread coursed through him. That individual must be someone from the world government. The capacity to seize abilities and create dual users was a method more terrifying and efficient than Blackbeard's. Who could possibly be the mastermind behind such capabilities? At that moment, Luffy erupted, "Trafalgar, what do you mean? Are you with the world government?" Usopp gazed at Law in disbelief, feeling as though his trust had been trampled upon. And he shouted, "Law, have you been trading with the world government all along? Otherwise, why would you be with Lucci to meet that individual and bring someone along?" The crew, having pieced together the connections between the dual users, shared a collective realization. Robin furrowed her brow, her expression darkening as she finally voiced the question that lingered in the air. Who exactly is and Appos, that individual and Appos? Law and Appos' demeanor suggested that the enigmatic figure surely resided within the world government. But who could it be? Was it the person responsible for creating dual users? Sanji recognized that Law was delineating a boundary, subtly warning the Straw Hats. There were things he could not articulate, yet his current stance spoke volumes. Who, indeed, possessed such terrifying capabilities to create dual users? Facing Luffy, Robin, and the others, Trafalgar Law merely cast a glance back, leaving behind a gaze filled with profound implications. Rob Lucci, unperturbed by the Straw Hats, surveyed Law and Doflamingo with a knowing smirk before finally nodding, "Let us depart." Chapter 44. The red-haired admiral's ambition. The Navy must also seek dual abilities. Is Trafalgar Law insinuating that he is affiliated with the world government? Chopper remained seated, bewildered. He could not comprehend how Law, who had fought valiantly alongside his comrades, could suddenly turn towards the world government. He was headed to meet the orchestrator behind the acquisition of abilities, the one who creates dual ability users. Those who were taken away had little chance of survival. Zoro, calm after the battle, furrowed his brow as he observed Trafalgar Law and CP0, while Doflamingo vanished into the shadows of the Dordor fruit. Perhaps Trafalgar was not an enemy. The secrets they harbored were simply too vast to share with them. Robin inhaled deeply. Until now, she had harbored a slight fear of the world government. And the more she understood, the more she realized its terrifying nature. Who could possibly intimidate someone like Law into silence? Nami, Frankie, Usopp, and the others exchanged glances, struggling to fathom the truth behind the events. Just then, a slightly shrill voice broke the tension. Whoever it may be, Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo are colluding with the world government. The mastermind will surely be brought to justice by Lord Kaido. Quinn had risen, harboring deep resentment towards Doflamingo. They were to meet the one behind the scenes, destined to have their abilities seized, to become a second ability for a member of the world government. Smokey, clutching her wound, struggled to rise. She had no time to contemplate her injuries. The situation was too shocking, and two of their ability users had already been taken. This was a matter that needed to be reported swiftly. Quinn looked at her gravely and declared, "I will inform Mother." Smokey stubbornly got to her feet, dragging along the barely conscious Capone Beach. They now shared a common goal, to promptly relay the news to Kaido and Big Mom. They must inform the Emperors of the Sea, for this was beyond their control. If the world government continued its machinations, dual abilities would soon become commonplace. As Smokey and Quinn departed, the Straw Hat crew remained, contemplating their next move. Should they really return amidst such chaos? Were they willing to risk their lives? They wished to rescue their comrades, but it seemed they were more intent on letting the Emperors unearth the mastermind behind this crisis. The emergence of dual abilities posed a significant threat to the Emperors of the Sea. If the numbers increased, it could lead to widespread turmoil. Indeed, the creation of dual abilities, a terrifying prospect. Who could be the one behind it all? Usopp, Frankie, Nami, and Chopper continued to speculate. Meanwhile, another observer was taking in the entire scene from the dilapidated peak of the Mountain King's palace. Kizaru, astonished, gaped as he witnessed the unfolding events. Truly frightening. The calamity known as Jack had been captured alongside two of Big Mom and Appo's officers. It seemed prudent to report this to Sakazuki. Having attacked two Emperors of the Sea consecutively, the pressure would first fall upon the Navy. Kizaru swiftly decided to contact Admiral Akainu, transforming into light to return to the distant battleship. At the new Navy headquarters, Akainu sat regally in his chair, cigar in hand. With only Green Bull present to report on the recent developments, when Kizaru and Appo's call arrived, Akainu wasted no time demanding the outcome regarding Doflamingo. The situation had concluded, and the ultimate victor was CP0. Kizaru relayed his findings, meticulously detailing all he had witnessed. Quinn and Smokey had suffered significant defeats. Doflamingo and CP0 had appeared, blocking Blackbeard and initiating a fierce battle. The dual ability users had each made their move, and Blackbeard had chosen not to retreat. As Kizaru reported, Akainu slammed his cigar onto the table, his expression one of shock. Even Green Bull could not help but rise. How could there be so many dual ability users? Previously, Blackbeard had astounded the world, but now CP0 had witnessed three emerge, alongside Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo. How many dual abilities had been created in such a short span? Akainu and Appo's eyes widened in realization. Doflamingo had actually acquired a second ability. What a farce. Was such technology still in the experimental phase? Before long, dual ability users would be everywhere. It was known that dual ability users shattered the notion that one could possess only a single fruit power, representing an entirely different and more formidable strength. Kizaru had anticipated the surprise on the other side and continued. Rob Lucci and Doflamingo repelled Blackbeard, capturing Big Mom and Appo's Minister of Cookies, while Law took Baron Egg. In the office, Akainu and Green Bull and Appo's expressions shifted from astonishment to gravity. What were they planning to do with Big Mom and Appo's officers? Green Bull expressed concern. Doflamingo has seized Jack's ability and is now targeting Big Mom's crew. This could incite the wrath of Kaido and Big Mom. It was not that the Navy feared the Emperors of the Sea, but retaliation from Kaido and Big Mom during the World Conference would be exceedingly troublesome. Akainu seemed unconcerned about how Kaido and Big Mom would react. The Minister of Cookies, another ability to be seized. I suspect that is the intent. Kizaru responded. CP0 must be here to capture test subjects. The situation had grown complex. Polyusolino, Akainu coolly resumed, taking up his cigar once more. Saint Satan has dispatched someone to deal with Blackbeard and has captured Big Mom and Appo's officers. They aim to seize abilities, but it feels like there is more to it. Why target Blackbeard, the newly minted emperor? His influence is already substantial. To engage him would typically require approval from the Gorosei, correct? Yet now, Akainu began to question, is this truly the will of the Gorosei? During the World Conference, all major departments had been given strict orders, even ignoring pirate activities. Would they really pursue Blackbeard? Admiral Sakazuki, should we report this to the other admirals? Green Bull inquired, aware of the implications involving Blackbeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, all three Emperors of the Sea, necessitating Navy reports to the Gorosei. Not necessary, Akainu exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of cigar smoke. Saint Satan is also one of the Gorosei. This matter is more about internal conflicts, issues concerning the celestial dragons that we need not involve ourselves with. Akainu was resolute, and with the scientific defense of Saint Satan in play, it was a matter beyond the Navy and Appo's jurisdiction. The most pressing concern was to ascertain Saint Satan's stance. Polyusolino, we in the Navy also require dual abilities. Chapter 45, The Black Brigade's Astonishment, the Admiral's Unexpected Return. The four emperors are shaken. Change is afoot. On Hive Island, A winged horse suddenly appeared atop a giant rock. Exhausted from its final burst of energy, Van Oka fell to the ground. Poison Q swiftly dismounted to check on him. While Blackbeard landed heavily, his expression darkened. The sudden presence of an unfamiliar aura in their territory summoned the crew members who had remained behind. The Tyrant King, the Ninetales Fox Doping, and Captain Shiryu, among others, looked on in astonishment at the disheveled trio in their mount. What on earth happened? Shiryu inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. The three had ventured out to capture someone, yet returned in such disarray? Typically, barring an admiral or a four-emperor and Apos' direct intervention, it was nearly impossible to leave Blackbeard in such a state, especially considering Van Oka's teleportation abilities had resulted in him being severely injured. That Trafalgar Law fellow managed to escape, Blackbeard grumbled, his displeasure palpable. The others exchanged bewildered glances. You took matters into your own hands and still failed? Over in Dressrosa, the Straw Hat crew, along with Trafalgar Law and Kaido and Apos' men were supposed to be on their way. Warren and Apos, Tive? You were quite confident, Admiral Teach. Without capturing Law, the secret behind the dual powers remains unsolved. Doping, the Tyrant King, chuckled, while Shiryu and Lafitte looked on with confusion. Who did you encounter there? At that moment, the cloaked figure of Akiji stepped onto the rocky summit, his demeanor serious. Observing Blackbeard and Apos' demeanor, he sensed something was amiss. This situation has escalated significantly, Blackbeard, undeterred by their mockery, gritted his teeth and replied, not only did we fail to capture anyone, but several dual users have also surfaced in Dressrosa. Instantly, the group fell silent, their shock evident. Surely, you jest. More dual users. Are you saying you encountered a Kaino or red-haired Shanks? The Tyrant King and Doping were skeptical. Blackbeard and Apos' previously outrageous claims about Trafalgar Law, an anomaly in himself, now seemed even more unbelievable with the prospect of additional dual users emerging. Absolutely true. Van Oka and Poison Q corroborated, their expressions grave. This revelation began to dawn on the few who had just emerged from Impelled Down. Blackbeard was not jesting. There are 3 from CP0, and one is none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo. Blackbeard and Apos' eyes darkened as he recounted the details. The form of the mammoth, representing the calamity of drought, was unmistakable. Drought? One of the 3 calamities of the beast pirates. That individual must have killed the calamity and somehow usurped the powers. Doping remarked, his tone filled with intrigue. Admiral Teach, this method of acquiring powers seems reminiscent of your own. The group erupted into murmurs, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. The capability to seize powers was not exclusive to Blackbeard. Indeed, there were others who could embed them within their own bodies, transforming into dual users. The very thought was terrifying. The expressions of the Tyrant King, Doping, Shiryu, and even Akiji shifted, each growing increasingly alarmed. You assert that they are all from CP0? Akiji grasped the crux of the matter, his brow furrowing in contemplation. CP0 operates directly under the Celestial Dragons, unbound by any jurisdiction. Their involvement can only mean it is a command from the Celestial Dragons. However, prior to my departure, the world government had never disclosed any methods for creating dual users. Before anyone could pose questions, Akiji had already articulated the situation. The admirals are unaware? Not a whisper of information at all? Shiryu, biting into his cigar, looked at Akiji with suspicion. As a former chief warden, he had encountered considerable authority within the world government and understood the high level of the admirals and Apos' jurisdiction. If even Akiji had been oblivious before his departure, this must have transpired within the last year. No, Akiji shook his head, his own surprise evident. After thoughtful consideration, he addressed the group. Perhaps this is a secret weapon concealed by the Celestial Dragons. Doping scrutinized Akiji, finding his reaction credible, before turning to Blackbeard. If that is the case, we are in serious trouble, Admiral. This matter is far from over. The secret of the dual users must be thoroughly investigated. Deep in his heart, Blackbeard harbored immense trepidation. No one understood the overwhelming power of possessing multiple abilities better than he did. Thus, it was imperative to unveil the truth. Doping, the Tyrant King, and the others, witnessing Blackbeard and Apos' genuine fury, refrained from further provocation and nodded in silent agreement. Doflamingo and CP0 would inevitably face retribution. Next, they would keep a close watch on their movements. Any actions from the world government, as well as Doflamingo and Apos' involvement, would not go unnoticed. Blackbeard issued his orders as the admiral. Shortly thereafter, in a distant sea far from Hive Island, within the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World Front, the towering figure of Kaido, with long black hair and horns, carelessly discarded the battered kid to the side. Before him stood the subservient supernovas, Hawkins and Appa, among others. Moments earlier, Kaido had plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters, leaving the supernovas in shock, and had swiftly defeated Kid. Joining the Beast Pirates ISN and Appos, such a bad deal, is it? Kaido observed indifferently as he regarded the bloodied and incapacitated Kid, who could only manage a defiant smirk. Take him back, Kaido commanded with a wave of his hand. Just then, a toothless wyvern soared through the air with great speed. Jinbe? Queen is here too. Kaido's keen eyesight recognized the figure immediately. However, upon landing, he was taken aback to see Queen wrapped in bandages, his aura diminished. What happened, Queen? Kaido furrowed his brow. Wherein and Amp, Appos, you supposed to be in Dressrosa? It appears things did not go well, and you returned in this state. Jinbe remained silent, his gaze fixed on Queen. The latter, kneeling before Hawkins, Appa, and the others, beseeched, Governor Kaido, we failed to capture Trafalgar Law, and Jack may very well be dead. Dead? Kaido and Amp, Appos, expression shifted dramatically. The others were equally stunned, disbelief etched across their faces. Jack, one of the three calamities of the Beast Pirates. Renowned for his formidable physical resilience, especially among Kaido and Amp, Appos, ranks, who would dare to kill him? Even the world government would think twice before acting so recklessly. Be clear, Queen. Kaido and Amp, Appos, already fearsome visage seemed to darken further with menace. Queen shuddered, recounting in detail his experiences upon reaching Dressrosa. Big Mom and Amp, Appos, crew was also present, along with CP0, Joker. Lord Kaido, Jack's ability was seized by Joker. I witnessed him transform into mammoth form with my own eyes. Moreover, within CP0, 3 individuals exhibited dual abilities. Chapter 46, Kaido and Appos, Fury and the Quest for Revenge Against the Government. Has Doflamingo become a dual ability user? The CP0 team displays more dual abilities. This news left the severely injured Kid, Hawkins, and Appa in a state of shock, their eyes wide open. When Jean received the call from Quinn, he immediately sensed the grave expression beneath the mask. Upon hearing about Quinn and Amp, Appos' predicament, Kaido fell silent for a moment, his expression shifting to one of intense anger. Moments later, a terrifying aura began to emanate from him. Joker, there are even CP0 operatives. Is the world government declaring war on my beast pirates? Kaido, although appearing brutish, possessed a delicate and ever-changing emotional landscape. The loss of Jack and Appos' abilities, based on prior intelligence, likely indicated his demise. Jack, the reckless, was highly capable and always executed orders with seriousness. This was akin to severing one of Kaido's own arms. Since they dared to strike down my men, I shall retaliate. We must slay the celestial dragons. In a fit of rage, Kaido issued a direct command that sent tremors of fear through all present. Only Jean dared to intervene at such a moment. Governor Kaido, directly attacking the celestial dragons, now carries immense risk. While Jack may have perished, we must remain rational. During the World Conference, the celestial dragons and the kings of various nations are heavily guarded. A reckless assault will lead to catastrophic losses. They have dared to harm Jack, and they must face the wrath of the beast pirates. Kaido, gritting his teeth, slammed his fist into the ground, creating a massive crater. Had he been intoxicated, he might have flown off in vengeance by now. The celestial dragons must be eliminated. Otherwise, what would be left of the beast pirates and Amp, Appos' dignity? However, for now, we shall target other objectives to seize a greater opportunity to exterminate the celestial dragons. Jean urged vehemently. He did not wish to spare the celestial dragons, on the contrary. He would wholeheartedly support an attack on the world government and Mariehua, but he could not allow an impulsive decision to ensnare the entire Beast Pirates crew in a quagmire. Angered though he was, Kaido listened, taking several deep breaths before grimly issuing a new command. Quinn, gather our forces. They are convening for the World Conference. Let us strike at the affiliated nations first, and keep a close watch on the dual ability users. Yes, Lord Kaido. Quinn and the others promptly accepted the orders. Meanwhile, at Whole Cake Island, Big Mom and Amp, Appos' furious scream echoed throughout the castle. What? Cracker and the others have been captured. With her hand crushed in an iron grip, Big Mom and Amp, Appos' furious gaze resembled that of a raging beast, instilling fear in Smoothie, Capone Beej, and the ministers, who averted their eyes. What on earth happened? Smoothie? You two were in charge, along with Baron Tamago and Capone Beej on the front line, and yet you failed completely. Cracker and the others have been taken. Big Mom's fury was uncontainable as she demanded accountability. Mama, we were no match for Blackbird. His dark fruit abilities countered us. Then CP0 appeared, with 3 dual ability users. Doflamingo even transformed into the mammoth form of the drought, becoming extraordinarily powerful. Smoothie quivered as he recounted the events. The situation was dire. So many dual ability users. Is this truly confirmed? How can there be so many dual ability users? What do they intend to do with Cracker and the others? If this is true, with such a multitude of dual ability users on the world government and Oppo's side, they could easily flood the streets with their power. Charlotte Daifuku, Perispero, and the other ministers were astonished and perplexed at the revelation. Katakuri and Oppo's expression darkened further upon hearing Smoothie and Oppo's report and the ensuing discussions. Mama, Cracker, and the others are probably in grave danger. Drought is currently missing. And Doflamingo has seized his ability. It is highly likely that he is already dead. The evidence strongly supports this possibility. The ministers gasped in horror, immediately falling silent as they turned their gaze towards Big Mom. Whether concerning the dual ability users or the capture of Cracker and his companions, both matters were exceedingly grave. Indeed, Big Mom and Oppo's wrath did not diminish. On the contrary, it intensified. Especially upon hearing Katakuri and Oppo's speculation, her eyes gleamed with ferocity. Prepare yourselves. I shall personally lead the charge. With the power of her soul fruit combined with her own imposing presence, the entire castle was enveloped in a terrifying atmosphere. Not only did she intend to rescue her men and restore the reputation of the Big Mom pirates, but she also sought to obliterate the world government and Oppo's dual ability organization and uncover the secrets behind Doflamingo, Trafalgar Law, and others becoming dual ability users. However, like Kaido, Big Mom and Oppo's emotional state made her decision to act impulsively ill-timed. Katakuri furrowed his brow in thought and, seeing Big Mom unable to contain herself, intervened. Mama, if we strike directly, we may fall into their trap. Katakuri, what more is there to consider at this moment? Big Mom and Oppo's fury surged as she reprimanded him. Katakuri, mustering his resolve, spoke swiftly in an attempt to dissuade her. We must first ascertain whether Cracker and the others are still alive. Moreover, the world government is concentrating their forces, and there is an unknown number of dual ability users. We cannot engage them head-on. Indeed, the number of dual ability users on their side is significant, coupled with the majority of the Navy's combat strength from the world government. This compelled Big Mom to pause, falling silent for a moment. In the face of Big Mom and Oppo's wrath, none dared to speak. Their backs chilled as they held their breath, anxiously awaiting her directive. Finally, Big Mom and Oppo's voice broke the silence. Now calm and composed, we shall intensify our covert investigations into the dual ability users, keeping a close eye on the world government while thoroughly investigating Doflamingo and Trafalgar Law. Their acquisition of dual abilities could not have been mere coincidence, and it is likely heavily tied to those CP0 operatives. The ministers sighed in relief, echoing their agreement. Subsequently, Big Mom inquired, what about our line with CP? Perispero quickly stepped forward. We can still establish contact, Mama. Immediately reach out to them and inform the CP unit leader that regardless of the circumstances surrounding Cracker and Oppo's capture, he must be returned safely. Big Mom resolved to employ diplomacy first, aiming to ascertain Cracker and Oppo's status. Yes. Perispero promptly turned to execute the order. Observing this, Katakuri felt a sense of relief. Yet sensed an oddity. Cracker was likely still alive. Mama and Oppo's ultimate desire remained the dual abilities, yet the situation was growing increasingly perplexing. Who could possibly create so many dual ability users? Chapter 47. Emo. Satan, your presence has grown stronger. In Mary Geos, kings from all corners of the world convened at the round table, exchanging their respective suggestions. Above them loomed the ethereal Void Throne Palace. A projection screen allowed the 5 elders to observe the proceedings with clarity. Satan stood to the right, holding a cup of tea, while St. Peter scrutinized a report. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Saints Vacheli, Nasashir, and Maz remained oblivious to the World Conference, their attention fixated on St. Peter. We must make decisions regarding these matters, declared Nasashir, adjusting his spectacles. The first concern is the beast pirates. St. Peter passed the document to Satan, frowning as he spoke. The beast pirates have been acting erratically, even attacking allied nations. This document outlines the extensive damage caused by their recent assaults. Kaido and Appo's actions are exceedingly brutal. He seems intent on compelling us to send forces to suppress them. Mez glanced at the document before slowly articulating, during the World Conference, we lack the strength to confront the beast pirates. Kaido may very well be seizing this opportunity to create chaos. Vacheli shook his head in dissent. Naisashir then remarked, the beast pirates claim their actions are in retaliation for the drought, which they attribute to the world government. The five elders were acutely aware that they had never issued a command to eliminate the drought, nor had they recently taken action against pirates. Of course, Satan understood the underlying circumstances. There is another peculiar matter, Naisashir continued. The former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, has completely vanished. During the Summit War, he was removed from his position, yet someone deliberately spared his life. However, he has now disappeared, along with his entire crew. Vanished? St. Peter, now aware of the situation, expressed his confusion. This individual seemed to have become inconsequential. Yet Naisashir linked the two events. The last known appearance of the drought coincided with the territory of Gecko Moria. There is undoubtedly a connection. Otherwise, how could this be mere coincidence? Vacheli's expression grew serious. The beast pirates threatened to retaliate against the world government, claiming their actions are in response to the drought and Appo's demise. The drought and Appo's last sighting was in Moria and Appo's domain, and now Moria has vanished along with his crew. If these events are unrelated, Satan himself would find it hard to believe. He gazed at the document in hand, realizing that in order to conceal their intentions and await the opportune moment, they could not afford to act recklessly. After all, the resources and intelligence of the world government are formidable. Any misstep could lead to significant repercussions. Pondering this, Satan finally spoke. Perhaps these are mere illusions. Naisashir and the other three turned to scrutinize Satan. What do you mean? Satan, with a grave demeanor, analyzed, these two incidents may, in fact, be one and the same. It is highly probable that the Revolutionary Army is behind this. Naisashir, Vacheli, Maz, and the others contemplated this, sensing the plausibility of his assertion. The sudden occurrences surrounding the drought in Moria were devoid of warning. Perhaps the Revolutionary Army was indeed pulling the strings behind the scenes. Indeed, I concur with Satan. With the World Conference underway, it is unusual for the Revolutionary Army to remain inactive. They must be causing disturbances here. Since Kaido has attacked allied nations, we must assert our stance. As for Moria, we shall set the CP agents to investigate by uncovering the truth about the drought. We shall also elucidate the Revolutionary Army's involvement. Each of the four spoke in agreement. Upon hearing this, Satan silently nodded. His strategy of misdirection was indeed sound. Placing the blame on the Revolutionary Army was a wise approach. This was also facilitated by the deep-rooted rapport and collaboration among the five elders, built over many years. At that moment, someone approached, prompting the five to fall silent and turn their attention. An attendant arrived at the door, reporting, Your Excellencies, King Cobra of Alabasta requests an audience. Except for Satan, the other four were taken aback. King Cobra? What could he possibly want with us? The attendant knelt respectfully outside the door, responding, The king wishes to inquire about several matters. Let him enter, Vacheli permitted. Satan recognized that, according to the unfolding narrative, the time had come to a crucial juncture. Following the World Roundtable, Cobra was ushered into the chamber, immediately awestruck by the grandeur of the Void Palace. He maneuvered his wheelchair slowly toward the throne, a seat that symbolized the unattainable, surrounded by 19 rusted swords. Below sat the expressionless five elders. What do you wish to ask, Cobra? Satan observed Cobra with a sense of melancholy as he began recounting the origins of the celestial dragons and the story of Queen Lily of Alabasta from 8 centuries past. Cobra inquired about the truth of Queen Lily's departure from Alabasta, seeking to know if the five elders were privy to the real story. However, it was evident that neither Satan nor his four counterparts would divulge such information, opting instead to feign ignorance due to the passage of time. Cobra then questioned the significance of the initial D and mentioned a brief message left by Queen Lily. Just then, Im appeared. Lord Im, King Cobra is still here. St. Peter could not contain himself. Im, indifferent to the astonishment, seated himself upon the unoccupied void throne, much to Cobra and Appo's shock. Satan merely glanced at Im, avoiding direct eye contact. An overly piercing gaze could attract unwarranted attention. Yet to his surprise, Im and Apos' focus immediately fell upon him. Regarded Satan with an unexpected intensity. Your presence is stronger than before, Satan. Vachli, St. Peter, and the others looked at Satan in astonishment. They lacked and Apos' acute perceptiveness and had previously overlooked this change. Yes, Lord I have been active recently and ventured to the lower realms, gaining some insights. Satan maintained his posture, offering this as an excuse. Did not pursue the matter further, redirecting his attention to Cobra for conversation. Satan exhaled with relief. Had discovered any flaw in his demeanor and compelled him to reveal his true nature, all would have been lost. He had no desire to become like Whitebeard or Roger, nor to drift aimlessly across the seas, especially knowing would relentlessly pursue him. Fortunately, the conversation returned to its original course. Cobra, astounded, engaged with the hidden sovereign of the world, The outcome was all but predetermined. And Satan quietly awaited the unexpected entrance of Sabo. As anticipated, Sabo arrived, delivering a fiery punch that intercepted Cobra and Apos' path. Satan, alongside the other four, transformed into monstrous forms. Subsequently, severely wounded Sabo, leading to Cobra and Apos' demise. Sabo had no choice but to flee, while unhesitatingly commanded the 5 elders to pursue him. Satan, transformed into his monstrous visage, naturally followed suit in the chase. However, unbeknownst to Satan, and Apos' gaze remained fixed upon him, observing, he seems different. A peculiar sensation lingered, while his abilities and aura were intact, and could not articulate what seemed amiss. Chapter 48, Obtaining the Cookie Fruit Entry. The clothing now possesses dual abilities. Pursuit. Satan would not foolishly exert himself to chase after anyone, but instead instructed his subordinates to conduct a search. The 4, Vachli Saint and Maz Saint, then proceeded to act independently, while Satan returned directly to the Castle of Power. In his own chamber, Satan appeared as if nothing were amiss, even retrieving a teacup to pour himself another cup. Suddenly sensing a disturbance, he turned to the side. The air parted to reveal a doorway. At that moment, Rob Lucci, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Trafalgar Law arrived. The other CP0 members stood respectfully behind the door, bowing in deference. Greetings, Lord. Rob Lucci and Doflamingo laid down the unconscious Correja and knelt respectfully. Trafalgar Law, however, stood defiantly, holding the similarly unconscious Baron Egg. Satan paid little heed to the formalities. Calmly sipping his tea, Lord Satan, we have failed in our duties. We could not bring back Blackbeard. Rob Lucci took the initiative to apologize. Doflamingo, standing nearby, was sweating profusely, contemplating how to explain their failure to Satan. Yet, Satan maintained an indifferent demeanor, never having expected them to capture Blackbeard in the first place. After all, he was a formidable rogue, patient and cunning, who had ascended to the ranks of the new Yonko after acquiring immense power. Such a figure was beyond the grasp of Doflamingo and Rob Lucci. Even with a user of the cookie fruit, it would be challenging, Satan replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze to Trafalgar Law. What do you wish to discuss? Law had nearly completed his surgery and Satan had not anticipated his swift return. I seek to make a trade. I desire his egg form. Law and Apos' tone became markedly more subdued, almost pleading. Satan glanced at Baron Egg, recalling the ability, realizing that Law wished to address his shortcomings. Present your offer. A trade depends on what you can provide in return. I can help you capture Blackbeard. Trafalgar Law boldly declared, disregarding the 2 men beside him. Immediately, Rob Lucci and Doflamingo frowned in dissatisfaction, glaring at him. What does that imply? Are you suggesting they cannot capture him? Furthermore, he dared to speak so in front of Lord Satan. However, neither dared to act recklessly. While Satan regarded Law with keen interest, with my dual abilities and spatial advantage, your team has a significantly higher chance of apprehending Blackbeard, Trafalgar Law asserted. Not implying incompetence on their part, but rather acknowledging Blackbeard and Apos' formidable strength. Quite the plan you have, Satan smiled faintly. Trafalgar Law had accurately identified his needs. Knowing that his subordinates had yet to grow powerful enough to capture a Yonko, with his surgical fruit and gas fruit, if he were to also possess the egg form, he would be sufficiently agile and resilient, potentially allowing CP0 to succeed. Weighing the pros and cons, Satan recognized the value of Blackbeard and Apos' abilities. Any increase in the likelihood of success was worth pursuing. Thus, he granted Trafalgar Law his request, agreed. Receiving such favor from Satan incited a hint of jealousy in Rob Lucci and Doflamingo. Subsequently, without wasting time, Satan instructed Rob Lucci to blindfold and awaken Baron Egg and Correja. What? What is happening? Doflamingo, where have you brought us? The two awoke. Bound and blindfolded, immediately panicking. Silence, Rob Lucci warned ominously. CP0. Correja attempted to muster courage by mentioning Big Mom, hoping to intimidate them. However, deprived of sight. He sensed an overwhelming presence, a fearsome power. Baron Egg and Correja trembled at the thought. Another strong presence. Who is it? I am the son of Mama. One of the three sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Satan and Amp, Apos, eyes narrowed, unleashing his thunderous gaze. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, a powerful force instantly crashing into Correja and Amp, Apos' chest, fracturing his ribs. Blood spewed forth, and with a thud, he was thrown against the wall. Randomly acquired entry, observation hockey, agile leg strength. Satan observed the entries emerge, frowning slightly. They offered minimal enhancement to himself. And he waved his hand dismissively. Rob Lucci stepped forward, extracting a syringe to inject into Correja and Amp, Apos' chest. Gradually, the indentation in his chest began to heal, allowing Correja to breathe more easily. Yet, when he regained consciousness, panic overwhelmed him. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. If you do, Mama will take revenge. The earlier terrifying attack had cast a shadow of death upon him, and upon awakening, he sensed no one around. His observation hockey had vanished. The darkness coupled with the terror of death drove Correja to the brink of madness. CP0 and Doflamingo looked on without a shred of compassion, while Baron Egg trembled at the recollection of the horrific energy. Soon, hearing Correja and Amp, Apos' panicked cries, Baron Egg stiffened once more. The chilling presence of yet another fearsome attack loomed. With a resounding bang, Correja fell silent again. That was Satan unleashing his thunderous gaze once more, obliterating Correja. Randomly acquired entry, Paramecia type, cookie fruit, swift talent. At last, it is complete. Upon seeing this entry, Satan and Amp, Apos' heart soared with joy. In his plans, the cookie fruit was a crucial component. Possessing it would enable numerous actions. Bestow it. Without hesitation, Satan immediately conferred the ability entry upon his black suit. The miraculous endowment from the scepter re-emerged before the eyes of Rob Lucci and the others. Doflamingo, witnessing the suit seemingly come to life, fell speechless as it detached itself. Landing on the ground like a person, pointing in astonishment. Your clothing this extraordinary scene left Doflamingo at a loss for words. Yet, even more astonishing events unfolded. The endowed entity would exhibit absolute loyalty to Satan, obeying any command. Satan merely uttered softly, "Demonstrate your abilities." The suit, utilizing its cookie power, formed limbs and a torso. Lacking facial features, it twisted its head as though gazing at Doflamingo, and before long, it astonishingly replicated his appearance. A figure clad in a black suit, complete with a tie, stood before them. Upright and poised, unlike Doflamingo and Amp, Apos' casual demeanor, this entity exuded an air akin to that of an elite within the world government. Resembling Lucci even more closely, Doflamingo was utterly astonished, his arms and legs trembling uncontrollably. What a remarkable feat! To think that even clothing could be endowed with power, and even more astonishingly, this suit transformed into his own likeness. Chapter 49. Luo obtains the egg fruit. Bestowing 3 abilities. Satan, a being who transcends even the near-divine definition of Don Quixote Doflamingo, is nothing short of a deity. The curse of the demon is deftly manipulated within his grasp. Stussy, Bruno, and even Rob Lucci, upon witnessing this spectacle, have already knelt in awe, their hearts exclaiming miracles. This is even more astonishing than the incident with the scepter. Satan gazes with satisfaction upon his creation. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Four Corners. The Cookie Man, though incapable of speech, possesses enough limited wisdom to understand that it is now time to pay homage to Satan. Thus, it kneels and mimics Lucci and Amp, Apos' gesture in reverence. Excellent. Pleased, Satan rises and scrutinizes the Cookie Man. Your capabilities extend far beyond this. The ability to transform into a humanoid form is merely the most rudimentary of your powers. There are more formidable and astonishing manifestations to be realized. Endowed with simple wisdom, the Cookie Man, albeit somewhat sluggish, rises. Suddenly, Cookie Man figures materialize around it, morphing under the influence of its abilities. Rob Lucci, Bruno, Stussy, and even the illustrious Baron Egg. The Cookie Man generates numerous duplicates, emulating various human forms. This sight leaves all present in utter astonishment. How incredibly exaggerated. Aside from subtle differences in aura, They are indistinguishable. It can even mimic habitual movements. The crowd gasps in wonder, unable to contain their amazement. The baronet egg, blindfolded and oblivious to the unfolding events, becomes increasingly fearful, especially in the absence of Kuroki and Appos' movements. Satan pays them no mind, nodding with satisfaction. This is the capability he sought. The Cookie Man compensates for a significant portion of the elite combat strength deficit, proving invaluable for the future. Furthermore, with Doflamingo, Rob Lucci, Trafalgar Law, and the Cookie Man executing his commands, he now possesses the confidence to challenge him. Now, he merely requires more trump cards to confront him. For instance, Blackbeard's powers or capabilities on the level of admirals and the four emperors, and more Logia users. Prudence and calculated action are the guiding principles of Satan and Appos' conduct. Well done. You have brought forth this ability, and I shall commend you for it. Satan gestures for the Cookie Man to retract its abilities and subsequently praises Doflamingo, Rob Lucci, and the others. They are taken aback by the unexpected commendation, their hearts brimming with excitement. Praise from Satan is a rare honor, and being acknowledged will yield unforeseen rewards in the future. Next comes the baronet egg, who is so terrified he can barely stand. Without hesitation, Satan unleashes a 30-fold thunderous gaze, a flash of light, and before the baronet can even scream, he is embedded into the heavy floor. This near-fatal blow forcibly ejects him from his egg form, leaving him as a pale yellow egg. Though an ordinary Zoan, it possesses a rather amusing ability. Satan and Appos' gaze sharpens, and he executes a standard menacing glare. As the baronet enters a recovery phase, the eggshell, when violently breached, unravels its powers. With a cough, he spews forth a mouthful of blood. The baronet collapses, unconscious and defeated. Randomly acquired skill, enhanced leg strength, observation hockey. For the first time, he fails. However, soon after, Satan observes the baronet exhibiting fluctuations of power, gradually enveloped in an eggshell once more. Excellent. Satan nods in approval. The ability chosen by Luo is exceptional, perfectly supplementing his strength. Moreover, this spares the need for using an overdraft potion to awaken the baronet. They can simply await his recovery. As the baronet and Appos' aura stabilizes, Satan casually unleashes another menacing glare, shattering the eggshell. The second attempt still fails, resulting in the acquisition of his armament hockey and swordsmanship. Finally, on the third attempt, he successfully claims the abilities of the egg form. Bestow, Satan proclaims, granting the skill to Trafalgar Law. Instantly, the CP0 operatives and Doflamingo grow tense, holding their breath and widening their eyes in anticipation of Law's reaction. The third ability is on the verge of success. This will make him the first person in the world, apart from Satan, to possess such prowess. Lucci, Doflamingo, and even Kaku are intensely envious. Then, Trafalgar Law and Appos' eyes widen suddenly as veins protrude from his body. A surge of energy floods into him, violently intertwining with the powers of the Ope no Mi, balancing with the egg abilities. Had he possessed an ordinary constitution, he would have self-destructed without a trace. However, a mysterious force intervenes, allowing the energy of the egg form to seamlessly integrate into Law's being. Thus, the three abilities achieve perfect equilibrium. His aura surges. An orb of eggshell appears around Law's waist, which swiftly dissipates into a gaseous form. Three abilities have been attained. The joy in Trafalgar Law's eyes is uncontainable. Were it not for Satan's presence, he would likely erupt into raucous laughter. This newfound power renders him almost intoxicated, instilling a confidence that he can now contend with the emperors of the sea. He has grown stronger. Doflamingo, envious and consumed by jealousy, grits his teeth in silence. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and the others focus intently on Law and Appos' enhanced strength. With three abilities at his disposal, he can undoubtedly rival an admiral, or perhaps even one of the four emperors. Such formidable presence, with the existence of three powers within a single individual, signifies a monumental transformation. The CP0 team watches in envy as Trafalgar Law. Simultaneously, their admiration for Satan deepens. This is the hand of a god. Only a deity could create a wielder of three abilities. If one were to argue it was merely technology, even then, it would be divine technology. Rob Lucci, Kaku, and the others harbor a fervent desire for three abilities themselves, growing increasingly devoted to Satan while yearning for their own third power. Doflamingo, too, is captivated by Satan, internally exclaiming, "This truly is the method of a deity. I place my bets wisely." Had I allied with the esteemed Satan sooner, I could have already contended with Kaido. In this moment, Doflamingo cannot help but feel regret, recognizing that his past schemes were mere child and Appo's play. Your requirements have been fulfilled. Next, do not forget what you must do, Satan states, fixing his gaze upon the exhilarated Law. I understand, Trafalgar Law replies, bowing deeply. Standing before Satan, he, like Lucci and the others, perceives this as the hand of a deity. The existence of such A and Amp, Oppos, God and Amp, Oppos, within the world government, one who stands apart from its current hierarchy, leads him to believe that aiding Satan may not be so detrimental. Indeed, it could transform the world's landscape. Satan nods in satisfaction, but at that moment, a guard knocks at the door. Lord Satan, Admiral Kazuru requests an audience. Satan is somewhat taken aback. This individual is rather prompt, perhaps having uncovered something. However, he is not in a hurry to meet him and instructs the guard to have him wait. His gaze then sweeps over Lucci, Doflamingo, Law, and the Cookie Man. Now, you shall act together. Chapter 50. The Yellow Ape, Saint Satan. The Navy also seeks advancement. Doflamingo and Trafalgar Law harbored grievances against each other, their animosity palpable. Upon hearing of a joint operation, their expression shifted, yet out of respect for Saint Satan and Amp, Oppos, as formidable presence, they suppressed their feelings and dared not defy him. Saint Satan cast a glance at them before issuing his orders. Your collective strength is now sufficient to apprehend Blackbeard. Devise a plan to bring him back. Target the subordinates of the 4 emperors to capture other ability users. For each one you seize, you shall earn an opportunity to acquire new powers. Remember, whether they are remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, beasts of calamity, or ministers of Big Mom, bringing them back will be considered a merit. Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Doflamingo bowed in unison, responding, yes. Understood. However, a sense of astonishment lingered in their hearts. Did Saint Satan intend to declare war on the emperors of the sea? Targeting the pirate crews of the emperors and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, they would strike with overwhelming force, leaving little room for resistance. Should core members be captured, neither Big Mom, Kaido, nor Shanks would remain passive. Even the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were formidable foes. The pirates were inherently bold, and this would undoubtedly incite turmoil upon the seas. Indeed, Saint Satan and Amp, Oppos' commands were tantamount to instigating a direct conflict between the Navy and the emperors of the sea. Yet, despite their trepidation, the present circumstances were different. Even Kaku and Stussy felt confident. With Saint Satan's orders, they had no choice but to comply. United, their ranks included Law, who had recently achieved mastery over 3 abilities, alongside 3 dual ability users. It was not beyond reason that they could contend with the likes of Kaido or Big Mom. In an instant, they utilized the powers of the Door fruit to traverse the space and depart. Before the Biscuit Soldier left, its main body returned to Saint Satan. He then called for his guards, requesting the arrival of Borsellino. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed, and the door swung open, clad in a yellow-striped suit. The tall figure of the Yellow Ape entered, a smile gracing his lips, and a teapot in hand. Saint Satan, he greeted. Please, make yourself comfortable. Saint Satan nodded, gesturing towards the sofa across from him. The Yellow Ape did not sit immediately. Instead, he respectfully poured tea into a cup for Saint Satan. The steaming cup came to rest before him. The room bore evident signs of prior disturbance, yet the Yellow Ape paid it no heed. Saint Satan, aware of this, merely smiled faintly. Admiral Sakazuki desires a dual ability? Your insight is commendable, the Yellow Ape acknowledged readily. Not only Admiral Sakazuki, but I, Green Bull, and Fujitora also yearn for the Navy and Amp, Oppos' power to advance further. He hesitated, wanting to disclose that the Navy had gathered substantial intelligence regarding dual ability users, but hesitated to voice it. Saint Satan lifted his teacup. That is acceptable. This unexpected acquiescence left the Yellow Ape somewhat bewildered, as he had prepared for a lengthy discussion of persuasion. The Navy indeed required greater strength, yet they were also expected to maintain discretion. Furthermore, the search for a second ability must be undertaken by them, and they must remember that when it comes to triad abilities, only one may be chosen. Saint Satan and Amp, Oppos' consent was not without its calculations. By extending a hand to assist the Navy, he could later demand full allegiance to his desires. Thank you for your unwavering support, Saint Satan. The Yellow Ape exclaimed joyfully, rising to express his gratitude. A dual ability. With Saint Satan holding such a powerful leverage, the admirals could significantly enhance their prowess. However, before he could fully revel in his delight, Saint Satan interjected, "What you require from the Navy, all shall heed your command." The yellow ape promptly declared his loyalty. The Navy ultimately fell under the highest authority of the five elders, although Saint Satan represented only himself. Borsellino was well aware of the chain of command. "There are two individuals you must escort back," Saint Satan remarked with a slight smile. "Just delivering them?" The yellow ape nodded instinctively. Yet, he was unprepared for Saint Satan to clap his hands. In silence, the air quivered slightly, and two figures astonishingly materialized. They were two biscuit soldiers, and the yellow ape immediately recognized them, his heart racing with surprise. What sorcery was this from Saint Satan? Summoning biscuit soldiers with a mere clap, devoid of any visible use of ability? Wait. This was not the ability of one of the three sweet commanders of Big Mom and Amp, Appos, S crew. The yellow ape and Amp, Appos, S expression shifted, the weight of the situation dawning on him. However, the biscuit soldiers were merely a faade. As their solid exteriors crumbled, two unconscious individuals emerged from within, revealing their true identities. Cracker, one of Big Mom and Appos, S sweet commanders, and Baron Tamago. The yellow ape's countenance transformed, a mix of astonishment and realization flooding his senses. The biscuit ability resided with Saint Satan, while the original users were now in his possession. This sweet commander, Cracker, had been stripped of his powers, and it was likely that Baron Tamago had suffered a similar fate. Now, having them delivered away, Saint Satan was merely diverting attention, leading others to mistakenly believe it was the Navy and Amp, Appos, S doing. The five elders share a common lineage, wielding the greatest power in the world. Why does Saint Satan go to such lengths to remain concealed? The yellow ape mused internally, yet he dared not reveal his doubts. The affairs of the celestial dragons were not within the Navy and Amp, Appos, S jurisdiction, and as an admiral, he could not interfere. Moreover, to ensure the technology for second abilities could benefit the Navy, the yellow ape maintained a faade of delight and acquiescence. Saint Satan sipped his tea and spoke nonchalantly. "Do not celebrate too soon. The creation of dual ability users is not guaranteed to succeed." "Understood." The yellow ape nodded, rising to take his leave. "I shall relay this news to Admiral Sakazuki." Saint Satan nodded, cautioning Borsellino, "Some matters must remain confidential. Certain things cannot be disclosed." The yellow ape paused, then respectfully replied, "Yes, perhaps the other five elders were indeed unaware, but in the face of Saint Satan and Amp, Appos, S counsel, he had no choice but to comply." Deep down, Borsellino felt the whirlpool of fate converging at an ever-accelerating pace. Saint Satan watched the yellow ape depart, then walked to the window, where the steaming cup of tea remained on the table. Sabo had already escaped, and Princess Vivi would soon follow. They had yet to meet him. In the days to come, the malevolence of the world government would grow increasingly brazen, and the egghead incident was not far off. Assisting the Navy in strengthening its power posed no detriment. "Having received my favor, how shall you choose when the time comes?" Saint Satan, with a mind full of strategies, contemplated each subsequent step. The currents of the world surged onward, and soon the tides of the era would propel him to the forefront, bringing him closer to a confrontation with him. Chapter 51. The second ambition of the admirals: darkness, tremor, azure dragon, and frost. Kizaru strolled briskly through the corridor, his hands tucked into his pockets, and entered the Marshal and Amp, Appos, S office where Fujitora, Green Bull, and Fleet Admiral Akainu awaited. The source of the dual abilities was derived from the scientific prowess of the god of defense, known only to the highest echelons of the Navy. They dismissed their aides, eagerly anticipating Kizaru and Amp, Appos, S report. As Kizaru took his seat, the others fixed their gazes upon him, their eyes brimming with expectation. "Truly astonishing, Saint Satan," Kizaru remarked. "Ah, Admiral Kizaru, you know what we wish to learn. Has he granted his approval?" "When?" Green Bull, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed on with rapid inquiries. "Saint Satan has already consented," Kizaru replied, his speech as languid as ever. "He has agreed." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Akainu's eyes. Fujitora lifted his head, his serious demeanor softening. "What did he say?" "The abilities are available, but we must assist in delivering 2 pirates." Kizaru paused for effect. "Specifically, those 2 from the Big Mom pirates." Green Bull's astonishment was palpable. The Biscuit Minister and Baron Egg? Indeed, their powers have already been taken from them, Kizaru stated gravely. "I witnessed with my own eyes how Saint Satan extracted the Biscuit ability and wielded it without a hint of capability fluctuation. The manner of acquisition and transference bears a striking resemblance to Blackbeard's methods. Astonishingly, it seems Saint Satan can bestow powers, creating dual ability users. No, not merely dual abilities. He requires us to locate the powers ourselves. Once we capture them, we can exchange them with him. Each of the three types of abilities can only exist in one form. Moreover, when we need them, we must maintain silence and never disclose anything. Kizaru and Amp, Oppos, S-tone grew increasingly serious. At this, Green Bull could not suppress his shock. Three ability users? According to this interpretation, Kizaru affirmed. Saint Satan and Amp, Oppos, S intentions are indeed as you surmise. Surprisingly straightforward, he does not seem to mind our awareness. He merely wishes for our silence. A sense of disquiet lingered in Kizaru and Amp, Oppos, S mind, an inexplicable feeling of unease due to the unexpected ease of the situation. Ordinarily, acquiring dual abilities would require significant merit. Yet Saint Satan had not mentioned this at all. The means of plundering and bestowing powers. This is unprecedented, Fujitora exclaimed, astonished. If he can truly facilitate three types of abilities, then Saint Satan is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Green Bull gasped, realizing he had underestimated the supreme celestial dragons. Despite the apparent incompetence of the merry Geos elite, their methods were undeniably formidable. Three types of abilities. What secrets does the world government conceal? Akanu took a long drag from his cigar. Is this a tactic of Saint Satan that the other five elders are unaware of? The CP0 team, Doflamingo, Law, events are gradually intertwining, revealing the means of acquisition and bestowal. However, upon realizing this, an inexplicable sensation washes over us. This feeling of disquiet may stem from their navy allegiance. Sakazuki, what is your perspective? Kizaru inquired, glancing towards Akainu, seated in the main position. Green Bull and Fujitora paused in their astonishment, eager to hear the Fleet Admiral and Oppos' decision. Would they choose to follow Saint Satan and Amp, Oppos' directives and embrace his miraculous methods to attain multiple abilities? Or would they opt for silence, pretending nothing had transpired? Naturally, they could also inform the other five elders, but such a decision would lead to their dismissal and severe punishment for defying the celestial dragons. As senior Navy officials, they understood that even if Saint Satan engaged in other schemes, no one could safeguard them from retribution. Akainu contemplated for only a brief moment before addressing the assembly. He can directly command us. He has granted us the choice. What is there to ponder? Confronting pirates is our rightful duty. Consider which second ability you desire. The gleam of ambition flickered in Akainu and Amp, Oppos' eyes, a colossal aspiration to purge the seas of all pirates. And now, Saint Satan represented his finest opportunity during his tenure as Fleet Admiral. Kizaru nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, letting go of further contemplation. Fujitora, pondering, expressed agreement while raising a query. If we are to select abilities, we must reallocate our forces to avoid complications. Are we locking in targets for our choices now? Green Bull, hearing this, became excited, shifting to Office and Amp, Oppos' atmosphere. I already possess a Logia-type ability. I wonder if I could exchange it for the Darkness Fruit. If I were to choose a Paramecia type, the Tremor Fruit would be my selection. This way, I would have both Logia and Paramecia abilities. The fervent imaginings of Green Bull prompted a shake of the head from Fujitora. These are the two most potent abilities, achieved through Blackbeard and Oppos' years of scheming and a stroke of fortune. Kizaru chuckled. ISN and Oppos. That precisely the ability Blackbeard possesses? I, on the other hand, would prefer the Phoenix form. As for a Paramecia type, I suppose anything would suffice. The Phoenix, one of the pinnacle powers among mythical Zoan types, combined with the Logia-type Pika Pika fruit, would assure Kizaru that regardless of the formidable opponents he faced, he could retreat with ease. As for the abilities I desire, the Logia-type Ice Fruit is a commendable option. The myriad of animal-type abilities makes selection rather challenging, Fujitora suggested. I wish to acquire Akiji's ability. Akainu and Oppos' eyes narrowed upon hearing the mention of the ice power. That individual, since joining Blackbeard and Oppos' crew, had not committed any offenses, yet had irked Sakazuki considerably. If the opportunity arose, seizing the ice fruit would not be out of the question. Fleet Admiral Akainu, which abilities would you choose? Green Bull inquired curiously, keen to learn how his idol would decide. Akainu, biting his cigar with a steely expression, replied, naturally, the strongest. The Paramecia Tremor Fruit and the mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form. The destructive power of the Magma Fruit is undeniably the highest single target damage. Yet the high burst potential of the Tremor Fruit holds its own. Coupled with the world-destroying might of the tremor fruit, it enables vast area damage. With the Azure Dragon form, I shall achieve the most formidable physique. Akainu and Appos, as selection aimed to transform himself into an unparalleled combat machine. Green Bull stood in stunned silence, his eyes ablaze with admiration for his idol's overwhelming presence. With such abilities, he could undoubtedly sweep away all pirates. Akainu's final words resonated with chilling intent. Kizaru and Fujitora exchanged glances, acutely aware that if Akainu were to manifest 3 abilities, no pirate would escape unscathed. Since we all have our thoughts, let us remember to keep our mouths shut and avoid provoking trouble. Akainu and Appos' words were primarily directed at Green Bull, who eagerly assured he would not utter a single word. Excellent. Gentlemen, whether we can acquire multiple abilities hinges on this endeavor. For now, let us return the individuals from Big Mom and fulfill Saint Satan and Appos' directive. Chapter 52. Confronting the 4 Emperors, Law exhibits 3 abilities. In the New World, on an unnamed island, the air split apart, revealing a square door. Don Quixote Doflamingo swaggered out with an exaggerated gait, hands tucked into his pockets. Following him were Kaku, Bruno, Stussy, and finally, Rob Lucci and Trafalgar Law. Having received instructions from Satan, Rob Lucci, the captain of the CP0 team, had intended to strategize on how to deal with the pirates. However, considering the incongruity of Doflamingo and Trafalgar Law's identities, they randomly convened on this deserted island. Just as they began to move, Doflamingo abruptly halted, turning to cast a sinister glare at Law. It is your fortune to be under the banner of Satan, Law. But remember, some matters must be reckoned with. Doflamingo had no intention of letting Law off easily, harboring both old grudges and concerns that Law might interfere with his quest for power. Indeed, our affairs are far from settled. Were it not for that individual, I would have killed you. Law met Doflamingo's gaze with unwavering confidence. Now a wielder of 3 abilities, feeling himself superior in strength. Had it not been for Rob Lucci and his team, they would have parted ways long ago. Rather than walking side by side. Kill? The mere word made Doflamingo's veins bulge with rage, a hint of his mammoth form manifesting around him. His feet surrounded by a white aura. Law fixed his stare on Doflamingo, his palms slightly open, half of his body transforming into gas. Their eyes clashed in the air, the tension thick with hostility. As the two appeared poised to strike, Rob Lucci interjected, standing between them with a cold glance. Are you both prepared to defy Lord Satan's orders? The CP0 team radiated ominous intent, should either dare to engage. They would not hesitate to punish those who dared disrespect the divine. Seeing the situation, Doflamingo chuckled darkly. Hehehe. I would never dream of defying you, my lord. Yet internally, he resolved to settle accounts with Law after their mission was complete. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Law remained silent, his expression grim as he turned away. Previously bound by his companions, he had now witnessed Satan's extraordinary might and dared not entertain treachery. Revenge and grudges could wait for another day. Rob Lucci, observing the cessation of hostilities, finally spoke. Our immediate concern lies with the Emperors of the Sea. Throughout this endeavor, they are our targets, just as we may become theirs. The dual ability users had already demonstrated their ambitions in Dressrosa, each sending agents to capture Trafalgar Law. Aside from Shanks, nearly all major powers in the New World were poised to strike. As long as we're not directly confronting Kaido or Big Mom, we fear no one, Doflamingo proclaimed boastfully. Thus, I shall now propose a battle plan. As the messenger of Satan and Appos' will, Rob Lucci took the lead to outline their strategy. Let us split our forces. Doflamingo and Law have never seen eye to eye. For the success of our mission, I suggest we separate. Both men had no objections, standing apart to observe Rob Lucci's arrangements. Doflamingo, you shall confront the beast pirates. I trust you are well acquainted with them. Lucci first addressed Doflamingo. Me face the beasts? Doflamingo frowned, secretly reluctant to confront Kaido's crew, the world's strongest creature, instilling a sense of dread within him. However, Lucci did not afford him the luxury of choice. We will target the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, while Trafalgar Law will head to Big Mom and Appos' Tato land. Very well. Law replied with unwavering confidence, contrasting Doflamingo and Appos' reluctance. Initially aiming to confront the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, Doflamingo sneered, no longer voicing dissent. Is it merely the Flying Six and Queen? If I encounter Kaido, I'll flee, even if I must engage, now that I wield 2 abilities. I am more than capable of handling a few exchanges. And Blackbeard? Stussy inquired. Blackbeard is unlike the others, Lucci replied, a flash of wariness in his eyes. While other crews merely sought to capture subordinates, Blackbeard himself was a newly appointed emperor, far superior in strength. With the Darkness Fruit and the Quake Fruit at his disposal, he is formidable. After completing our tasks separately, we shall regroup, awaiting the opportune moment to collectively hunt Blackbeard, Lucci stated gravely. This approach is feasible, Doflamingo concurred. His demeanor serious as they discussed business. There are far too many pirates on Hakanosu Island. Following the Rocky Port incident, Blackbeard has dominated that area, his forces everywhere. Alongside 10 commanders, hunting him there is unrealistic. We must await the best opportunity. Blackbeard cannot remain on the island indefinitely. He will emerge. And then we can strike together to ensure success. Lucci nodded in agreement, then turned to Law and Doflamingo with a stern warning, regardless of the cost. We must fulfill the task entrusted to us by Lord Satan, even if it costs us our lives. The two remained silent in response, while they acknowledged the potential cost. Neither was as reckless as Rob Lucci and his team. Subsequently, Doflamingo requested Lucci to escort him away, preparing for action, while Trafalgar Law sought to reunite with his crew. Days later, after obtaining information from the CP0 team, Law finally located his comrades in the waters near Dressrosa. The polar tang bobbed beside the island and around the campfire. Bipo, Shachi, and Zhang Pol gazed at Law with delight. Captain, seeing that everyone was well, Law finally relaxed. After exchanging pleasantries and inquiries about his recent experiences, they asked, Captain, after the Battle of Dressrosa, where have you been? They've been saying you have deep connections with a high-ranking figure in the world government. Yes, Captain. How could you have left with CP0? Did you go to meet the Celestial Dragons? The crew was filled with curiosity. They all knew of Law's past. And despite the speculation, they could not fathom him colluding so deeply with the world government. In the face of their many questions, Law merely smiled. All of this was to enhance my strength. At this, Bipo exclaimed in astonishment, You possess multiple abilities, Don and Amp. Oppos, to you? Indeed. Law, not willing to divulge his struggles, nodded and smiled. Let me show you the abilities I currently possess. With a flick of his hand, the energy field of the Opopnomi expanded. Then, to their astonishment, he demonstrated his entire body transforming into gas. This is the power of both Paramecia and Logia. Along with this, Law turned, revealing the characteristics of the egg fruit. What is this ability? The captain has turned into an eggshell. Bipo gasped in shock. Chapter 53, The Infinite Resurrection of the Egg Fruit. Green Bull delivers a package to Big Mom's crew. This is an animal-type fruit, the egg fruit. Though it is merely an ordinary animal type, lacking the formidable power of the mythical and ancient varieties. It possesses a unique ability. Upon sustaining severe injuries, it transforms into an egg form, allowing the user to restore their body and emerge even more powerful. Trafalgar Law expressed his satisfaction with this third ability, explaining it to the others. Is that so? That means you won, and Amp, Oppos, be easily defeated. Exclaimed Summer and White Geese in astonishment. Indeed, Law confirmed as he transformed into his egg form, then promptly elementalized into gas. The seamless interchange of these two abilities left everyone in awe. This is the essence of possessing multiple powers. Remarkable. Witnessing his companions and Oppos' reactions, Law revealed a rare, genuine smile. With the addition of gas and the Opopnomi abilities, I find myself almost invincible. As long as my opponent isn't overwhelmingly stronger, I shall remain unscathed. I will lead you all to conquer the seas. Law and Amp, Oppos' modesty was evident. Beneath the shadows of Saitama and Imu, who could possibly overpower a wielder of 3 abilities? Perhaps only Blackbeard or Kaido might stand a chance. Beppo, Summer, White Geese, and Jiang Bull were astounded to see their captain exhibit such confidence. Showcasing 3 abilities before their eyes, each wearing an expression of sheer shock. Could it be that the captain met with the Gorosei? Beppo inadvertently uttered. By sheer coincidence. He struck upon the truth, as Law gazed at Beppo in surprise, ultimately choosing not to deny the speculation. The stunned crew, witnessing their captain and Oppos' tacit acknowledgement, gasped in disbelief. Captain, is this true? Have you had dealings with the Gorosei? White Geese and Summer found it hard to fathom. Although they had been granted the title of Warlord of the Sea, the distance to the Gorosei was vast. And encountering those who wield the highest power was nearly impossible without a significant event occurring. Law sighed, contemplating his unwavering loyalty to his crew. He then spoke with grave seriousness. It was not entirely by choice. For everyone and Amp, Oppos' safety, remember, under no circumstances should this be disclosed. It must remain a secret. That individual is terrifying. capable of wielding 3 abilities and bestowing them upon others. Moreover, the targets of his schemes are all Emperors of the Sea, individuals we cannot afford to offend. While I have assisted him within acceptable limits, his power is immense, and his methods are astonishing. Beppo, you all must remember, this cannot leave our circle. Trafalgar Law, for the first time, spoke with such earnestness, issuing a warning to his comrades. This demeanor rendered the typically lively and bashful Beppo momentarily speechless, nodding mechanically. Meanwhile, White Geese, Summer, and the other crew members shuddered, filled with a sense of dread. Their fearless captain, who had previously plotted against Doflamingo and Kaido, now appeared deeply intimidated. Captain, rest assured, we will not speak of this. Indeed, this matter is too significant. While outsiders may remain oblivious, you have confided in us. We will keep it under wraps. After a prolonged period of shock, the crew members promptly vowed with utmost seriousness. I trust you all, which is why I shared this with you. Do not dwell on it, Lo reassured them with a smile, easing their fears and concerns. In truth, the knowledge of such an individual, capable of breaking norms and transforming his captain into a wielder of 3 abilities, one of the 5 most powerful figures in the world, would astonish any pirate, even an Emperor of the Seas. Law's crew had demonstrated remarkable composure. Following this revelation, Law inquired about the whereabouts of the Straw Hat crew. Ever since the attack by Blackbeard and Kaido and Amp, Oppos, as subordinates, he had no knowledge of the Straw Hats and Amp, Oppos, Corswall and Mariewa. However, Beppo delivered unexpected news. The Straw Hat chef has departed. Luffy mentioned that Sanji went to Big Mom's territory for a wedding, as he is a member of the Vinsmoke family. Big Mom has arranged a union with him. Now, Luffy and Zoro have pursued him. According to the timeline, they should have already entered the Tado land waters. White Geese and Summer interjected, Yes, Captain, are we not allies? Should we not assist them? The Tado land waters of the Big Mom pirates are perilous. Upon hearing this, Trafalgar Law's eyes narrowed. It was fortuitous, as his own objective lay within Big Mom's domain. Since Luffy and his crew were heading there, he decided to lend a hand, while simultaneously apprehending some ministers. Very well, we shall head to Tado land. Let us set sail immediately. Law promptly made his decision to depart. After all, Luffy had set out 2 days prior, and he needed to catch up. Amidst the chaos, he could aid his allies and fulfill his mission regarding Saitama. It was an opportunity too good to pass up. Meanwhile, the Heart Pirates were en route. On the other side, at Cake Island, Big Mom sat on the sunlit grassy expanse outside the castle, savoring tea and pastries. She dismissed the reports of the Straw Hat crew causing a ruckus, believing that her minister, who ruled that territory, would handle it effortlessly. Mama, she laughed nonchalantly. Madam, that Straw Hat is formidable. I believe we need to deploy the sweet commanders, reported her subordinate earnestly. Yet Big Mom remained unfazed, replying indifferently, that fellow, claiming he would come to defeat me and ruin my reputation, has arrived. Let him experience the might of the Big Mom pirates for daring to steal my cake. Remember, whether it be commanders or ministers, as long as the Straw Hat remains standing, let them continue to go forth. Big Mom was unconcerned, with so many powerful offspring. She believed sending more would suffice. After all, in her eyes, the Straw Hat was not a significant pirate. However, at that moment, Big Mom and Amp, Oppos, nonchalant expression shifted dramatically. Who are you? With formidable haki and a calm demeanor, she immediately sensed an approaching presence from above. Descending from the sky was none other than Admiral Green Bull. With a flower-like propeller behind him, he flew at great speed, holding something in his hand. Upon seeing Big Mom and hearing her fierce shout, Green Bull wasted no time and simply tossed the object he held downwards. Yet this was no ordinary object. It was none other than the 2 individuals the Navy was tasked to deliver, Baron Egg and Kreja. Admiral Green Bull. Big Mom did not focus on what the object was, but rather gazed intently at Green Bull's retreating figure. At that moment, someone exclaimed, It's Kreja and the others. The Navy has thrown down our people. Chapter 53. Have abilities disappeared? The fury of Big Mom. Green Bull fled with remarkable speed. After all, entering the treacherous Cake Island alone, he swiftly discarded his burdens and left without a backward glance. Below, Big Mom, hearing her subordinates exclaim in shock that it was Cracker and Baron Tamago, turned her furious gaze towards the distant figures and commanded, Bring them here. The ministers sprang into action, quickly retrieving the unconscious duo. Upon witnessing the dire state of Cracker and Tamago, Big Mom and Oppos, fury escalated. What the hell? What does the Navy intend to achieve? Inflicting severe injuries on my people and then returning them? Is this a declaration of war? However, initially, Big Mom did not notice the anomaly, while her ministers, Perispero and Katakuri, wore expressions of profound shock. Mom, look, their abilities have vanished, Perispero exclaimed, his voice trembling as he pointed at Baron Tamago. How is this possible? Where is the shell of the egg fruit? And Cracker and Amp, Oppos, biscuits? If their powers have truly disappeared, what does that imply? The ministers erupted in a cacophony of speculation and disbelief. Big Mom stepped forward, crouching before Cracker and Tamago, the light of her soul fruit flickering ominously. As her anger mounted, a wave of astonishment washed over her. Their powers were indeed gone. Who possesses the capability to directly strip an ability from its wielder? Is this the work of the Navy? They were previously captured by CP0 and now returned without their abilities. But how did they manage to do this? The ministers gasped, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. What could the world government mean by abducting individuals and then returning them powerless? At that moment, Big Mom and Oppos' demeanor darkened. And Katakuri, sensing her escalating rage, quickly interjected, Mom, we need to clarify the situation first. Let us awaken Cracker and Tamago and inquire what transpired. Though Cracker and Baron Tamago lay in a state of deep unconsciousness due to their grievous injuries, Big Mom, endowed with the power of the soul fruit, could directly awaken their spirits. When Cracker and Tamago finally opened their heavy eyelids and beheld Big Mom and Katakuri, tears streamed down their faces. Mom, we're sorry. We couldn't succeed, they lamented, their initial words filled with self-reproach. Regardless of the circumstances, Big Mom's expression softened slightly upon hearing their remorse. Cracker, you set out to serve me, and now you've returned in this state. I will avenge you. Tell me what happened. Why have your abilities, even your haki, disappeared? Through her soul fruit and Oppos' perception, Big Mom not only sensed the loss of their abilities but also discovered other troubling signs regarding Cracker and Tamago. As they recounted their harrowing experience, involuntary shivers coursed through Cracker and Tamago, their fear palpable. Big Mom and Oppos' pupils constricted further as she pressed. What exactly transpired? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Cracker began to narrate. We were taken by Doflamingo and Trafalgar Law as CP0. Upon awakening, we were blindfolded. There was someone present, but we could not discern their identity, only hearing their voice. In an instant, I was struck by a terrifying force and utterly shattered. Baron Tamago nodded in affirmation. Big Mom, Katakuri, and Perispero listened with furrowed brows. Cracker and Oppos' collapse was one thing, but the blindfold indicated the assailant and Oppos' intent to conceal their identity. What was their purpose in shattering Cracker and Tamago? With growing trepidation, Cracker continued, they revived me and healed my injuries, only to obliterate me once more. My abilities, my observation haki, my armament haki, all gone, taken by another. At that moment, Cracker fell into shadow, and even Baron Tamago could not suppress his fear. The overwhelming power that stripped them of their abilities amidst the darkness had left them utterly shattered. Observing the terror in their eyes, Big Mom, Katakuri, and Perispero exchanged complex glances, astonished. The loss of Cracker and Tamago and Oppos' powers, even their haki, was unfathomable. Could this be a manifestation of some devil fruit ability akin to Blackbeard's? Impossible. Haki originates from the body, and it cannot simply be taken away like a fruit ability. Perhaps it was some rumored sorcery, or even a divine intervention. The revelation was staggering. Everyone present was deeply shaken, mourning the loss of Cracker and his companion's strength. For it was evident that their descent into powerlessness rendered any hope of resurgence nearly impossible. Big Mom, consumed by rage, clenched her fists, teetering on the brink of an explosive outburst. The secret of dual abilities was something she yearned to acquire. Yet her first clue had emerged from the defeat of her loyal subordinates. Damn it! Damn the Navy! Big Mom howled in fury, unable to contain her wrath any longer. The intensity of her rage sent shockwaves through the room, scattering those present. The instigator had yet to reveal themselves, and Green Bull's involvement felt like a provocation. It was highly likely that someone within the Navy was behind this. Big Mom directed her ire towards the Navy, and her ministers, including Perispero and Daifuku, shared her sentiments. Convinced of the Navy's culpability. After all, it was Doflamingo, Trafalgar Law, and the CP division involved. The only entity capable of orchestrating such collusion was the Navy. They would make the Navy pay dearly for this affront. Big Mom, seething with anger, contemplated retaliation against the Navy. perhaps even causing chaos akin to the likes of the Golden Lion, Kaido, or Whitebeard, seeking vengeance and reclaiming her dignity. Just as she prepared to issue a command to rally her forces, Katakuri, who had been lost in thought, hastily interjected, "Mom, there may be more to this than meets the eye." Big Mom, still fuming, listened intently as Katakuri continued at a rapid pace. The CP division dispatched was the CP-0 unit, and no one within the Navy can command them. Although they returned the individuals, it was done very deliberately. And Green Bull said not a word. I boldly speculate that this might be the work of the Celestial Dragons. The Navy is merely serving as a scapegoat for the Celestial Dragons, diverting attention and disrupting the balance of power in the seas. This is their latest intimidation tactic. Chapter 54. Exhausted Luffy, Law emerges to confront Big Mom and Appo's crew alone. Should we confront the Navy in retaliation? Such a course of action would play directly into the hands of the world government's plans. Katakuri's words held considerable weight. Beneath the surface, the truth was shrouded in mystery. Although Big Mom was furious, she could not help but begin to calm down after hearing his perspective. Katakuri, are you suggesting that the Celestial Dragons are orchestrating a scheme to seize powers and are using the Navy as scapegoats to profit from behind the scenes? Big Mom, not one to be foolish, began to connect the dots. The ministers, too, fell silent in contemplation. What Katakuri proposed indeed bore significant plausibility. Indeed, Mother, it is crucial to recognize that the Navy is merely one faction of the world government. The ambitions of the Celestial Dragons must be grand. And this could very well be a provocation aimed at inciting us to act. For the sake of the situation's progression, we must abandon our intentions against the world's allied nations and await the clarification of the truth. Katakuri earnestly requested. Weighing the pros and cons is a leader's responsibility. To strike could very well ensnare us in a trap, yet to refrain from acting would be excessively stifling. At this moment, one minister interjected, "What if the Navy is merely provoking us? Perhaps there is no grand conspiracy at play." The implication was clear. Katakuri might be overthinking the situation. Now that Cracker and Baron Tamago have fallen, who might be next? It could be you or it could be me. They possess the means to seize powers and create duplicates. The balance is precarious. Such a conclusion cannot be gambled upon. Katakuri remained resolute in his stance. Paraspero, Daifuku, and other key ministers echoed Katakuri and Appo's sentiments. Indeed, exercising patience amidst the uncertainty was the wisest course of action. Big Mom gritted her teeth, fully understanding the intricacies of the situation, yet the bitterness was hard to swallow. Anger mingled with helplessness. Mother, as long as we uncover the truth, we can seek our revenge later. Katakuri, too, felt anger brewing inside him, yet someone had to maintain composure. The adversary is the world government and the Navy. Otherwise, Big Mom's wrath could plunge their pirate crew into an irreparable abyss. Big Mom slowly exhaled, her expression darkening as she sat down, already having made a decision. Just then, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. Mother, the Straw Hat crew is still battling on Cocoa Island. Without any ministers present, they will soon be overwhelmed. Big Mom, already seething, redirected her fury. What? It is only natural that our fighters are unable to hold the Straw Hat crew at bay on Cocoa Island. Yet, at this moment, Big Mom no longer had the patience for mere observation. She issued a harsh command. Katakuri, take your men and go. Bring me the head of that Straw Hat brat. To provoke the might of an emperor of the sea is tantamount to courting death. Yes, Katakuri acknowledged, leading a contingent of main ministers to depart immediately. Given the humiliation suffered at Cracker's hands, they needed to appease Mother, so the task must be executed flawlessly. In truth, on Cocoa Island, Minister Lolo was not an enemy to the Straw Hat crew. Rather, they were allies, assisting Luffy and his companions. Consequently, the fighters of Big Mom's crew were finding themselves on the losing end, being relentlessly pursued and attacked by Sanji and the others. We must retrieve Sanji. Luffy and his comrades pressed forward in search of him. Little did they expect that formidable foes awaited them. Paraspero, accompanied by Minister Daifuku and other key fighters, emerged before Luffy and his crew, blocking their path. Katakuri materialized from a mirror in the hands of one of the fighters, standing behind the Straw Hat crew, cutting off their escape. Where is Sanji? Luffy, undaunted, confronted his adversaries, readying himself for battle. Ignorant fools, you have angered Mother. Paraspero mocked coldly, pointing his candy cane staff at them. You can only lament your misfortune. The baking minister, Oven, squinted, fist ablaze with fury, poised to strike at any moment. Katakuri stood firm behind the Straw Hat crew, exuding an aura that left Nami and Usopp trembling. This exemplified the might of a Yonko pirate crew. So many powerful adversaries, another arduous battle awaits us, Luffy. Yet it is all worthwhile for Sanji. The crew was prepared for the perilous situation. They were ready to fight with all their might. No further words were exchanged. The battle was about to commence. Luffy, fully aware of the formidable foes before him, transformed into his Gear 4th form, confronting Perospero and Daifuku directly. The others faced off against Zoro, Robin, and the rest. Katakuri observed the battlefield with cold detachment, searching for vulnerabilities. The current confrontation between the Straw Hat crew and Big Mom's numerous ministers seemed fated to end poorly. Except for Zoro and Luffy, the rest of the crew fell victim to overwhelming force at first contact. Even the recently healed Smoker found himself evenly matched against Zoro. As the battle reached its climax and escape routes dwindled, Katakuri finally joined the fray, becoming the catalyst for victory. With his observation haki predicting the future, coupled with his Conqueror's haki-infused attacks, he crushed Gear 4th Luffy with ease. The adversaries were too numerous and too powerful. The tide of battle shifted until Nami's startled cry cut through the chaos. Luffy, Zoro, Luffy, and Robin turned in alarm. To their shock, Nami and Usopp had become ensnared by Charlotte Opera's whipped cream, captured. With Katakuri's foresight guiding him, Chopper and Brook found themselves unable to act, even the blue pill eluding their grasp, as they were sent flying by Machi fists. Luffy and Zoro were ruthlessly defeated, their comrades' faces painted with despair. Entering the lair of the merciless Big Mom pirate crew could lead to death or imprisonment. However, as Luffy's Gear 4th wore off, he completely lost his capacity to resist, with Katakuri's trident poised at his chest. You should not have come here to trouble Mother at this time. Katakuri spoke coldly, delivering a chilling message to the Straw Hat crew. A menacing aura enveloped Big Mom's pirates, intent on ending their lives. As Katakuri raised his trident, his gaze devoid of mercy, he prepared to pierce Luffy's heart. Yet, in that instant, a flash of red ignited in Katakuri's eyes. He sensed imminent peril. His observation haki activated. Katakuri foresaw that if he proceeded with his attack, a blast from the gas would also pierce through his own body. In the end, the gas would transform into a long blade of flame. Chapter 55, Card 2, Dual Powers? Hardly impressive. Katakuri, with decisive agility, swiftly retreated 10 meters, abandoning his intent to pierce Luffy. Luffy, still in shock, believed his demise was certain. Meanwhile, Perospero, Daifuku, and Oven were taken aback. Katakuri, you? Just as he seemed poised to eliminate the intruder, he abruptly withdrew. Someone lurks in the shadows. If I persist, I shall be struck at my vital points by the blazing gas. Without glancing back, Katakuri signaled gravely. Gas. Where does this gas ability originate? Daifuku and Oven exchanged puzzled looks. ISN and Amp. Oppos. See the gas ability that of Caesar, the scientist who deceived Mother? Ah, it was stolen by Law, resulting in this dual power. Yet Law has not revealed himself, nor can I sense his presence. It must be him. He is certainly nearby. Katakuri and Amp. Oppos. S expression grew serious as he gazed towards the rear of the Straw Hat crew. There, perched upon his shoulder, was the ominous Kikoku. Law had appeared unannounced and was advancing towards the Straw Hat group. It truly is him. Halt. Trafalgar Law. Upon seeing the figure of an Amp, Oppos' eyes ignited with excitement. This was the very individual responsible for Baron Eggs and Cracker's near demise, the one who had caused them to lose their abilities. It is you. How dare you come to Whole Cake Island? Your timing is impeccable, saving us the trouble of searching for you. Eliminate the Straw Hat crew. Then bring Trafalgar Law back. Mother will surely be pleased. Indeed, Trafalgar Law, the dual power wielder. But what has become of Cracker and the rest? The ministers were stirred, surprised, their gazes gradually turning fierce. Law had become a prize target. Even the 4 emperors had previously dispatched forces to capture him. Now, his solitary arrival could only be deemed suicidal. Upon reaching Whole Cake Island, even a dual power wielder would be forced to kneel. Unconsciously, the ministers abandoned the already subdued Straw Hat crew, moving stealthily to encircle Trafalgar Law, preventing any chance of escape. Perospero and Katakuri exchanged puzzled glances. Why would he appear alone? Is he here to rescue the Straw Hats? Katakuri's eyes scanned the area, wary of potential ambush. Perospero also pondered, remaining vigilant as the others closed in. Yet, to their surprise, there was no movement in the surroundings. Trafalgar Law was indeed alone. However, he remained remarkably calm and composed, showing no awareness of the encirclement. Katakuri was baffled. What could be Law and Appo's source of confidence? Merely possessing dual powers. He dares to challenge the entirety of the Big Mom pirates and Appo's officers? Law, Zaro, Nami, and the others were equally astonished, even moved. They had not expected Law, a mere verbal ally, to risk his life for their rescue. Yet, he was alone. Luffy called out decisively, "Trafalgar, hurry and flee," seizing a fleeting opportunity. He hoped to buy time for his comrades, but Trafalgar Law was unfazed, disregarding the ministers before him, addressing Luffy, "Straw Hat Captain, you truly are in quite the predicament." The Straw Hat crew was taken aback. Was he jesting at such a time? "Law, there are numerous powerful foes before you. He is coming to his own demise." Oven, unable to contain himself, stepped forward with a sneer, increasing his pace towards Law. In the next moment, his fiery fist descended upon Trafalgar Law with tremendous force. Boom! The sound of the heated punch colliding with gas resonated. Oven and Appo's fist passed through Law and Appo's form, his body dissipating into gas, enveloping Oven's entire arm. "Your flames lack the hockey of armament. How dare you approach the gas?" Trafalgar Law scoffed. The next instant, the gas ignited from Oven and Appo's flames. With a thunderous explosion, Oven was sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground. Oven. The ministers seethed with anger upon witnessing this. Smoker, one of the three sweet commanders, renowned for his speed, swiftly closed in on Law. His sword sliced through the air, aimed directly at Law and Appo's chest. Although Law could elementalize to evade physical attacks, the combination of hockey and sword pressure from a natural-type body could not be ignored. Law activated his no me ability, instantly swapping positions with a nearby stone. Smoker and Appo's blade struck the stone, shattering it to pieces. "Trafalgar Law is right before us. Capturing him would be a monumental achievement. Let us not hesitate but launch an assault." Perospero decisively rallied the ministers. "This is not a duel. What need is there for a warrior spirit?" Immediately, the ministers surged forward from all directions, converging upon Trafalgar Law. As initially stated, even a dual power wielder would be forced to kneel before such overwhelming numbers. At this moment, Trafalgar Law felt the mounting pressure. Kikoku surged with fiery flames, consistently repelling the incoming assaults from the ministers. Candy Sea Cow. Seizing the opportunity, Perospero unleashed his ability into the fray. A massive Candy Sea Cow, crafted from shimmering golden confection, charged toward Law. Not among the sweet commanders, but still formidable, Big Mom and Appo's eldest son should not be underestimated. Law immediately sensed the impending threat, the Big Mom pirates. Truly astonishing. To fulfill the mission for Saint Satan, he would need to gauge the strength of all his opponents. Law had not forgotten his purpose. Rescuing the Straw Hat crew was merely incidental. More importantly, he aimed to vanquish the officers of the Big Mom pirates and deliver them to Saint Satan. The Candy Sea Cow posed little threat to Law. While its raw strength was considerable, its candy composition could be easily cleaved and melted by Law and Appo's gas flames. However, such an outcome would provide the other ministers with ample opportunity to strike, merely diverting his focus to slice the Candy Sea Cow. Katakuri's gaze flared with intensity as his machi fist thundered toward Law. Meanwhile, Perospero did not remain idle, skillfully crafting a massive crossbow to aim at Trafalgar Law. With a resounding thud, Law braced himself against Katakuri and Appo's machi fist, slicing through it within the confines of the room, leaving it charred. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A white, transparent candy arrow shot forth at an acute angle, racing toward Law. His pupils constricted. This is truly formidable. Raising his hand to manipulate the room, he intended to shift position. But at that moment, Katakuri, wielding a trident, had already closed in behind Law. The trident glimmered with a chilling light, enhanced by the power of armament hockey. Faced with the encirclement of two top-tier masters, along with the other ministers, escape was futile. Thud. The candy arrow ultimately pierced Law and Appo's shoulder. Kikoku intercepted Katakuri and Appo's trident. Agonizing pain surged through him. Perospero, witnessing his success, sneered, "It seems that dual powers are hardly remarkable.